Chapter 40-40, Training. After having the conversation with Mordred, we decided to go back to Tiamat, Kurika and Chiron. The reunion between Mordred and Tiamat was not particularly friendly, but at least it was acceptable. The rest of the day passed relatively quietly. We didn't do much, because it was Mordred's first day on this earth. When she was summoned, she received information about the world today, but only from human society. Tiamat took advantage of that moment to explain to me, Chiron, Kurika, and Mordred. However, I knew I had to pretend otherwise. From the underworld to heaven, through the various pantheons, sacred gears, levels of power, etc. Tiamat spent about 3 hours detailing all the essential information we should know to survive in this world. What Mordred said when she heard all that was, how complicated this world is, it was easier to follow father in Britain. I thought she hated Artoria, but apparently, she doesn't. Her relationship with her father would be closer to love-hate than pure hate. 1 day had passed since I summoned Mordred. It was time to begin my specific training. Training that did not involve killing living beings. This training may not raise my stats, but it will increase my skill level. Increasing my skill level, no matter what category, translates into more power or defense for me. Increasing my skills is one of my goals, but so is getting new skills. One of these skills is archery or precision. I don't care what the system calls it, but I need that skill. Both of my noble phantasms are related to archery, so I need to learn how to use it. I don't remember any DxD character using the bow as their primary weapon. So I can't ask Tiamat to take me to train with that person. Looks like I'm gonna have to learn on my own. That's why I'm here, 30 feet from a tree in the middle of the woods. I've separated myself from the rest of the group because I want to concentrate on this task. In the tree in front of me, I've drawn a kind of target. It's not the perfect target, but I think it can serve as basic training. I have in my hands Gandiva, Arjuna's bow. The problem now is that I have no arrows to practice with. Why don't you try creating magic arrows? Hey, man! You could at least say hello before you say anything. Shut up. Just do what I said. It's okay. Let's see, I just have to create an arrow out of my magic energy, right? That's right. Okay, now I just have to focus. Focus, focus, focus. Man, I don't know how to do this. I don't even know how to use magic in the first place. MMH. Makes sense, you've never had a magic training. Okay, for now, I'll tell you the steps you have to follow to create an arrow. Okay, I'm going to be your teacher for once. First, you have to feel the magical energy within you. Feeling the magic energy inside me. You better sit down and relax. It's okay. I have to feel the magic inside me. Am I supposed to feel something special? It's not like you can feel it instantly. This isn't like the skills of the system, where it helps you use them. You just have to concentrate and feel your own inner self, sooner or later you'll achieve your goal. Sooner or later. Magic is an essence that resides in the body of every living being, but not everyone is capable of using it. The magic used in this world is based on equations. It's not bad, but it's not the most powerful. Which is the most powerful? Magic energy is ethereal energy that comes from inside your own body. If you can learn to use it, you will become a mighty magician. Physical abilities of a dragon, and a very powerful magician, doesn't that sound very appealing? Of course. Then shut up and feel the damn magic essence inside you. You already used it, remember? When you healed that human girl. You just have to find out what made you able to heal her. Feel the magic, Draco. Feel the magic, feel the magic. The magic essence is somewhere inside me. It is ethereal energy that resides within me. Something ethereal is intangible or ill-defined and at the same time subtle or sublime. How am I going to find something like that? Or maybe I don't need to find it. What if the magical essence has been accompanying me at all times? The heart is what gives magical energy to the servants, and gives life to living beings. Isn't life the greatest miracle ever created? Isn't magic the creator of miracles? Then the essence has to be close to my heart. Badump. Badump. What is this? My heart is racing. There's something strange there, something I've never noticed before. I feel I can control this to my liking. Can I take it outside? I'm going to try. I guide it through my blood vessels into the palm of my hands and out through the pores of my fingertips. Open your eyes and see what you've achieved, Draco. Yeah, old man. Dark light is surrounding my hands. It's similar to when I use numbing darkness claws, but I feel it's different. Of course, numbing darkness claws was a magic skill that the system helped you use, whereas now you're using magic on your own. Does that mean I don't need the system for these things anymore? Don't be silly, the system is something I created. As long as you have a skill, the system will help you use it most efficiently. Otherwise, you'll end up wasting your MP, and your skills will have less effect. I see. The system is truly impressive. Master. Looks like Mordred's calling me. She speaks to me by mental message. I'm here. I hear footsteps approaching, and Mordred appears. Do you need anything? That old hag told me to call you for lunch. Really, who does she think she is? Only Master can give me orders, and even from him I don't have to accept them. Looks like Mordred still doesn't get along with Tia. Is it lunchtime already? Yes, you've been training for over 4 hours, Master. Haven't you noticed? You've even returned to your dragon form. Hi. Chapter 41-41, Training as an Archer. After lunch, I decided to rest to replace the MP I had spent during the morning. I had long since discovered that sleep was the fastest way to get my MP back. With another 4 hours of sleep, I was able to get back all the MP I had spent in the morning. Apparently, the time I can stay in my semi-human form is the same time it takes me to get my MP back. I don't know if it's a good speed or not, I think it's at least acceptable. Now that I'm at my maximum MP reserve, I'm going to keep training. For now, I'm going to train with my dragon form as I don't want to waste MP and time. I've spent a whole morning, and I've barely learned how to materialize the mana out of my body. I've spent a lot of time on such a small breakthrough. I wouldn't consider it that way, Draco. You've already achieved the hardest part, now you just have to shape your arrows. Getting your magic energy to materialize in just 4 hours is a pretty good result. From now on I will call him Draco, instead of Draco. There's not much difference, but I like it better that way. How long did it take you to get that? I've known how to use magic since I've had a conscience, kid. There's a reason you were almost omnipotent. I can already materialize magic, what do I do now? Simple, you just have to make that magic take the form of an arrow. You just have to use your imagination. I see. First, you have to take the Gandiva, and aim at the target as if you had a real arrow. I take Gandiva out of the system and do as the old man tells me. Now you have to materialize the magic energy and imagine it taking the form of an arrow. Okay. I concentrate and follow the same steps as before. The black fog appears in my hands again. In my mind, I imagine how that fog takes the shape of an arrow. Little by little, the fog changes its shape, I even feel that it has weight. The fog soon takes the shape of an arrow. This one is black as coal, just like my scales. This is because of your darkness attribute, your magic essence is dark by nature. So my evolution even affects the essence of my magic. That's right. The arrow is already between my fingers. Now all that's left is to stretch the rope and shoot. Normal skill arrow creation, LV1 acquired. Hey, tell me. Isn't this rope too hard? I'm having a hard time pulling it, even in my dragon form. Are you stupid? It's normal to have trouble pulling the rope. Gandiva is not a normal bow. To begin with, this one was created to be used by celestial beings. Even with your strength as a dragon, you still find it hard to use. I guess you're right, man. Of course I'm right, do you forget who I am? Yes. You're an old pervert. Fucking. I think I'll ignore the old man for a moment. This is the first shot I'm going to make, and I have high expectations for it. I place the arrow carefully. With one arm holding the main body of the bow, with the other arm tightening the string as much as possible. The target is 10 meters away. It's not much, but I've never used a bow before. I'm aiming. And loose. Swoosh! The arrow shoots out with enormous power and goes through a tree, 2 trees, 3. I've already lost count of the number of trees I've shot through with the arrow. There is no doubt that the bow is powerful. But my arrow could be much better. But the problem right now is not the arrow. Although I didn't expect much from your first shot. I have to say that your aim is pitiful. Your comments don't help at all, you old fuck. But I guess you're right since the arrow hasn't come close to hitting the target. In fact, I haven't even hit the tree where the objective is. Just keep practicing, kid. Sooner or later, you'll get better. If you say so. Yes. I can't help but jump for joy. The reason is simple, I finally managed to hit the center of the target once. After 100 attempts, I have finally achieved the first goal. Not bad, kid. But you're starting to run out of MPs. My current PM is as follows, 27/127 each one costs me a point of MP, which is quite a high consumption. I still have 27 more attempts. Come on, one more time. I think I've improved when it comes to creating arrows because every time I make one, I feel that the process is much smoother. This arrow would be number 101. Level of normal skill arrow creation was increased from 1 to 2. These are the typical things you don't expect but always receive with open hands. Swoosh. I shoot the 101st arrow. Sigh. Looks like the previous hit was just a fluke. This arrow did hit the target, but it's still far from a perfect shot. It's a start, kid. Even Achilles had to train for 9 years with Chiron to become the strongest warrior of his time. You just need patience, persistence, and dedication, those three things will accomplish everything you set out to do. I know, man. 26 arrows later, I'm already out of MPs. I'm going to stop my training here. It's time to go back with the rest. The place where I'm training is not far from where we live. Old hag, I said I'm hungry. Sigh. We've already started with the problems. Mordred is looking with an angry face at Tiamat, who is keeping calm. And I have told you to go hunting for yourself. Damn. You're telling the next king of knights to hunt his own food. That's exactly what I said. Mordred has only been in this world for 2 days, and so far she's only known how to make trouble. I'm heading to Kurika and Chiron, who are sitting watching the discussion between Mordred and Tiamat. Kurika is watching the discussion with disinterested eyes, while Chiron seemed still a little scared. Hello Draco and I. Draco. I sit next to them and watch the discussion between my servant and my mother. Why are they arguing now? I'm interested to know what stupid reason Mordred has for fighting Tiamat. I won't deny that seeing two beautiful women is a pleasant sight. In fact, I'm really enjoying it right now. Mo-san is hungry. Answer Chiron. Mo-san. I hear a sigh from Kurika. Your so-called servant, Mordred. Chiron likes to call nicknames. Does she like to do that sort of thing? Is this one of her facets that don't show up on DxD? You say Mordred is hungry, but why are you arguing? Kurika shrugs. Because she wants Tiamat to prepare it for her. Sigh. What a troublesome servant. Chapter 42-42, Kurika-sensei. Fortunately for the three of us, the conflict was resolved without significant complications. In the end, I volunteered to hunt down everyone's dinner. Without much difficulty, I hunted 4 grey wolves for Chiron, Kurika, Tiamat, and myself. For Mordred, I hunted another 3, as she had complained the day before that the amount of food was too small. And I thought Kurika and Chiron were monsters for eating 1 wolf with their small bodies. What a fool I am. After dinner, the girls went to sleep in some cabins we built the day Mordred arrived. I used to sleep outdoors, and it seems Tiamat did the same. But the Nico Xiao and Mordred didn't seem to think much of sleeping outdoors, so we ended up building 2 cabins. One was for Mordred, and the other was for the Nico Xiao. Now that Mordred has been invoked in her real body, she cannot change access to her spiritual body. Therefore, she needs to sleep somewhere. And I still sleep outdoors. I've gotten used to it and feel a little uncomfortable if I don't sleep lying at the base of a tree. Today is another beautiful day. The sun is rising over the horizon. The clouds cover the blue sky. Anyway, today's another day of training. I'm approaching the 2 Neko Xiao's cabin. I wonder if I should go in? We're in a world of anime, so I'm 99% sure I'll find one of the 2 sisters with nothing or very few clothes. Well, I'm feeling chivalrous today, so I'm not going to. Knock knock Kurika, Chiron, are you awake? 5 more minutes. Nei-sama. Draco and I is waiting to train. You promised you'd teach us how to use senjutsu. That's right, it's senjutsu practice today. I had planned to let the sisters rest for a few more days, but Chiron kept bothering her sister to learn senjutsu. In the end, Kurika had no choice but to accept so that Chiron would stop bothering her. She seemed reluctant to do so, but a smile escapes her now and then. Kurika loves her sister very much. Yes. But she's very lazy. 15 minutes later, Chiron got her sister out of bed. After that, Kurika demanded breakfast first before training. In the end, we started training an hour later than planned. Nyat, let's start senjutsu's training. Here's your favorite teacher, you can call me Kurika-sensei. Nyat. Nei-sama, can you take it a little more seriously? I totally agree with you, Chiron. Moo, you're too serious. What's your hurry to train anyway? Why do I want to train? Well, because I know the events that are going to happen in the future and I want to prepare for that. There is also my desire to become the most powerful, as well as the mission that has fallen on my shoulders. I don't find this mission very funny. I never asked to carry this weight on my back. On second thought, my other choice was to serve that damn goddess. I think this mission is lesser harm, considering the future I had at that shitty goddess side. Would you please stop bad-mouthing my daughter? No, I can't. Now, why does Chiron want to train and gain power? She shouldn't have any reason to. I look to Chiron, expecting an answer from her. She's clenching her fists tightly, and her eyes carry a considerable determination. I want to be as strong as Draco and I don't want Kurika-nisama to show a sad smile again. I don't want to have to depend on anyone to protect my life. So that's how it is. What a cliché. Although my goal of being powerful to get to the top is also cliché. Well, I also want to be more powerful than Tiamat for obvious reasons, but that's more of a secondary goal. Although I can also sympathize with Chiron since I feel similar to her. I've never felt as helpless as when I faced that vampire, and I don't want to go through that again. From what the old man told me, this won't be the only time I'll meet supporters of chaos, and it seems that this guy wasn't particularly strong, although he wasn't weak either. Considering that Kurika's magical power is at the level of an ultimate class devil, that vampire had a strength comparable to an ultimate class devil in all of his stats. As for my abilities, I suppose my strength is at the level of a high-class devil? I'm not really sure since I haven't met one before. I asked Tiamat about this high-class devil I met. As I thought, he only had that title because of his family. His power was even below many mid-class devils, and he only had a higher magic power because of his bloodline. In terms of strength, he was absolute trash. His potential was more focused on research. That's a beautiful determination you have, little girl. Seeking power is never wrong, what's wrong is why you want that strength. Mo-san. Mordred was sitting on a branch at the top of a tree watching our training. Your motive is honorable, little girl. That's why I'm fond of you. Do you want something, Mordred? You can never know what this servant is thinking, she's too unpredictable. Nothing special, I'm just bored. Then, don't bother us. Arg. Master. When are we going to fight someone? Shut up. I have to train first. TCH train, train. You always have to train. This forest only has little monsters, they're very weak. But I can't even kill those insignificant creatures. And I know the reason for it. You can kill them if you want to, although you'll have to bear the consequences later. Or, are you scared? Although I seem calm as I talk about these consequences, my body says otherwise. But it's not just me. Kurika and Chiron are also shaking when I say the word consequences. SSS scared, you say? Don't make me laugh. How could I be scared of that old hag? I'm not scared at all, 0 for 0. Hehe. You sound very unconvincing, Mordred. Chapter 43-43, 2 Nico Xiao SSS scared, you say? Don't make me laugh. How could I be scared of that old hag? I'm not scared at all, 0 for 0. Hehe. You sound very unconvincing, Mordred. Whatever. Because I'm bored and have nothing to do, I've decided I'm going to take that little girl as my pupil. Huh? Mordred wants to train Chiron? Kurika gets alert and stands in front of her sister with open arms. Mordred stands on the branch and swoosh. She traveled the distance from Chiron instantly, she looked like crimson lightning. Chiron panicked and took a step backwards, but recovered almost immediately. What do you say, child? Will you accept to be my disciple? Mordred is in front of Chiron. She seems to be ignoring everything around her. What are you going to teach me? Chiron answers her in a firm voice. Everything I know, and everything you can learn, Mordred answers her. Why me? Naisama and Draco Nii are stronger than me. Mordred smirked. Teaching your sister would be a futile effort, she's not cut out for my fighting style. As for my master, he's pursuing a different path. So, you've chosen me out of the blue. Ha! I would never choose anyone to rule out. You may call it the King of Knights instinct, but I can feel your body contains immense brute force. That brute force is a perfect match for my fighting style. King of Knights instinct? I'd call it woman's intuition. I know that Chiron's absurd strength in the canon comes from having received the rook piece from Rias Gremory. This is one of some changes I am going to make to the canon. Some will affect the story more, and some less. Chiron closed her eyes and fell silent for a few moments. She is pondering her answer well. She opens her eyes and looks at me. Draco Nii, what do you think I should do? Chiron. Why are you asking Draco before your One-chan? Because he's more reliable than you. You don't know how wrong you are, Chiron. Since she asked my opinion, I'm going to answer her as honestly as possible. I don't think my opinion should matter here, Chiron. This is a decision that only you can make. I would accept without hesitation, but that doesn't have to be your case. Besides, it's not like you have to stop your senjutsu training by accepting Mordred as your teacher. Right. That last question was addressed to my servant. Of course. In fact, I'm curious about this senjutsu, too. Do you want to learn senjutsu? No. I said I was curious, I didn't say I wanted to learn it. Don't think it's necessary for me, and it also seems boring to train. Anyway, we're here waiting for Miss Chiron answer. Right. What will Chiron's decision be? I accept. Chiron said with resolution. I think it was pretty obvious. Considering that Chiron seeks strength, Mordred's offer is very tempting. Chiron. I think it's better if you don't interfere in this, Kurika. Kurika was going to interrupt Chiron, but I stopped her in time. Why? I'm her big sister. Is it the big sibling's job to decide what the little one has to do? You're very wrong if you think like that, Kurika. Chiron has the right to decide her own path, no matter how much you disagree with that path. Your role as a big sister is to live your life in such a way that you set a good example for your little sister. She has to see both your victories and your failures so that she can learn what she has to do in the future. Both of you had to follow your own life, but always support each other. The older sibling has to be by his or her younger sibling's side when he or she fails to support him or her. The older sibling must stand by his or her younger sibling when he or she succeeds. But the older sibling never has to decide for the younger sibling, it is the younger sibling who has to have the personality to make his or her own decisions. As much as you think your decisions are better than your sister's, you are only limiting her own potential by denying her right to decide for herself. Besides, you don't think training with Mordred is bad for Chiron. You're just afraid. Kurika's body trembles. She bends her head, her bangs are covering her eyes. You're afraid. Scared your sister will be taken away from you, right? Kurika-ni-san. Chiron steps forward to her sister. It's true, it's true. I never want to lose you, Chiron. Since Mom and that despicable being who called himself father died in an experiment, I've only been left with you, you're the only one who gave me the strength to go on and survive in that damn mansion. What am I going to do if you leave? What am I going to do without you? Tears were streaming down Kurika's face. I walked up to Mordred and whispered, I think we should leave them alone. To which she nodded, and we walked away a bit. I don't want to leave Kurika-ni-sama either. Kurika-ni-sama and Draco-nii are the people I love and care about the most. Tiamat-ne and Mo-san are good people, too. I want to continue growing with Ne-sama. As long as Ne-sama lets me, I'll always be with Ne-sama. Chiron embraces Kurika, and the oldest of the Nikoshou returns the hug with strength. Besides, we already promised to have many kittens with Draco-nii. We will as long as we are with Draco-nii. Kurika smiled at the thought of that dragon that could now take human form. He had already left and given the two sisters a chance to vent. She had been able to open up to her sister because of this opportunity. She had also heard the thoughts of her younger sister because of this opportunity. Wait until my body matures enough. I'll be sure to make lots of kittens with you, Draco. Kurika unconsciously let out a playful smile. Shudder. Is something wrong, master? Asked Mordred, curious to see that her master was suddenly shaking. I think someone is planning something against me. Where? Are we finally going to fight? Mordred summoned Clarent and put on her guard. Sigh. Put that away. Will you be glad once you delayed my training even further? Huh? What are you talking about, master? Draco looked at Mordred for a moment before looking away. I'm not talking about anything. By the way, why do you want to train Chiron? Isn't it obvious? If it was obvious, I wouldn't ask you. It's because I'm bored, hehe. Chapter 44-44, Senjutsu. Can we start training now? Mordred and I returned to the place where Kurika and Chiron were when we saw that they had both stopped crying. Yes. Kurika-sensei is ready to start lessons. I'm glad to see that Kurika has returned to her usual self. Although her predatory gaze was intimidating me a little, just a little. Chiron, you're coming with me. We're going to start our special training. Mordred approaches the little white cat. Chiron is going to train with me. Hi, what are you saying, bitch? Crimson lightning is circulating around Mordred, and Kurika was letting out her demonic power. I should end the conflict before Kurika dies. Teacher, Ne-sama, that's enough. Looks like they beat me to it. Chiron is right, there's no point in arguing about this. Why don't we do this? In the mornings, Chiron and I will train with Kurika, while in the afternoons I'll train with my Bao and Chiron will train with Mordred. Is that okay? Kurika and Chiron nodded. Mordred seemed to be the only one who opposed it. It's okay. We'll do that for now, master. When she said that, she turned around and, like a flash of crimson lightning, disappeared. Sigh. A girl with a strong temper is always hard to handle. Well, shall we get started? I'll start by explaining what Senjutsu is, okay? Chiron and I are sitting on a tree trunk as we look at Kurika in front of us. Yes, Kurika-sensei. We shouted at the same time. Phew, not bad, not bad. Senjutsu is a power similar to but different from the magic of demons and the light power of angels. Despite being unable to match the direct destructive power of magic or light, Senjutsu makes use of the unknown parts hidden in plants, animals, and people. For example, if one learns Senjutsu, one can read the flow of someone's aura, which allows one to catch movements from very far away. Senjutsu is different from magic and sorcery, with the major difference being that it emphasizes the importance of the chakra, its aura, the great original power that flows in one's spirit, that is, its life force, and makes it a constant stream. Kurika stopped for a moment and looked at us. Do you understand everything I've said so far? Chiron and I looked at each other and nodded at the same time. To all this, I'm going to talk a little bit about the clothes that Kurika and Chiron wear. They both left with Tiamat during the time I was training with Agni Gandiva. Apparently, they went to a mall in Japan to buy clothes. I understand that they do this since they do not have any clothes, the only clothes they had were the ones they were wearing when they escaped from Nabarius Mansion. They traveled to Japan because it was their home country and they wanted clothes from there. In the end, they bought numerous pieces of the same type. Kurika's outfit consists of a black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of gold beads, and an ornate headband. The kimono has a red interior and is open at the shoulders, although not as much as the cannon. Perhaps the reason for this is that her breasts are not yet as developed. Aren't these the same clothes she wore in the cannon? Still, I can say that Kurika is perfect just the way she is. Chiron's attire consists of a white kimono, a navy blue obi, a light blue skirt, and she also wears a black cat-shaped hair clip on either side of her hair. It's a gift from Ne-sama. That's what she said when I asked her about the hair clips. Some things seem to stick no matter how much you change the events in history. Chiron is beautiful too, just like Kurika, but right now I see her as a little sister. This child is so pure that any impure thoughts towards her have disappeared from my mind. She's so lovely. Senjutsu is the power to control the flow of life energy or ki in living beings. Using it, one can strengthen their internal and external bodies or even make the vegetation around them flourish or wither. Users of Senjutsu can feel the ki and auras of others, which allows us to follow targets from very far away. By interrupting your opponent's ki or cutting it, it is possible to cause direct damage to his spirit, and using it as an attack could result in the death of your opponent. As such, there are very few ways to defend against Senjutsu. Knowing how to use Senjutsu gives a considerable advantage in a battle. As far as I know, Senjutsu is very versatile and has many applications. Still, I have a clear goal in learning Senjutsu. Toki. Toki is my goal in learning Senjutsu from Kurika. The Toki can make a person like Sarai Org Bale, someone unable to use demonic power or magic, become the most powerful of his generation. I believe that Sarai Org could fight an ultimate class devil without using his long Inus. That is my humble opinion, though we shall see how powerful he is once I meet him in the near future. Senjutsu also has healing capabilities that are effective for a physical or mental condition, relieving any fatigue and restoring one's life force. However, this method requires physical contact. One of these techniques is Baochujutsu. This is the best and fastest method to use the healing capabilities of Senjutsu. A woman can share her ki with a man's ki and heal his strength to a great extent. This Baochujutsu, is it what I think it is? What is Baochujutsu, Ne-san? Kurika pulls out a playful smile. Bedroom method. It's the art of making kittens. The difference is that instead of making kittens, you heal the man you love. I knew it. Really? Why is your face glowing, Chiron? Kurika nods her head. You have to teach me that method, Ne-sama. I need it to make kittens with Draco Nii. Stop this, Kurika. Stop 3 it. Chapter 45-45, Senjutsu, 2. After calming Chiron down, we were able to move on with the lesson. According to Kurika, the most basic method of learning Senjutsu is through meditation, concentrating on your state of mind and quietly releasing your own ki, as well as feeling the natural ki of your surroundings. It is also the best way to develop one's skill in Senjutsu. So my first task, and Chiron's, was to follow these steps that Kurika had shown us. Senjutsu, however, has a fatal flaw, because while it allows the user to read and handle the power of the spirits, it could also take on the malice and ill will that flows in the world, so if an amateur misuses it, then the malice will end up corrupting the user. You have to be careful, though not to worry because I am already here so that you will have no trouble. This is what Chiron thought had happened to Kurika in the canon. She thought that her sister had been corrupted by the desire for power and had killed her king in a moment of madness. Since my arrival here, this misunderstanding will no longer occur, and the sisters will not have to be separated. Chiron is not afraid of Senjutsu either and can train without any problems. What's more, Chiron no longer has to reincarnate as devil. Rias Gremory will have to find someone else to take his place as Rook. Draco. You need to focus. Concentrate. Focus. Concentrate. Boy, releasing your own ki is not as easy as finding your magic essence. In fact, it was your own reasoning that led you to shorten the time it should take you to find your magic essence. In other words, you got lucky. Are 4 hours too short? For someone of your talent, yes. But releasing the ki is not so simple, you cannot depend on your luck to achieve this. You have to achieve perfect concentration, unaffected by any other thoughts. Why hasn't Kurika said anything about this? Because she doesn't need to maintain perfect concentration. Just look at the little girl. Chiron is sitting next to me with her eyes closed. Now that I look, she seems to be releasing something from her body. I can't see it, but I can feel something being released from her body. Is this the key? Now look at the surroundings. The environment? The grass around us is growing, and the flowers are turning towards Chiron. It looks like they're trying to get closer to her. I can even see the tree trunks making their way to Chiron. What's happening? This is the effect of senjutsu. The yokais have a special talent for practicing senjutsu. Nikoshou is a kind of high-level yokai, using senjutsu is something they can do on instinct. I see. I, who am not a yokai, have more trouble using senjutsu. That's right. It's tough, but not impossible. The biggest problem you have is none other than your race. Evil Child Dragon, huh? Your current lineup is evil by nature. Tiny Hero could help you a little, but it's not enough. Should I give up on senjutsu for now? I wasn't saying that. Actually, I'd tell you to give up if you were anyone else. But you have something that anyone else doesn't. The system? Yes, but I'm not talking about that right now. What is it? Isn't it obvious? You have the creator of the multiverse by your side. I know I have an old pervert by my side, you don't need to remind me. But I don't see how this is going to help me learn senjutsu. I've indeed lost 99.9999% of my powers, but my soul still retains that 0.0001%. Giving you that skill and that noble phantasm consumed a lot of my power, but helping you right now is going to cost me less than snapping my fingers. I'm interested. I'm going to help you achieve that total concentration. I'm going to seal up your 7 desires and your 6 emotions. Don't worry, you'll get them back once you finish training. Is that going to be effective? Yes. The only thing you will have in mind is to complete the training, and the malice and ill will that flows in the world will not affect you at all. So, let's get to it. Okay, I'll wake you up once your body can't take any more training. Kuriko was watching as Draco and her younger sister made their way through senjutsu. Honestly, she did not expect much from Draco. On the other hand, she expected much from her sister. The reasons she had were the same ones the old man had given Draco. Kuriko is a very skilled user of senjutsu and yujutsu. She sensed from the first moment that Draco was an evil dragon, which is why she rushed to defend Chiron from him when they first met at Neighbour's manor. Being an evil dragon, he is more likely to be affected by negative energies than any other being. But that's what she was there for, and there was also this other person who watched in hiding. Kuriko had noticed that Mordred had not yet left the site, and was watching Chiron and Draco train. Kuriko was sure that Mordred was not watching out of concern for her master, more likely she was bored, and this was her way of somehow alleviating that boredom. But Kuriko was also sure that Mordred would act in case something bad happened to Draco. Mordred was a strange woman, and Kuriko was unable to find out what she was thinking. At first glance, she seemed to be always bored and eager to pick a fight. Kuriko, however, thanks to his senjutsu, was able to detect violent ki that Mordred was dislodging. The servant that Draco had summoned had an extreme hatred within her, a hatred that she seemed to be repressing. Did she hate her father that much? Then Kuriko and Mordred weren't so different. Chapter 46-46, Ataraxia. I'm going to perform the sealing now. The rest is your job. I'll be in your care. Kuriko smiled when she saw that her sister was starting to use senjutsu without any problems. She had high hopes for her sister's talent and wanted to see how far could reach her strength. Since Kuriko had suffered the experiments over and over again, her potential had been limited. She can continue to improve, but she has little hope of reaching the pinnacle. It is a pity, but it is the price to pay for her sister's safety. Kuriko's only regret was that she didn't meet Draco sooner, but that was impossible. Now Kuriko only had to support Chiron and Draco in any way she could, at least until the day they both surpassed her, and that day was not far off. After that, it was enough for her to accompany them and have Draco's children. Kuriko fixed her gaze upon Draco. He was looking at Chiron and seemed to be in awe of the phenomenon little Nikoshou was creating. Soon after, Draco closed his eyes and tried to meditate. Is this senjutsu so impressive? Kuriko turned and saw Mordred leaning against the tree. Actually, it's just another kind of magic. It is neither superior nor inferior to any other kind of power used in this world. Kuriko responded calmly. I do not understand, why would my master want to train this kind of energy? He already knows how to use magic, why would he bother to practice this senjutsu when he needs other things more? Mordred was incapable of understanding it. Her master had told her nothing, but she was able to recognize that his master's bow was a noble phantasm. Mordred didn't understand how a master could get a noble phantasm, but surely it had to do with that system he had told her about before. That system was capable of taking away Ayala and Gaia's control over a heroic spirit, so getting a noble phantasm wouldn't be too hard to do. The only thing her master lacks is precision. She was secretly watching him while training, and could only be described as pitiful. He should continue to train his accuracy, why was he wasting his time with this senjutsu? I believe Draco has a goal in training senjutsu. If I'm not mistaken, he wants to learn how to use the Toki. Kurika answered Mordred. Toki. Mordred was curious when she heard this name. Since she had been summoned by her master, she had not stopped learning new things. Mordred would rather be fighting in the Holy Grail against other servants, but learning new things could at least satisfy her boredom. She had a goal to achieve, and that was to win the Holy Grail so she could get her wish. To pass the test her father passed in his youth. The sword stuck in the stone. If she had to wait a few years to achieve that goal, she didn't care. Mordred is a person who uses any means to achieve his goal. Victory, glory, and honor were the only things that mattered to her. Toki is a technique that can be used by those who have trained in senjutsu, through control of their life base, in other words, creating an aura of life force around their bodies. As such, it results in a tremendous increase in attack, defense, and speed. This even allows the user to counteract magical attacks by punching them or hitting them in some other way. How effective is this technique? Well, it all depends on the person. Sun Wukong is a yokai who has reached the level of a god, and is said to be able to fight and defeat the ultimate class devils and high-class devils with ease, without even showing the true extent of his strength. Is he stronger than that old hag? That's what Mordred wanted to know. She didn't know the levels of power in this world, but she knew Tiamat was very powerful. Mordred didn't realize how powerful Tiamat was, but she was at least more powerful than a servant like her. I wouldn't know. Tiamat is the most powerful dragon among the so-called Great Dragon Kings. She hasn't been heard from since Drake and Albion were sealed in the sacred gears. Has she reached the level of the gods? Personally, I think so. Sacred gears? Drake and Albion? That's the first I've heard of it. Seems there's more to this world than I thought. What's more, do the gods still exist here? Mordred was about to keep asking Kurika when the latter shook and ran to Draco. Mordred was surprised and approached to see what was happening. What's going on? She asked the cat girl. Look around. Mordred did that. She had already noticed that nature seemed to gather around the little white-haired cat. No, it was different now. Nature no longer gathered around the little girl, now it was making her way to Draco. You could see stems of plants climbing up Draco's legs. The plants were surrounding Draco. And believe that he has been able to reach this state, Kurika muttered. What state? What's going on with Master? Mordred didn't understand anything. Ataraxia. Another voice sounded behind them. Tiamat, old hag. Tiamat returned the greeting to Kurika and ignored Mordred. She approached Draco, who was sitting in the lotus position next to Chiron and crouched down in front of him. There is a condition where there is no land, no water, no air, no light, no space, no limits, no limitless time, no being, no ideas, no lack of ideas, no this world, no that world, no sun, no moon. A condition where nothing exists, only the existence of the individual himself. A state of maximum concentration where for the person who reaches it nothing exists but him and his soul, which are perfectly united with nature. Tiamat strokes Draco's forehead. That's the state Draco's in right now, a state of absolute perfection. Chapter 47-47, The One Loved by Nature. I'm gonna take the seal off, kid. It's time to wake up. Title skill: The One Who Is Loved by Nature acquired. Special skill: Senjutsu, LV1 acquired. The notifications came out once the old man got me back to normal. How long has it been since the old man sealed off my emotions and desires? I don't know. At the time, I felt very natural, so natural that it seemed artificial. Time didn't exist, the world didn't exist. There was only me and nature, nothing else. I have to say that training is definitely effective. I didn't have any thoughts that would distract me, proof of which is the skill Senjutsu I've gained. It's already nightfall. It seems I've spent quite a few hours training. Chiron is no longer by my side, I guess she's gone with Mordred. I wonder how the little Nico Xiao will fare with my servant. Growling, I'm hungry. I'm gonna go do some hunting. Why can't I move? I feel like something is restricting my movement. You've already woken up. Tiamat appears from behind a tree. I was surprised the first few times she appeared out of nowhere, but I think I'm getting used to it. Yes. Tiamat frowned for a moment but soon relaxed and smiled. You look a little different. I mean for the better, of course. Is that so? I don't feel that different. Hey, Tia. Since when are plants so strong? What is stopping me from moving are the roots, stems and shoots of the many plants and trees around me. It's a little strange that I can't even break a few plants. Well, it's your fault they're like that. You are the one who has given them so much power. Besides, they seem to have become so attached to you that they don't want to let you go. Title skill: The One Who Is Loved by Nature. So that's what this skill was about. God's voice, do your job and tell me what this skill does. Title skill: The One Who Is Loved by Nature. Your ki and nature's ki have become one, which has led to nature developing loving, not romantic, feelings towards you. You have gained the ability to communicate with nature. You are incapable of harming nature. Nature will willingly support you when you are using any key technique. I see. So it wasn't that the plants were too strong, it was that I couldn't do anything against them. The ability to communicate with nature doesn't seem like a bad skill at all, it has a lot of possible uses. And getting their unconditional support when you are using key is also very helpful. Can you let me out? I asked carefully to the plants that are surrounding my body. Will you come back? A childish voice answered in my mind. Yes. Do you promise? The childish voice sounded in my head again. I promise I'll be here every morning from now on. The plants got a little tighter on my body before they split and retreated. I stood up and looked at Tiamat, who was addressing me with a gentle smile, and I smiled at her. How long have I been here? 54 hours. Grrrrrrrrufufufo. Tiamat covers her mouth to try and hide her laughter. Has Mordred caused any trouble? No, that girl seems to be taking Chiron's training seriously. Growling, come on, the others are waiting for you for dinner. Swoosh. An arrow shoots out at speed barely visible to the human eye. The arrow travels a distance of 500 meters before hitting the center of a target placed in a tree. But the arrow doesn't pierce the tree, and it dissipates in a black mist. Not bad, not bad. I can't help but mutter. An object flew by about a quarter of a mile away. Swoosh. Another arrow shot at that object and knocked it down in motion. Not bad, not bad. I went back to mumbling. Another object shot out, and I set up the bow once more. But I couldn't create another arrow this time. It seems I've reached my limit for today. Status Draco Race, Evil Child Dragon Status, Normal LV, 32/40 HP, 143/143 MP, 139/139 Strength, 150 Defense, 120 Magic, 147 Agility, 96 Rank, D+ Special Skills, Dragon Scales, LV6 God's Voice, LV3 Flight, LV3 Darkness Attribute, LV-Senjutsu, LV5 Accuracy, LV5 Defense Skills, Physical Resistance, LV3 Fall Resistance, LV7 Hunger Resistance, LV3 Poison Resistance, LV3 Magic Resistance, LV2 Darkness Resistance, LV2 Pain Resistance, LV2 Fire Resistance, LV1 Normal Skills, Roll, LV2 Inspect Status, LV3 Breath of Darkness, LV3 Dark Fang, LV2 Dragon Punch, LV4 Numbing Darkness Claws, LV3 Anti-Illusion Eyes, LV4 Art of Human Transformation, LV5 Arrow Creation, LV8 Toki, LV3 Stealth, LV3 Tidal Skills, Dragon King's Son, LV Walking Egg, LV Infighter, LV3 Harmful Insects Killer, LV2 Path of Evil, LV3 Spirit Relief, LV5 Tiny Hero, LV3 Evil Dragon, LV Devil Killer. LV1 The One Who is Loved by Nature, LV Archer, LV It's been a year since I started training Senjutsu and archery. During this time, I have only trained, and trained. My skills have gone up quite a bit. My Senjutsu reached LV5 less than a month ago. I learned to use Toki shortly after learning Senjutsu. Thank you for helping me as always, Kurika. It's nothing, darling. Since Chiron started training with Mordred, Kurika decided to help me with my bow training. She was the one throwing those objects in the air. She's been a great help during this time, and I'm very grateful for that. Although her attitude has been a bit problematic during this time. I don't remember what time it was, but she stopped calling me by name and started addressing me as darling. Not that I mind her calling me that, what bothers me is her aggressive attitude at times. According to Tiamat, Kurika was entering a state of semi-mating season. This is not normal since she is only 15 years old and should not start entering mating season until she is at least 16 years old. Luckily, Tiamat was always around to intervene in time. I mean, I can't resist if Kurika rapes me by force. What's more, she's too young for this. Konako-chan was still too young in the canon and was 2 years older than her. Chapter 48-48, I'm going to leave? I've only gone up 4 levels this year. That's because the only living things I killed were those needed for meals. Adding to the low level of monsters in this forest, I find it almost a miracle that I've gone up 4 levels. Right now, Kurika is on my back while I fly to our settlement. Yes, I can fly now. My skill flight went up to level 3 after hard training. It was really hard. How do you think my skill fall resistance rose to level 7? By the way, it seems that level 3 of flight is the maximum I can reach at this stage of evolution. Most of my normal skills have gone up 1 level this year. I used them for hunting, even if they weren't necessary, to increase their level. The skill that has risen the most is arrow creation. I have gradually improved the arrows I created, and the skill has now reached level 8. I'd like to know what the difference is between a level 2 and a level 8 arrow, but I haven't been able to test it yet. I've tried to ask God's voice what the difference is, but he always gives me the same answer. Arrow creation is the user's ability to create arrows. The higher the level, the better the arrow. That explanation couldn't be more useless. Anyone with 2 fingers in front could assume that, even I have realized that. I also tried to ask the old man, and this is what he said: weapons are for wimps, I don't know anything about that. Thanks a lot, man. I also received a title skill related to archery. I received the skill after shooting my 30,000th arrow. It is said soon. According to God's voice, this is a passive skill that gives a penetration effect to my arrows. This penetration is higher or lower, depending on my magic power and my enemy's defense. The greater the enemy's defense, the higher the penetration applied to the arrows. This is an anti-tank skill. Last but not least, related to archery, is the special skill accuracy. During this year, I have managed to level it up to level 5. This means that I have no problem hitting a target just over 500 meters away and that I have a good chance of hitting a moving target at that range. The last skill I've gained is stealth. Stealth obviously works to hide one's presence. Now that it's at level 3, I can hide my high-level class and inferior presence. Tiamat was the one who taught me this skill, saying it was going to be very important to me in the future. And I agree entirely with her. This is a small summary of what I have achieved during this year. Chiron, Mordred, and Tiamat were already sitting around the campfire when Kurika and I arrived at the settlement. It's about time you arrived, Master. I was beginning to get impatient. The first thing Mordred did when she saw us is complain. Don't tell lies, girl. You just got here less than a minute ago. Who asked you? Shut up, you old hag. Who, after all this time you still haven't learned your lesson. Looks like I'll have to discipline you later. I think I'd better not say anything about Tiamat's methods of discipline. I tremble just thinking about them. A year has passed, and these 2 women are still fighting each other. Emo-sensei, Tiamatne is right. Chiron intervened. Huh? So you're going to betray your sensei? Mordred, I don't think you're exactly the person who should be complaining about that. TCH. It is ironic, and even hypocritical that Mordred should complain of betrayal, considering that she is famous for that very reason. Come on, stop arguing Naya, and let's have dinner Naya. It's not a bad idea, Kurika. I have something to tell you, Draco. Go ahead, Tia. We're halfway through dinner when Tia talks to me. Tomorrow I'm going to take you to an old friend of mine. What? Will I be leaving tomorrow? It's about time you started getting some experience abroad. Of the supernatural societies today, few still develop as a society. I've been thinking about it for quite some time, and I think Grigori is the best place you can go right now. Grigori? You're sending me to the fallen angels? The rest remain silent. Did they know about this? Why Grigori? Why not somewhere else? I'm not complaining. Honestly, I don't care which organization Tiamat sent me to. Right now, my priority is to get more experience to move up a level and to get involved with the characters who have an influence on the plot to get more fate points. Grigori is one of the places where many characters who get involved with canon events gather. It would not make ugly underworld or heaven, even could go to the yokai faction without problems. Considering the fate points, I think it would be best to go to the underworld or Grigori. Especially because of the number of characters that influence the series. The problem is that I don't know the exact timing of many events that happened in the series. What was the exact year that Kiba and his companions were sacrificed? When did Shuri die? When was Gaspar abandoned by his family? Luck has meant that I can save both Nico Xiao. But what about the rest? Will I be so lucky in the future? Plot armor, give me strength. The only factions I still have relations with are Grigori and the underworld. But I distrust the underworld, those devils can take any opportunity to try and tie me and you to them. I fear they will force you to become a devil. Besides, do you think they'll just let Kurika wander around their territories like that? Right, I forgot that Kurika was a reincarnated devil. According to Tiamat, Ajoka had declared the entire peerage of that high-class devil who was conducting the experiments dead. They had all apparently died in an explosion that had destroyed Mansion as the whole, so there was no evidence of what had happened. Strange as it sounds, I trust Azazel more. He wouldn't turn down another pair of arms to help fight the other 2 factions, and he wouldn't use any method to force you to be loyal to his organization. I feel safe, as much as I could be, leaving you in his hands. Chapter 49-49, Farewells and Future Plans. Oni-san, are you going to leave? That's right, I'm going away for a while. No. We don't want you to leave. Don't be silly, it's not like I'm going to abandon you. I'll be gone for a while, maybe even years. But sooner or later I'll come back and visit you. After all, this is my home. I am currently saying goodbye to all the plants and trees that have been accompanying me during this year of training. They have helped me a lot during this time, and I probably wouldn't have made such progress at Senjutsu without that help. Have you finished saying goodbye? It's Tiamat who has spoken. Yeah. See you, guys. I stroke the plants that are entangled in my body, indicating that I had to leave. Don't forget about us, Oni-san. Never. The stems and roots separated from my body and receded. I get up and go to Tiamat. Do you remember what I told you the year before? Tiamat asks. That I had changed somehow, right? Tiamat nods her head. But, at that time, I didn't know what exactly had changed in you, but now I have no doubt. Draco, you've grown up. So I've matured. She didn't quite get it right, but she didn't fail either. To sum it up quickly, I've recovered all my memories. After the old man brought me into the state known as ataraxia, something inside me was unlocked, all the sealed memories came back to me. That doesn't mean I was going to torture me mentally with my existence as a reincarnation. I already accepted at the time to be reincarnated, and I do not regret it. This task of saving the multiverse may be troublesome, but it is something that cannot be changed. There is no point in staying in the past. But, I feel very stupid thinking about some past events. Apparently, my sexual instincts are extremely high. Not only is it extremely high, but it goes to a higher level. That would explain why I'm attracted even to 10-year-old girls like Chiron, to the point of having sexual urges towards her. Looking back on those moments. What a shame. Too bad those sexual instincts are not going to leave me in the near future, that's my fate as a dragon. According to the old man, dragons are easily attracted to women of other races. I hope I can keep a cool head in the future, and not act with sex on my mind. Tiamat and I arrived at the settlement. There were Kurika, Chiron and Mordred. The two sisters each carried a backpack, where they carried all their personal belongings. Kurika, Draco, we're leaving now. Just Kurika and me. Tiamat nods her head. And you too. I'm asking Mordred. She must have decided this. A little girl like Chiron can't decide something like this. I want to see the world, Master. I'd like to see what the territory my father used to rule over looks like today. I'd also like to see if there are any descendants left who carry Pendragon blood. That's what Mordred wants. And Chiron? I am going to follow Emo-sensei. I still have a lot to learn, and I don't want to stop the training now. So that's what that was. Are you sure about that? You're going to be out of touch with your sister for a while. And that's not just for Chiron since you won't be able to see your sister either, Kurika. I'm sure. I can see that Chiron is very confident in her decision. It's okay, I'm not one to deny her decision when her own big sister has given her permission to leave. Now, what does Kurika have to say about all this? I'm not very happy about this, but... You said it before, didn't you? I can't decide on my sister. Besides, with Mordred by her side, I don't have to worry about her safety. It's true. A year ago, I told Kurika that she didn't have to decide for her sister. She seems to have taken my words to heart. About what you said before, woman. The Pendragon bloodline still stretches to this day. In fact, this new generation of Pendragons is quite talented, and it's funny that they're named after your parents. They are two siblings, Arthur Pendragon and Ellie Faye Pendragon. You should find them in England. Arthur. So it is. I guess I'll visit them. Thanks for the information, old hag. I'm very sensitive to changing emotions since I started using senjutsu. So, I haven't missed that burst of hate from Mordred. Remember that these two children have nothing to do with your parents. Don't let your emotions get the better of you, don't cause too much trouble. That's all I have to say to you. I understand, Master. Mordred's aura has calmed down a bit. I hope she can control herself in the future. By the way, what are you doing later? We will travel. Although we can always come back if you need us, thanks to those teleportation magic circles the old witch taught me. It's true, Mordred can use teleportation magic. It's something I would have liked to learn too, but it seems that my magic power or my MP is not enough to be able to use them. I guess I'll have to wait a while before I can use them. I have always thought that these circles are very OP, but it seems that I was wrong. Apparently, activating these circles takes time and work, which makes some occasions not worth using them. They are still perfect for covering long distances, as well as for traveling between different realms. Okay, it's time to go. Chapter 50-50, Azazel. Grigori is an organization created by Azazel and the fallen angels who fell with him. They are also called the Watchers of the Sons of God, in other words, the holders of sacred gear, and it could be said that it represents the mainstream fallen angel. Grigori's members include exiled church members and holders of the sacred gear that Azazel and the other members kept as their respected members. Grigori invites or welcomes non-family sacred gear holders who are left alone, caring for these sacred gear holders while training them in the use of their powers, turning them into experienced holders to stay within the organization. Grigori's leaders are Azazel, Shemhazai, Barakiel, Kakabiel, Armoros, Sahariel, Pinmu and Tamil. During the Great War, Grigori was the first to retreat after losing most of his forces, except for his leaders. Since then, Azazel has become more peaceful and tries to avoid battle as much as possible. However, there are still small fights between the fallen angels and other factions. Kurika and I are riding on the back of Tiamat, who is in her dragon form. She was explaining the basics of Grigori. The sky is purple, which means we are in the underworld. But unlike last time, where we paid a special visit to the devils, we are traveling to the region ruled by the fallen angels. The fallen angels are the least numbered faction of the three biblical factions. That's why they take renegades from either of the other two factions and humans in possession of sacred gears under their protection. I already know all this, but I'm not going to tell Tiamat. Quite a few of my secrets are known to Tiamat when she learned of the existence of one of the two systems. Kurika and Chiron also know a little about the fate system, but it's only superficial knowledge. This is the meeting place. We are in front of a common-looking building, with nothing special. It's a bit strange, as it's not common to find a random building in a desolate wasteland. That's right. There's a building in the middle of nowhere. I've taken on my semi-human form, while Kurika has transformed into a two-tailed black cat and she is currently lying on my head. Are you going to make us wait long, Azazel? Ho ho, don't be so cold to me, Tiamat. The door of the building opened, and Azazel came out. Azazel is a tall man who looks about 20 years old, medium build, black hair, golden fringe and a black goatee. Azazel was wearing a long maroon v-neck coat with a wide, open high collar that opens at the hem. The long coat also had 2 black belts around the waist and 4 black bands on each arm, 2 of the bands on the wrist and the other 2 near the elbow. He wore grey pants and brown shoes. He is a fairly tall man, measuring about 188 centimeters, 6 feet 2 inches. Azazel gave Tiamat a relaxed smile, which she didn't return. He ignored Tiamat's sneering look and focused on us. So these 2 little ones are the ones you told me about. I see. A little dragon and a Nikomata, no, a Nikoshao turned into devil. 2 interesting youngsters, if I do say so myself. You have sharp vision, Azazel. Hehe, we researchers need to have a good eye to achieve our goals. Kurika digs her claws into my head when she hears the word investigators. I think it's best not to say anything about this. I have things to do, so I'll leave the children in your care for now. Tiamat left us with Azazel. Come on, I'll take you to the place where you'll live from now on. Azazel said that and went into the building. Following Azazel, who was waiting for us on the first floor of the building, we went to the elevator of the apartment building. Before we entered the elevator, Azazel gave us something like black ID cards. These are exclusive ID cards for authorized personnel. Since Kurika was in his cat form, I took both cards. These cards didn't have any pictures on them, but they had cards that were unreadable to Kurika and me. As soon as we entered the elevator door closed. Without pressing any of the buttons inside, Azazel held the old ID cards in front of a certification device under the buttons. Then, without delay, the elevator went down. When we had gone up, we were on the first floor. So that we were going down even though that was the case. This building actually has a basement. I murmured. It had been tens of seconds since we got on the elevator. The elevator was still going down. Even Kurika realized this wasn't the level for a basement. The number that showed the floor had stopped working because we didn't know its exact position. Governor General, what is this elevator? I asked him. Azazel looked at me and revealed a faint smile. It's one of my latest inventions, I call it the interdimensional elevator. It connects to numerous places, and one of them is the headquarters. But that's not where we're going right now, we're going to your residence for the next few months or years. I see. The elevator opened again, and we found a hallway. Apparently, we're inside a house. This house has many rooms, choose one for each of you. There's also the possibility of sharing a room. Azazel shows a mischievous smile. We share a room. Kurika shouted at once. I expected that reaction from the moment Azazel spoke. One last thing, the corner room is already occupied. My daughter lives there. Chapter 51-51, Revelation. Your daughter. Azazel had a daughter? Since when? She's not my blood daughter, she's adopted. She's a troubled child with a tragic past. I hope she doesn't cause you too much trouble. Besides, she has something in common with you. You're not talking about Vali? But Vali is a man. A boy/girl with a tragic past and something in common with me. Vali has a tragic past, and his sacred gear is a dragon, so obviously he's talking about him. Hey, hey! We're not in the underworld. Kurika, who had already returned to her human form, was screaming as she looked out the window. No, this residence is not in the underworld. In fact, many of the fallen angels do not reside in the underworld. A very clear example is one of our leaders, Barakil. He lives with his wife and daughter not far from this place. Hey! That's quite a revelation you've dropped on me. So Shuri's still alive. I already have a new target for a couple of fate points. Where are we? Kurika asked. The place where the sun rises, Japan. I assumed as much since you said that Barakil and his family lived somewhere nearby here, but I understand that Kurika didn't know where we are. Azazel. I have a few things to clear up with him. Tell me, young dragon. I need a place to train. Some specifications? What exactly do you want to train? Archery and senjutsu. Azazel raises his eyebrows slightly. I seem to have caught his attention. A dragon training archery and senjutsu, you're an interesting guy. Well, leave your things, and I'll take you to a place where you can train. We didn't have much to leave in the room, just Kurika's clothes. My clothes were unique. Apparently, they were made of magic threads. What these threads did was transform into a red scarf that I tied around my neck the moment I retook my dragon form. This was very useful since I wouldn't want to be buying clothes every day. The room we have chosen is none other than the room in front of Azazel's daughter. Actually, it was Kurika who wanted that room. This is what she answered when I asked her the reason for her choice. I have to show that so-called daughter that I have the upper hand in this race. So cliché. Right now we're back in the elevator. Looks like we are going somewhere different now. Azazel is very quiet, and Kurika is very tense. I understand since it's not every day you share an elevator with a being of Azazel's caliber. Come to think of it, we've been doing everyday life with Tiamat, so it's not that strange. At least for us. Azazel repeated the same process as before, and the elevator began to descend. What was there when the door opened, was an open white space. The ceiling was high, it was long horizontally, and it was very deep. Later, the floor at the foot of Azazel opened up, and a kind of machine rose from below. It resembled an automatic ticket machine. Azazel spoke as he waved the card in his hand. This is one of the doors leading to Nephilim. Watch closely. I'll go through first, you have to copy me. As he spoke, Azazel held his card in front of the machine. A green lamp in the machine showed an arrow. Azazel passed in front of the ticket machine and disappeared while wrapped in dim light. Azazel, who had been there until a moment ago, had completely disappeared. We immediately realized that it was a special power of the money machine. Hey, that's interesting. I couldn't help but mutter. This money machine does a job similar to teleportation circles. But, unlike a real teleportation circle, it has a predetermined destination. In this case, the target must be this Nephilim that Azazel is talking about. At least, that's what I assumed. Guess we just gotta go, hi. Passing the ticket machine, I was waiting to be wrapped in the light from before. What appeared before my eyes were somewhere inside a building. Unlike space before, what appeared to be the inside of the building had a glossy black interior design. In front of me was a long passage that led deep into the interior. As I looked to the side, there were ticket machines lined up on the left and right, and when I looked back, there was also a long corridor that extended further into the building. With a high ceiling, I could see that the interior of the building took up a huge space. Welcome to Nephilim. When we arrived, Azazel said these words welcoming us. What exactly is Nephilim, Azazel? I asked him. Nephilim is a school run by us, the fallen angels, to train and educate our human members possessing sacred gear without combat experience. Each of Grigori's leaders has their own class. We used to have an elite group, but some internal problems have happened, and we don't have that group anymore. I see. The fallen angels have smaller numbers than the other two mythological factions, and their birth rate seems to be as low as that of the devils. They can increase their numbers by tempting the angels, but even that has its limits, just like the strays of other factions. Recruiting Sacred Gear's users with no background is a good option for them. If I'm not mistaken, Reincarnated's goal with Issei was to see if he had a powerful sacred gear and determine if he could be an ally or an enemy. Too bad for Azazel that the girl had other plans, as she could have gotten a powerful ally instead of taking the devil's place. Azazel-sama. You called me. That girl. It can't be. Yes, Reincarnated. I have a new job for you. Chapter 52-52, Reincarnated. Yes, Reincarnated. I have a new job for you. The person in front of me is an attractive young woman with purple eyes and a slim body. She has long, silky black hair down to her hips. She wears a uniform with considerable design style. The underlying color is blue, but more than that, this is not a high school uniform. More than a school uniform, it looks more like the uniforms of girls belonging to special countermeasure organizations such as the middle and high school students you see in the manga and anime. At first glance, it looks like nothing more than a cosplay game. Are you interested in the uniform? It's a special one we've developed for Nephilim students. I've already had yours made, but it's going to take some time because of your special circumstances. Azazel has sharp eyes, he noticed right away what caught my attention. As for the special circumstances, I think it has to do with my human transformation. They will have to make me some clothes made of the same material as the present one. But, no need. These clothes are enough for me. I quite like my clothes, so I don't want to change them at all. Kurika nods her head, it seems she doesn't want to change her clothes either. Azazel shrugs. If that's what you want, I don't care. Azazel then looks at Reincarnated. These two are special guests. From now on, you will be in charge of guiding them and taking care of all their needs. Understood. Got it, Azazel-sama. Reincarnated is especially energetic while talking to Azazel. And her eyes are those of a radical religious practitioner who has seen her God. Those eyes are scary in some ways. Azazel doesn't seem to realize it. No, I think he's deliberately ignoring her. He seems to be muttering something. Each of Grigori's leaders has his own class within Nephilim, except Barakil. That guy spends most of his time with his wife and daughter, so I think it's time he got to work. I'm sorry, Barakil. I didn't mean to be the trigger for your return to work. If all Grigori's leaders have their own class inside Nephilim, what class runs Azazel? I'm curious to know. What class do you lead, Azazel? Azazel stops looking at nothing to look at me. None, that's too much trouble. Some Governor General. That's not the attitude of a leader of one of the most powerful factions in the world. Don't get me wrong. I have enough on my hands with having to put up with that daughter of mine, she keeps asking for sparring partners. In fact, I had to send her on a mission just to have time to meet you. We all have our own problems, Governor General. Well, I leave you in the hands of little Reincarnated. Reincarnated, I think Barakil is in Nephilim today, take them to him. By the way, stay with them. You're too lazy, and you have to train more, or you'll be stuck forever with only 2 wings. Yes, Azazel-sama. I can't get over Reincarnated's grimace, no matter how hard she tries to hide it. If she can't hide it from me, I doubt she'll escape from Azazel. Sigh. Just as I expected, he's noticed. I've said all I have to say. I have to hurry and hide in one of my secret labs before she arrives, or I may not be able to continue my research. Bye-bye. Azazel says goodbye and disappears into the same ticket machine we had come in. Come on, I want to finish this quickly. A cold voice sounds behind me as I look at the place where Azazel had just left. There's no doubt that this is Reincarnated. Pucci. I've tried to hold back my laughter, which means I'm not the one who's laughed. It was Kurika who chuckled. What are you laughing at, cat? Ha 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 ha. Kurika, who's in her cat form, can't hold her laugh. Damn. Are you laughing at me? Know your place, cat. Reincarnated. She's just as stupid as she is in the canon. She's underestimating Kurika, just as she did Issei in the canon. Does she trust her own strength that much? Status Inspection Reincarnated Race, Fallen Angel, 2 wings, Status, Normal LV, 15/25 HP, 60/60 MP, 50/50 Strength, 50 Defense, 35 Magic, 50 Agility, 40 Skills, Light-Based Weapons Magic, Memory Alteration Flight High? Does she have a top level? All beings that have the potential to evolve have a clear level top. I see, thanks for the information, man. But, doesn't that mean that people like Kurika or Mordred have no chance to evolve? That's right. Kurika no longer has the potential to advance because of the experiments they conducted on her. Her power may increase, but she cannot advance very far. As for your servant, her strength increases at the same rate as yours, so her potential is the same as yours. I wish I could have saved Kurika earlier. You don't have to be sorry for what might have happened. Just be glad you were able to save Chiron before they experimented on her. Unlike the canon, that Felix would have experimented on her and Kurika couldn't have done anything. Those so-called super devils would have been too slow to act. Well, the 2 Nico Shao had nothing to do with them. Whether they died or not, they wouldn't have to care at all. In fact, if I were them, I would have killed everyone who knows about these experiments. It's dangerous material for the devils. But you're not them. Hi, you know perfectly well that I saved them because I'm physically attracted to them and know them from light novels. If there had been others, I might even have taken advantage of Kurika's weakened state to get more experience. Haha, at least try to hide it, kid. Why should I hide anything from you? You know me best in this world. That's true. By the way, is there anything I can do to fix Kurika's problem? Stop playing stupid. You've already thought of that solution. Yes. Making Kurika my servant. But is it really worth doing that? Only you can decide if it's worth it or not. Think that at the gacha you could have a much better servant than a regular one, or you could get a much worse one. Turning Kurika into a servant is a safe and stable option. Chapter 53-53, Barakil Dam. Are you laughing at me? Know your place, cat. I'm a little impressed with Reincarnated's attitude. She's earned a little bit of my respect. I mean, she's not afraid of death. Even I would think twice before choosing to face Kurika. Even in my dragon form, I'm still weaker than she is. Not to mention that Reincarnated is even weaker than me in this semi-human form. Draconia, I want to do nasty things to this little girl. I won't tell you what things, because you're a child too, but they're very ugly things, nyat. I'm not gonna tell you what, but I want to rip her clothes off and deflower her with a rubber dick, nyat. To say nothing, you've described it too well, Kurika. What's more, where did you learn all this? Hey, Kurika. It's not right to say she's a little girl, you're younger than she is. Oh, that's right, nyat. But you could have just shut up, darling. After a year of training, Kurika had reached the age of 15. It's amazing to see how strange the human body is. Kurika, the year before, had tits flatter than a sheet of paper. This year, however, they had grown exceptionally large, and while they were not the size of a cannon, they were quite close to it. In her human form, Kurika looked older than 15 years. In fact, she seems a little older than Reincarnated, but we can't be fooled by that. As for Reincarnated, she has her Yuma Amano look from anime, not her stupid bitch look from anime. If you've read the light novels, you should know that Reincarnated's appearance has always been the Yuma Amano. The Reincarnated look that appears in the anime is just another shit that the anime studio did to get money. Sigh. How to fuck up a good deed. It's sad that it's only catalogued as a hentai play but without sex. They don't know what they're missing if they haven't read the light works. It's not the best, but it's very good. They wouldn't have put out 28 volumes of light novels if they hadn't. Back to reality. Reincarnated is looking at us with anger while we indirectly mock her. Are you guys done yet? I have things to do after this. Sure, sure. Could you guide us to our destination, Reincarnated-sama? I'm asking her in the most respectful tone I can find. Reincarnated raises her eyebrows, looks like she's surprised. She shows an arrogant smile. You seem to know your place, semi-human. Since you ask so, I guess I can't refuse your request. Semi-human? So that's how it is. Reincarnated thinks I am a mere semi-human because of my current appearance, and surely she will not think much of Kurika either because she follows me. It's a severe problem for Reincarnated then. That's the same thing that will happen when she meets Issei in the future. We've arrived. Reincarnated stands in front of what appears to be an office. There's no doubt this is where Barakiel works. Anyone could tell, especially since the word Barakiel can be seen on the door. Reincarnated goes inside, but stops and turns around. The person we are going to talk to is one of Grigori's most serious leaders, Barakiel-sama. He has no sense of humor, and he doesn't understand what a joke is, so refrain from joking with him. I'm saying this for your own safety as he might take the sense of what you're saying literally. I understand. Knock knock. Reincarnated's knocking on the door. Come in. Reincarnated opened the door and walked inside while gesturing for us to follow her. Oh, so it's little Reincarnated. And you are? The one who receives us is a tall man with a well-built physique. He has a thick but well-manicured beard and muscular features. So this is lighting god Barakiel. I don't understand how a daughter like Akeno can be so ugly. Good thing 99.9% of Akeno's genes come from Shuri. I'm Draco, and this is Kurika. Nice to meet you, Barakiel. So you're the dragon Azazel was talking about. It would be rude of me not to introduce myself. Barakiel gets up from his seat. He's tall. My name is Barakiel, one of Grigori's leaders. It's a pleasure to meet you. He's a serious and formal man. Now that we've finished the introductions, we can get down to serious business. What do you need from me? He's already gone into work mode. Azazel-sama has asked me to bring them with you, they want to train at Nephilim's facility. He has mentioned something about the Barakiel class. Reincarnated responds with a respectful tone. She seems to have sincere respect for Barakiel but does not reach the extreme fanaticism she has shown before with Azazel. Sigh, so my vacation is over. Well, it's about 14 years of vacation, so I can't complain. I want a 14-year vacation, too, you know? Don't say that, Barakiel-sama. You have worked hard for Grigori for thousands of years, 14 years is a small number compared to that. Besides, you still do dangerous work from time to time. You flatter me too much, I'm just doing my duty. Now, follow me, guys, I'm gonna take you to practice. I think Barakiel just passed from Reincarnated. I've done my duty, so if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get back to what I was doing. Reincarnated leans towards Barakiel and prepares to leave. You're leaving already, nyat? Reincarnated stops short and turns her head to give Kurika a menacing look. But can Reincarnated intimidate my favorite Nico Xiao? She wouldn't be my favorite if it was the case. Huh? Is something wrong? Barakiel doesn't understand what's going on. Nothing, nyat. It's just that Azazel has said that Reincarnated-sama has to train nyat too. Damn. He said that? Then it's decided, let's all go train. I can see how Reincarnated's face is turning pale. Was this necessary, Kurika? I whisper to her. Of course, it was. That's how she'll learn to respect us. You're cruel, Kurika. Though I can't deny that I'm enjoying it. Chapter 54 to 54, Training Grounds. What exactly do you want to train? Kurika and I are following Barakil, who is leading us to our training camp. We are also accompanied by Reincarnated, who has decided to reluctantly accept her fate. Archery, I reply. A dragon training archery. That's not something you see every day. Actually, I prefer to use a sword or a spear, but the gacha has decided that I have to get a bow. So I'm going to prepare a few quivers full of arrows for you to use. Really? I can't help but feel excited. Doesn't that mean I'll be able to shoot more than 150 arrows every day? That's amazing. My hands were tied when we were in the woods. Even when I wanted to continue training my archery, I couldn't because I lacked MP. Now that I will have real arrows and not the ones created by my magic, I will be able to practice my archery without fear of running out of arrows. Of course, it's the least I can do for you. The truth is that I'm pretty bad at archery, so I'm not going to be able to help you with this. I sincerely apologize. No need to apologize. I just need a place to train, I don't need help from anyone except Kurika. It's intimidating to have a guy as big as Barakil apologize to you. Refusing help from a cotter, how stupid are you? Reincarnated mumbling from my back. Who was the one who didn't want to train at Alnyat? TCH. It seems Reincarnated has found her fated enemy. We soon arrive at a covered pavilion. From what I can see from outside, this pavilion seems to be quite large. I think it should be about 800 x 800 meters. This is where we are going to train from now on, Barakil said as he opened the door. The interior of the pavilion was quite simple. It looked like a place where they had practice fights, but much larger. Also, there is an athletic track that runs along the edge of the pavilion. Well, you can start warming up while I go get the quivers, the targets and a bow. Barakil says that and prepares to leave. Barakil. I hurry up and call him before he leaves. Is there anything else you need? You don't need to bring the bow or the targets. Just the arrows are fine. Why would I need a bow when I already have Gandiva? With the resistance this bow creates to shoot an arrow, it would be totally useless to train with a regular bow. As for the targets, that's what Kurika is for. She uses her kasha and manipulates it in such a way that they become my targets. Thanks to my 1-year training, she's improved a lot in her control over kasha, she's improved to the point that she can easily control it up to a distance of 650 meters. That's crazy. To have that level of control over kasha is amazing. It's a skill that can work very well in assassination missions, being able to take out enemies from half a kilometer away. Don't you need a bow? It's true. He doesn't know I have Gandiva. A light appears in my right hand, and my bow appears. Is that a sacred gear? Reincarnated asks curiously. Barakil is frowning. Reincarnated may be fooled if I say it is, but I don't think it's the same for an old fox like Barakil. It's not exactly sacred gear, but it's similar. In this situation, I can only respond in the most honest way possible. It's okay, you don't have to explain anything. We all have our own secrets. Reincarnated was going to ask again, but Barakil beat her to it. Barakil returned with 3 chuckles full of arrows. Each of the quivers contained 36 arrows, making a total of 108 arrows. Well, you can start training on your own. In the meantime, I'll take care of Reincarnated's training. Thanks for the arrows. Haha, it's nothing. It's always nice to see young people like you working hard to improve. You should learn a little from them, Reincarnated. Your talent is one of the best in the younger generation, and yet you're too lazy. It seems Barakil has no reservations about giving Reincarnated a little lecture. You're gonna start by improving your stamina. You're gonna run 10 miles today, and I'm gonna be supervising you. Ugh. You're cruel, Barakil-sama. I'm not, I'm doing this for your sake. It all starts with the stamina. In a dangerous world like this, even the weak like you will be hunted down by enemy factions. If that happens and you don't have the stamina to run, you will die. Barakil doesn't seem to be a bad teacher. Besides, why do Azazel and Barakil seem to be giving Reincarnated special treatment? Reincarnated has already started running under Barakil's instructions, I think it's time to begin my training. Having real arrows instead of having to create my own arrows is a big help. Now I can do much longer archery training. I take a quiver and put it on my back, I feel like a professional archer. Kurika, get ready. Yes. Kurika gets off my head and transforms into her human form. Why has the cat become a beauty? She's a Nikomata, she can transform herself into a cat. And you'd better not provoke her, I mean for your own good. Arg. I thought he was just a weak familiar. I can hear the conversation between Barakil and Reincarnated. I say, Reincarnated, you could at least pretend a little, right? I think it's best not to pay attention to the idiot, and Kurika seems to think so too. She has her eyes closed as she starts to create her kasha. It's ready Nyat. As always, thank you for your help. I can't do much for Chiron and you, and I'm sure you'll soon surpass me in strength. This is the least I can do for the person who saved us from a tragic fate. I can glimpse a hint of sadness when Kurika says the part about being outdone by us. She seems to know she has no potential for improvement, too. Chapter 55-55, Gandiva's Pride Plus Announcement. Important announcement. Guys, this is the last chapter I'm gonna be uploading on web novel for a while. I'm currently busy with exams, and I also want to be able to save stock chapters in case I have problems again in the future. On the other hand, I'll keep uploading chapters on Patreon daily. I have created 2 new Patreon tiers, one for $2 and one for $20. The benefits of each tier are the same. The time I will be without posting on web novel will be around 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month. When that period ends I will come back with everything. I'll leave you with the chapter and see you soon. Now that the Kasha are flying around, everything is ready to start my training. I take an arrow from the quiver and examine it. It's not a bad arrow, but it's obviously inferior to mine. Not to speak badly of them, but personally, I believe my arrows are close to perfection. All of this without counting the extra that my arrows have, the attribute of darkness. Well, an arrow is an arrow. I'm not going to get fancy with little things like this. Now I just have to load the arrow into the bow. Huh? Is something wrong, Draco? Kurika asks me. I still can't seem to use this bow in my semi-human form. In the semi-human form, I have half the strength of my dragon form. During this year, I have already gotten used to the tension of Gandiva in my dragon form, as it was the only one I used to save the maximum number of MP points. Now that I'm half as strong, the tension is the same, but I feel it's twice as much as the previous tension. I need to adapt to this sudden increase in tension. For now, I just need to apply more force. Your reasoning is not bad, kid. But this time you're not right. What's the problem then, man? I don't want to tell you, although it wouldn't be wrong to try to use your Gandiva in your true form. Use my Gandiva in my true form? Can't I use Gandiva in my semi-human form yet? It's not that. You'll understand when you do what I've told you. God's voice. Wait, don't do anything yet. Can I change your name? Of course, you can call me whatever you want. Okay. Your new name will be Sage. Copy that. Changing the name God's voice to Sage. Change completed. So, Sage, transform me into my true form. Understood. Disabling art of human transformation. Alternating between my semi-human form and my true form does not cause me that extreme pain that I suffered in the first transformations. Now I only feel slight discomfort during the transformation process. A dragon. Why are you surprised? Draco is a pure-blood dragon, it's normal for him to look like a dragon. He's not a semi-human? His appearance was clearly that of a semi-human. Of course not. If I'm not mistaken, Draco is very young and has to perfect his shape-shifting. Barakiel and Reincarnated are talking about me as I transform. I have despised and mistreated a dragon. I am a little afraid. That's why you have to train more. Why did you stop running? Keep running, or there will be consequences. Barakiel-sama. Give me a break. Boom. Hey, Kurika. Tell me, Draco. That was lightning, right? That's right. I'd tell you to pray for Reincarnated, but it would cause you harm. So the best thing we can do for her is to see her suffer in silence. I agree. I curse you. I don't want to run anymore. Waea. Is she really crying? Keep running. Waea. Azazel-sama, Semhezai-sama. Help me. I think the best I can do is ignore Reincarnated while she runs for her life. Barakiel is a rigorous teacher. I'm going to continue my own training. I have to find out what the problem is. Now that I'm in my dragon form, I shouldn't have any problem using the bow. But what is it now, Draco? Kurika asks again. So, it is like this. You seem to have noticed, kid. Yes, I've noticed. Even now, in my true form, Gandiva won't let me shoot the arrow. It's easy to deduce what the problem is here since the only thing that has changed is the arrows I use. Gandiva is a divine bow. Trying to use normal arrows created by human materials is nothing but an insult to him. This bow will only accept divine arrows or arrows created by its bearer. I see. Looks like I'm gonna have to go back to the training I was doing in the woods. I keep the arrow in the quiver, and I leave it with the others. I won't be needing them anyway. Draco? What is it? Kurika's coming. Her face shows concern. Nothing to worry about, it's just that this fellow has more pride than I expected. The arrows Barakiel has brought me doesn't have use for me. Sigh. Gandiva won't accept normal arrows, I'll have to follow the same training as before. I see. It's not like it's anything bad, I'm just going to have to follow the same training regime as the forest. After archery training, I will continue with Senjutsu. And when my MP is back to full strength, I will continue with archery. It's a shame you can't use regular arrows, but it's not something to die for either. I see, so you couldn't use the arrows I brought you. It's okay, I went to talk to Azazel, and the inventory was on its way. I've finished my training for today. Kurika and I are saying goodbye to Barakil. Meanwhile, Reincarnated is still running around the track. I think I'm starting to feel sorry for her. It's obvious she has no stamina, but Barakil won't let her rest. In fact, every time she tries to rest, she gets a lightning bolt from Barakil. That's intense training, and the rest is nonsense. Draco say maae, Kurika say maae. Get me out of here. I don't dare, Reincarnated-sama. Bye-bye. You're cruel, Kurika. See you tomorrow, Barakil. Yes, see you tomorrow. Kurika and I finished saying goodbye to Barakil. We left without even looking at Reincarnated, who is still running for his life. To get out of Nephilim, we follow the same steps to get there. According to Barakil, our ID cards can only take us from Nephilim to the apartment and from the apartment to Nephilim. Kurika and I got out of the elevator and found the hallway of the apartment. Another day of training nyat. So much kasha has made me hungry nyat. Come to think of it, is there anything to eat here? I hope Azazel didn't forget to leave food in the apartment. But now that I think about it, his daughter lives here too, so I guess there's something to eat there. Kurika and I went into the apartment. What's this, that I'd come to hear such speech, is that the way things are? Chapter 56-56, Azazel's daughter. What's this, that I'd come to hear such speech, is that the way things are? Suddenly, a third person's voice echoed in the hallway. A person came out of the room where Azazel's daughter lived. Beautiful features, she was a silver-haired young woman. Although it is summer, she has a scarf wrapped around her neck, and yet she wears shorts. She is dressed in a way that does not fit at all. On her right shoulder, there is a lovely white dragon cuddly toy. In contrast to her mature speech, she was small, her voice was also sweet, and she seemed to be no more than someone from the last years of elementary school. This girl was strange. However, she was a child enveloped in a mysterious atmosphere. I guess you must be Azazel's daughter. The girl looked at us out of the corner of her eye and blew a humph up her nose. My name is Valina, and I'm your roommate from now on. Valina? Sigh. What is going on in this world? Although I linked Vala to this Azazel's daughter, I never expected it to be really him, her. Since when is Vala a woman? It must be your influence in this world, which is changing some events in this world. Dude, it's one thing to change events, it's quite another to change the genre of one of the main characters in the plot. Now is not the time for you to shut up, old man. Sigh. The pleasure is mine nyat, my name is Kurika nyat, and I'm Draco's future mate. Kurika steps forward and introduces herself to the girl. She has a dangerous look on her face and seems to have marked Valina as her enemy. Valina looks at her sideways, and her eyes start to glow. Nikomata, will you fight me? From the sweet voice came a tone so unimaginably belligerent that one could feel the spirit of struggle. Despite having such a small body, something incomparably sinister was surging from her body. There is no doubt, this child is Vala but in a female version. By the way, I'm going to examine Valina's statistics. Status inspection. Valina Lucifer race, devil status, normal LV, 25/75 HP, 285/285 MP, 275/275 strength, 275 defense, 200 magic, 400 agility, 375 skills, great demonic power, enhanced speed, flight, divine dividing. She's strong. In many of her statistics, she's even superior to Kurika. Her level is lower than Kurika's, but she's much stronger. I wonder if her power level is comparable to that of an ultimate class or not. It's not. Her magic power is on the verge of ultimate class, but it doesn't come to that. If they were to fight, Kurika would win through her use of senjutsu and yujutsu, along with her magic power that is superior to that of a weak ultimate class devil. If you want to know more about the levels of power, you can go to the auxiliary chapters of web novel, there everything is explained. Your reasoning is fine, old man, but you haven't taken into account one factor. If she uses her sacred gear, she can easily beat Kurika. She needs to touch Kurika to use her divine dividing. Not if she uses the balance breaker. As far as I can see, she can't use her balance breaker. I wonder how you know so many things. Well, don't answer if you don't want to. Ahem, my name is Draco, nice to meet you. I get between the two girls. I don't want them to start a battle right now. Valina turned her Kurika gaze on me and squinted. You're a dragon, but you're weak. I have no interest in fighting you. She sure is direct. Yes, I'm weak, but I'm also hungry. Do you know if there's anything to eat? I have my priorities clear, and my current priority is to fill my stomach. You don't get angry if I call you weak, you have no pride. Are you really a dragon? But my partner tells me you're a real dragon. You're the first dragon I've seen, but you're very different from what I've read about dragons. Valina approaches me as she talks, to the point where we are barely separated by an invisible barrier of a few centimeters. I'm really hungry, I don't want to waste my time arguing with a little girl. Whatever you say, lady. Why are you so obsessed with fighting? Humph. That's what you get for an answer. I flicked Valina's forehead with my finger. What are you doing? Forget it. As for your question. In case we are going to join hands, being aware of the true power of a partner is a natural right. In any case, the fact that someone is a weak impediment has proven to be intolerable. Join hands? Why would we do that? Well, we'll have time for that. Let's go to dinner. Valina looks at me up and down a couple of times before turning around and walking to one of the rooms. Okay, I was waiting for you guys to do that anyway. Valina turned around and went into one of the rooms, and we followed her into the room. The room is a traditional kitchen, with a place to cook, a place to wash the dishes and a fridge. There are numerous cupboards where I suppose the utensils and ingredients are kept, and a table in the center of the room. There is no need to prepare dinner, as there are already 3 bowls prepared on the table. As for what's inside the bowls? Ramen. The question comes out of my mouth unconsciously. This is the phosphorus food Welsh onion miso ramen. It's special. Do you have Naruto syndrome? Let's eat. Do you only eat ramen yet? Everything that smells from this room is ramen. From what Kurika said, I think I can confirm that Valina/Vala has Naruto syndrome. I mean, she can only eat ramen. Chapter 57-57, Barakil invites to a meal. It's been several days since Kurika and I arrived in Grigori. The routine we follow is the same every day, so the situation has not changed much since we left the forest. The only thing that has changed is the people we interact with. Barakil and Reincarnated are the people we spend the most time with, as they accompany us to training every day. Barakil lets us train in peace, and comes over from time to time to take a look at us and ask how we are doing. Otherwise, he just teaches Reincarnated. Reincarnated, she's a hopeless case. After learning my identity as a dragon and observing our training, she treats us with great respect. She no longer looks like that arrogant bitch who thinks she's superior to everyone else, but a young, educated, refined girl. Reincarnated could fool me if she didn't know what her real personality is like, no wonder Issei was so easily fooled. Although I think it's stupid to accept the confession of a stranger, no matter how pretty that girl is. We're not all guys who shit gold, we're not all going to end up with a red-headed bitch with tits the size of melons who's only after your dick. Let's go back to Reincarnated. Does anyone remember that she couldn't recognize that I was a dragon? That's because of my stealth skill, that being at level 3, I can hide my dragon aura from beings that have a high-class devil level or lower. That's why Reincarnated, being a single-winged fallen angel, could not feel my dragon aura. The first day of training, she spent running, screaming, and crying. In the end, she finished the training thanks to the insistence of Barakil, who forced her to run for hours and hours. Reincarnated's training continued over the next few days in the same way. She kept running without stopping, and Barakil sent her a lightning bolt every time she stopped running. On the 3rd day, she stopped screaming and crying. Which is to be welcomed, because it was very annoying to hear her sobbing while I tried to concentrate. She only screamed when she got a lightning bolt from Barakil. On the 5th day, it stopped screaming when she was struck by lightning by Barakil. She just clenched her teeth and kept running, which is quite surprising of her. On the 6th day, Barakil changed Reincarnated's training regimen. She continued running in the morning, but in the afternoon, Barakil began teaching her how to use her skills as a fallen angel. And here where Reincarnated showed her true talent. From what Barakil has told us, and from the knowledge I have about fallen angels, most of them can only create a single spear of light, including himself. Reincarnated, on the other hand, is capable of creating multiple spears of light. If she can enhance her power, her light lenses would be much more powerful. I don't know why I just pictured a certain blonde king throwing numerous weapons out of thin air. We don't always meet Valina at home when we come back from training, there are days when we don't see her when we get up either. She seems to be following her own training regimen, which is very strict. I make dinner every day, and I always cook a 3rd portion for her. I didn't know if she would eat it or if she would come back for ramen, but I did anyway. She seems to have heard our words since she stopped eating ramen and always left the dish I prepared empty. Right now it's the morning of the 7th day since we arrived in Grigori. I'm training my Toki. This was the skill I was looking for when training Senjutsu, and I made a good decision by learning it. Toki, LV3 for every level that the skill increases, I get a 10% increase in my strength. Now that I have the skill at level 3, my strength increases by 30%. These are the statistics that change when using Toki. Strength, 150 plus 45 equals 195 defense, 120 plus 36 equals 156 magic, 147 plus 44 equals 191 agility, 96 plus 29 equals 125 dash 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 dash. My strength goes up to almost 10 levels when I use Toki, that's no joke. Having 30% more power is amazing, no matter how you look at it. I can't wait to take this skill up a few more levels. But it looks like I won't be able to do it until I evolve once more. Damn physical limits. Is this what humans in this world feel when they reach their limit? Well, they have their sacred gears to compensate for the balance of power. If I had something similar. Wait, I have something even better. A noble phantasm of rank A, Agni Gandiva, and another of rank B, Phoebus Catastrophe. I think having that is much better than most sacred gears, even better than some long Inus. Is Gandiva better than boosted gear? I wouldn't know. The ability to double your power every 10 seconds is too broken, not to mention the balance breaker or juggernaut drive. I'm not gonna name the rest of Issei's evolutions, because they don't make sense. Our morning training regimen, and Reincarnated, begins at 9 o'clock in the morning and ends at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Then, we take a 2-hour break and return to training at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and finish the afternoon training at 9 o'clock at night. We have already finished the morning training. We now have a 2-hour lunch break before we return to training. I can finally rest. I thought I was going to die 20 times this morning. The first thing Reincarnated does when she hears it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon is lie down on the floor. She's sweating a lot, which is making her sports uniform stick to her body and highlighting her seductive curves. She's hot, there's no need to deny that. Ignoring Reincarnated, Barakiel approached us. How are you guys doing? Pretty good for today. I haven't made any apparent improvement, but I'm slowly getting better. That's good. This is the typical conversation I have with Barakiel every time we finish training. Barakiel is staying close to us longer than usual, and the atmosphere is getting uncomfortable. Do you need anything? In the end, I have to ask him, since it looks like he's not going to say anything on his own. Well, you see. I've told my wife and daughter about you at home, and they seem to want to meet you, especially my daughter. Akeno keeps repeating that he wants to meet the cat girl and the dragon. I hadn't told you anything before because I didn't want to bother you, but I can't stand it anymore. That's why I invite you to eat at my house today. Chapter 58 to 58, Mother-Daughter Pair. Well, you see. I've told my wife and daughter about you at home, and they seem to want to meet you, especially my daughter. Akeno keeps repeating that she wants to meet the cat girl and the dragon. I hadn't told you anything before because I didn't want to bother you, but I can't stand it anymore. That's why I invite you to eat at my house today. Barakiel just invited me to eat at his house? Come to think of it, Shuri's still alive. If Shuri's still alive, that means I can at least get a fate point. If I save Shuri, Akeno doesn't have to survive on her own for a whole year, to the point of almost dying at the hands of her own family. And she won't have to join the Rias Gremory peerage either, which will have a big impact on the main plot. So I can get 2 potential points, although they may stay at 1 point. I'm saying 1 point because Shuri doesn't have much importance in the series, so saving her may not give me that fate point. But if I save Shuri, who doesn't have much importance in the canon, gains significance in the story, then I would gain a fate point. Or so I believe. Of course. Refusal would be stupid, and I've done enough stupid things. If Draco says yes, then I don't have to say no yet. Kurika said as she made her way to us. You're going to eat at Barakiel-sama's, I'm so envious. I can hear Reincarnated's murmur. With all the effort I've put into training, wah! Holy shit, is she crying again? I thought her crying was over on the first day of training, but it seems like she has been holding back all these days. Seriously, I think Barakiel broke her. Poor Reincarnated. You're invited too, Reincarnated. Seriously. As soon as Barakiel extended his invitation to Reincarnated, she rose and ran to him. All her tears magically disappeared, and her face was all smiles. How could her face change so quickly? How can she be so thick-skinned? Of course, my wife also knows the girl I'm training. One of the leaders has invited me to his house for lunch, and his wife wants to meet me. I'm very excited. She murmurs softly, her eyes showing a hint of fanaticism. You're scary, Reincarnated. Here we are. When we left Nephilim, we arrived at the same city where Kurika, Valina, and I live. But this time we didn't go out through the elevator of the apartment but appeared in an alley. The 4 of us walked for a few minutes before arriving at a local shrine. Going up the stone steps that passed a red torii shrine gate, I spotted 2 new people. I recognized the 2 people instantly. The woman, whom I had mistaken for Akeno for a moment, is a great beauty. She has golden eyes, with black hair tied in a ponytail with a purple ribbon. She has an alluring figure and was wearing a Miko robe. Behind her, clinging to her leg, was a young girl, no older than 13. She has violet eyes and long black hair and is dressed similarly to her mother. Without a doubt, they are Shuri and Akeno. Welcome home, Anita. Shuri welcomed her husband with a smile. I'm back. Barakiel reached out to his wife, hugged her around the waist, and planted a soft kiss on her lips. I feel like I'm watching the film of Beauty and the Beast. Barakiel separated from his wife and stood beside her as she watched us. These are the children I told you about. The boy with horns is Draco, the dragon that has drawn Akeno's attention so much. The girl with cat ears is Kurika, Draco's partner. And lastly, there is Reincarnated, my pupil. Barakiel introduced us to Shuri. Shuri looked at us one by one and smiled. A beautiful smile, which, combined with her Miko attire, made Shuri look like an angel. Her gaze settled on Reincarnated for a few more seconds. You are as beautiful as your mother, Akeno told her. A hint of sadness passed through Reincarnated's eyes, and she muttered a thank you in a low voice. What's going on here? Isn't Reincarnated an angel who came down from heaven? It doesn't look like it. She is descended from at least one fallen angel, and it seems that Shuri knows Reincarnated's mother. I am Shuri, the wife of Barakiel, and this is my daughter Akeno. Barakiel has spoken very highly of all of you, so my daughter and I wanted to meet you. Shuri turned to the young girl that stuck close behind her. Now that she was in front of her parents, she walked shyly in front of everyone and introduced herself. I'm Hajime Akeno. I'm honored to meet you. Akeno bowed nervously. She's adorable. We entered the house after we introduced ourselves. Shuri looks like a typical Japanese housewife, but you can tell she comes from a noble family. The way she talks and deals with us, and with the education she has, you can tell she comes from a big family. Otherwise, she is very nice and kind. She is the typical housewife that appears in the anime. That's my impression of her. If you look at it this way, she seems like a pretty flat character. But everything changes when you know her story. Shuri was born into the Hajime family, one of the 5 great clans of Japan. Call it fate, call it plot armor, she met a wounded Barakiel and decided to save him. It is not known who succeeded in injuring Barakiel, but he should be strong enough to cause such damage to a Cotter. It should be remembered that a Cotter has powers similar to a Satan, and Barakiel is a particularly strong Cotter thanks to his holy lighting. Holy lighting is the most powerful attack within Grigori. Not even Azazel can cause so much damage in one move. Back to Shuri. She and Barakiel fell in love after that event, and as a result, they had Akeno. Everything seemed happy and contented, but the Hajime clan did not seem to accept that relationship, so they had to hide from them. Another thing I don't understand. Can't Barakiel really take care of a simple human clan? Chapter 59-59, A Fallen's Angel Family. Sorry for the fail yesterday, I didn't mean to do it. I have already asked this on Patreon and Discord, but since I know that most of you don't follow me in those sites I'm going to ask it here again. Noble Phantasm, I would prefer a non-weapon one. Servants, I would prefer someone who is not too much overused. Fate skills. If you don't know what is this, you can go to https://typemooncom.fandom.com/wiki/skill and search for cool skills. There are some skills that don't lose to Noble Phantasm. Another thing I don't understand. Can't Barakiel really take care of a simple human clan? Of course, he can. If there is any person from the Hajime clan who can beat Barakiel, it is Akuse Tobio. Still, he does not belong to the Hajime clan, and at that time he was only a 4-year-old boy at most. Shuri and Barakiel might seem like the perfect couple, leaving aside the great contrast they create next to each other. But they had a dark secret, and that was related to their sexual habits. They were active practitioners of S&M. People who have seen 50 Shades of Grey will relate this to Barakiel being the sadist and Shuri being the masochist, but nothing more out of touch with reality. Barakiel, with his huge physique, is nothing but a bitch in bed for his sadistic wife. And that, my dear readers, is a little scary. The meal went off without a hitch. Shuri had prepared a good meal for all of us. She knew that we had training afterwards, so she prepared us a balanced and healthy meal. What was your life like before you came to Grigori? Shuri asks. The question is obviously directed at Kurika and me. I've told my stories so far. My birth in the forest, my encounter with the first humans, Tiamat, Kurika, and Chiron, and I ended up talking a little about Mordred. I just went over my life, without going into detail and skipping the parts about the systems. Kurika, on the other hand, talked a bit about her childhood with her sister and only mentioned having had a few bad years before I rescued her. Shuri noticed that we did not want to talk too much about our past, so she stopped asking. The atmosphere became a bit uncomfortable, so Shuri asked the other person who had come with us a question. How is training with Barakiel? He says he's very gentle with you. Is that training smooth? I don't think so. And it looks like Reincarnated doesn't think so either. She was eating quietly, and she put her fork down when she heard the question. Her gaze darkens, and she tilts her face toward the plate. Finally, her body starts to shake. I don't know how I'm still alive, Shuri-sama. She's sincere, and I agree with her. I'm sure if she had my system, she would have developed the lighting resistance skill by now and raised it to level 10 at least. That seems to be different from what my husband told me. Do you have anything to say, Barakul-san? Well, I may have applied a little bit of a rough hand. In my defense, I have to say that it was because she didn't want to cooperate. And because she wouldn't cooperate, you had to use force against a girl weaker than you. A girl who's only a few years older than your daughter. I think the best thing I can do in this situation is to do nothing. I have no intention of getting into a couple's fight. Yeah, that's exactly why. It's not because I'm afraid of Shuri right now or anything. It's just... the great Barakul, one of Grigori's leaders, has to use force to get a girl to train. I don't think this is fair, so I'm going to have to give you a punishment. Women are scary. Just look at Barakul, a fallen angel of Qadr level is trembling, and his face is turning pale just from the threat of his wife. Get ready, because tonight I'm going to use it. That's the last thing Shuri said before she shut up and continued eating. That has to be a mighty object, as Barakul has lost all color in his face. Whatever you say, my lady. It seems that the color is slowly returning to Barakul's face. But there is something wrong because the color in his face is not the normal one, but it has a red tint. Ah! I think I understand what's happening. That what Shuri is talking about is probably an object used in her sexual practices, perhaps a whip. Shuri-sama is speaking for me. I feel so happy. I'm sorry, Reincarnated, but that's not the case. They're just using you as an excuse so they can enjoy their relationship in bed. Kurika and I exchanged glances. She seems to have noticed something, too. This is a little weird. Don't say anything, pretend nothing has happened. But I feel bad for Reincarnated. You better let it go. Kurika and I have a brief conversation with our eyes. Ito. Draco-san, Barakul's daughter, Akeno, calls me. Take away the honorific, just call me Draco. Draco. Akeno mutters as she tilts her head down, a slight blush on his face. She seems to be a rather shy and embarrassed young woman. Do you need anything, Akeno? She looks at me sideways while she keeps her head down. She, hesitating a bit, nods her head. Are those horns real? Oh, I get it. Akeno, who is sitting in front of me, has been looking at me sideways all through the meal. She has tried to hide her curious gaze, but I have noticed instantly what she is doing. So she was curious about my horns. She's only a little girl of 13 at the most, so I understand her curiosity about fantastic things like my horns. In fact, she's been watching my tail when we were outside, too. Of course they are. Hearing my answer, Akeno's face lights up. All her shyness seems to have vanished, as she has risen from her chair and brought her face closer to mine. Really? Can I touch them? Akeno, you're disrespectful to the guests. Barakul smiles at my interaction with Akeno, but Shuri is much more serious. No, it's okay. It doesn't bother me at all. Shuri sighs and leaves Akeno alone. Can I touch them? Can I? Seeing that the final enemy, her mother, had been defeated, Akeno insisted again. Sure, play all you want. Thank you. Chapter 60-60, Strangers. The meal went on without a hitch. After eating, we moved to another room. In this room, there were 2 sofas and an armchair. Barakul and Shuri are sitting together on one of the couches. He is hugging his wife's waist as she leans on his shoulder, the 2 of them watching their daughter with a smile on her face. Reincarnated is sitting in the only chair, lost in thought. She has been acting strange ever since Shuri mentioned her mother. I'm sitting on the other couch. To my left sits Kurika, who, in imitation of Shuri, is leaning on my shoulder, and to my right sits Akeno. Kurika is just relaxing, perhaps tired from all the training this week. These moments of relaxation are always appreciated positively. Akeno, on the other hand, seems to have got rid of all his initial shyness. She does not stop asking questions of Kurika and me, and she does not stop playing with my horns and tail. To anyone else, it might seem annoying and problematic, but to me, it's just the opposite. Damn! She's too cute. Do you have scales in other places besides your tail? Ask Akeno with curiosity. Because of the clothes I'm wearing, all my scales are covered. The only exception to this is my tail because I have no other method of hiding it. The scales that reach my neck are covered by my scarf, which I do not take off out of habit. Of course, look. I take off my scarf to show her the black scales on my neck. Curious, Akeno gently touches my scales. You tickle me. Teehee. Akeno stuck her tongue out with a mischievous smile. Knock knock, someone knocked on the shrine's door. I'm coming. Akeno jumped up and ran to see who the person, or people, was. Who could it be? Shuri asked Barakil. Both looked confused. Few people know we live here. It will be some person who is lost. Reincarnated also looked in the direction in which Akeno had marched, she too seemed curious. The only one who was different was Kurika. She frowned as she repositioned herself on the couch. 5, 10, 15, this is bad. Kurika mumbles. Shuri, Barakil, and Reincarnated looked at Kurika in confusion. They could not understand what she was saying. But I do. I dare say no one knows Kurika better than I, and I know her abilities well. Kurika's use of senjutsu was 1,000 times better than mine, she used it unconsciously. If what Kurika has said is accurate, and I have no doubt that it is, Akeno is in danger. Without a second thought, I get up from the couch and run after Akeno. But no matter how much I hurry, I'm still late. Akeno had already opened the door by the time I got to the entrance of the shrine. You remind me so much of Shuri, child. Who are you? Akeno was asking the middle-aged man who led the group of what appeared to be monks. I am Suao Haimjima. The middle-aged man answered little Akeno. Haimjima? I'm Haimjima too. Are we family? Family? You're just a cursed child born to our offspring, the Haimjima clan. The child who carries the blood of that dirty angel. One of the monks answers Akeno's question angrily. The middle-aged monk raises a hand, causing the angry monk to calm down. What is your name, child? Haimjima Akeno. I see, you must be Shuri's daughter. Shuri is my niece, so you can call me granduncle. Great-uncle. The middle-aged man, Suao Haimjima, nods his head. Haimjima is a clan that has been affiliated with Shinto since ancient times. Suao Haimjima is a man of the main clan, so he has a lot of power within the family. The other monks must be related to the Haimjima family. It's a pity, a pity. I'm not going to let you get away now. I have to get rid of the shame of Haimjima today. Do you understand me? Right? What are you saying? Akeno couldn't understand anything this stranger was saying. You're not to blame. You are only the result of the evil actions of a fallen angel who took and used my niece. That's why you are an embarrassment to us. Akeno might not understand many things, but she wasn't stupid either. When she heard of a fallen angel, the image of her gentle father flashed through her mind. Dad is not evil. Dad is the best dad in the world. She defended her father without hesitation. Sigh. Even a girl like you has fallen for the lies of that impure being. I was going to get my niece back before I eliminated you, but I can't bear to look at you. The man began to recite a mantra that Akeno did not understand. The staff in his hand began to light up. Destroy. Akeno, sensing the danger coming from the staff, remembered what her father had taught her and created a lightning bolt and threw it at the middle-aged man. The power of Suao Haimjima and the lightning of Akeno dispersed from one another. The monks corrected their stance and directed their hatred toward Akeno. Damn it! The power of her holy enlightening is strong. If we don't defeat her soon, we'll eventually be killed. All the monks started pointing their canes at me. Akeno was now very frightened. The ray she had created before was the most powerful lighting she could form at this point, and she had only been able to disperse the power in a single attack. She could not stand against so many men. Her great-uncle pointed his staff coolly. Great power gathers at the point of his staff. I will probably die if that catches up with me. That was what Akeno thought. I am sorry, but this is the end of you. Akeno. Just as Akeno thought she was going to die, a cry rang out behind her. A figure passed by her like a blur and stood in front of her. Chapter 61-61, Haimjima clan members Akeno. I screamed as I positioned myself in front of her. The 15 monks released their attacks at the same time, so I rushed to create a magical barrier around me. I did not practice much defensive magic, but the attacks were not too strong either. Who are you? The middle-aged monk asked. Have you never been taught that it is impolite to ask someone's name without introducing yourself, Haimjima clan member? The people of Haimjima clan. They're just trash. It takes 15 grown men to attack one little girl. Despicable. Those horns, you look like a semi-human. And with that dark magic you've shown, you're disgusting. And to think my niece is hanging out with this scum because of that fallen angel who has brainwashed her. Niece? I assume he's talking about Shuri. Then the man in front of me has to be Suao Haimjima, the current head of the Haimjima clan. It's not very nice to hear someone insult you, you know? So, tell me how you want to die. Would you prefer a painful death or a painless one? No, a painless death would be too lenient. I'm an evil dragon, you know? I can't let you go after trying to kill a friend of mine and openly insulting me. No, I can't do that. I'm outraged right now. It's not the first time I've wanted to kill someone for a reason other than to gain experience. The first time was the old man in the woods, and the second time was the Neighboru's family member. Suao Haimjima would be the third person. The rest of the monks are different, they're just this old man's dogs, so they're basically experience for me. A black fog covers my arms while I activate my numbing darkness claws, ready to jump on the monks at any moment. Just as I was about to jump, a little hand grabbed my clothes. Surprised, I turned to see Akeno looking at me with tearful eyes and shaking her head. Don't you want me to kill them? Akeno nods her head. Why? Because they're my family, and mom told me to treat family well. Even if they want to kill you. I have to ask her. I do not like her reasoning at all. They can't kill me, Dad will never let them kill me. Sigh. What I have learned throughout my life is that you should never trust your life to anyone, no one is invincible. The old pervert is the creator of the whole multiverse, capable of doing anything, and yet he ended up dying. Ophies is the most powerful being of all DxD, along with Great Red and Trihexa, and still ended up being damaged by Samael. Who is Barakiel compared to them? He's nobody. Proof of them is what will happen in the future if I don't get involved in Akeno's life. To begin with, it is these same men of the Heimjima clan who will attack Shuri and Akeno in the future. Akeno. Draco. The rest of the people who were left at home went outside. Shuri ran and embraced Akeno. Kurika stood beside me, her kasha spinning around her body. Barakiel and Reincarnated stood a step behind us. Reincarnated was on guard, ready to fight, and Barakiel was staring at the middle-aged man in a complicated face. What are you doing here, uncle? Barakiel asked him. Dare you call me uncle? Black-winged beast in human form, you dare call me uncle after kidnapping my niece? Suao attacked Barakiel with his words. What do you want, Suao? Barakiel changed his words. I want my niece back, it's been almost 15 years since you kidnapped her. We have endured this humiliation for a long time. This man is bothering me more and more. You better calm down, lizard. Did he just call me a lizard? Did he just call me a lizard? I can't take it anymore. I'll kill you, bastard. A steady hand rests on my shoulder, impeding my movement. This is my family's problem. You don't have to get involved. Barakiel pushes me back as he stands in front of the monk named Suao. Do you want to take Shuri? Barakiel asks him calmly. Yes. Shuri, do you want to go? Shuri, who was hugging her daughter, looks up at her husband. She visibly trembles at the sight of her uncle's face. Hate, sadness, longing, disappointment, despair. Many different emotions pass through Shuri's eyes in an instant, none of them positive. I don't want to. The answer you give is direct and straightforward. Heimjima Shuri. I order you as head of the family to come with us back to the clan. Don't let that monster keep brainwashing you. You were going to be the next Suzaku. You can't be anymore, but you're still a member of the main clan. Shuri's body continues to tremble with every scream from this man. I don't understand, why doesn't Barakiel kill him? Nay, Draco. I'm pissed. I want to kill him, I want to destroy his insides. I want him dead, dead. Even Kurika wants to kill him right now. Her dark face is terrifying, maybe even more so than mine. What about Akeno? What about my daughter? Shuri asks, her voice trembling. She is the shame of the Heimjima. She has to die. What if the gods we serve learn of her existence? What punishment would we receive? Do you care so much about the gods, who never help us, that you would even kill your own blood? The gods do not like polluted blood. Fuck the gods. You'll have to go through my body if you want to take my daughter. Shuri gets up and yells at her uncle. A woman of character, I like that. Heimjima Suao, I invite you to leave my house. As you can see, you are not welcome here. Barakiel says calmly. Grr. We're not leaving without Shuri. Holy shit, the old man is persistent. Then I'll have to throw you out. Barakiel's body was covered by lightning. Are you going to use force against us? Not even Azazel would dare to offend the 5 great clans. Although he says that, Suao is slowly paling and receding. So are the 14 remaining monks. You've insulted my wife and me, but that's secondary. The only line you shouldn't have crossed, Suao, is my daughter. And as for the last one, you're very much mistaken. What do you mean? If Azazel does not dare to destroy these so-called 5 great clans, it is because he is too lazy to do so. He'd rather lock himself in his lab than waste time with scum like you. Barakiel raises a hand and sends a lightning bolt towards each of the monks present. He has not killed them, but he has left them severely wounded. Remember my words. You won't be able to protect your family forever, Barakiel. Heimjima Suao leaves those words in the air before leaving with his companions. Chapter 62-62, The Backing of the 5 Great Clans. Go to this link to vote the next servant class, https://strawpoll.com/9117775p4. I will also leave it on the comments. The men of the Heimjima clan left the place with difficulty. They had traveled a distance of about 500 meters when I looked at my companion. Kurika, finish them off. The order was clear and straightforward, with no room for doubt. Kurika looked at me and nodded, realizing what I meant. She created 15 kasha and hurled them silently at the men of the Heimjima clan. But before the kasha reached the 100-meter mark, another 15 lightning bolts struck and destroyed them. Why are you doing this, Barakil? He had been the one who destroyed Kurika's kasha. I still don't understand why he doesn't do anything against the Heimjima clan members. I can't kill them, neither can you, and neither can Kurika. None of us can massacre the members of the 5 great clans. We don't have the power to fight those who support them from behind. Barakil lets out a slight sigh. Who's behind them, so that someone like you won't make a move? Takamaji Hara, so it's true. I thought it was a joke, but it's not. The Shinto gods are behind the 5 great families. The Shinto gods do not pay much attention to the human side and have left all their work in the hands of the 5 great clans. At the same time, they left a sacred beast in each clan so that they could protect themselves. They will do nothing if you merely beat them as I have done before, but it will be different if I kill them. Although I am not afraid of the gods, I cannot protect my life and my wife and daughter at the same time. Barakil and I were silent. Shuri kept trying to calm Akeno, who was in a state of shock after what happened. Reincarnated and Kurika did not speak either, it was not the best time to do so. Mommy, why do they want to kill me? Why can't I live? Akeno. Hang in there, Draco. Now is not the time to make enemies with the gods. I have time, plenty of time to make them my own. For now, I think calming Akeno is the most important thing. I go up to her and stroke her hair. Draco. She looks up, staring into my eyes. Why couldn't you live? We all deserve the opportunity to live, grow, and experience a future. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't do something, ever. If you want to live, live. If you want to die, die. Don't let anyone decide for you, Akeno. Only you can decide your own actions, and suffer the repercussions of those actions taken by you. Do you understand? Akeno nods her head. Shuri looks at us with soft eyes. She releases Akeno and pushes her towards Barakil. Honey, why don't you go inside the house with Dad? What about you, Mommy? I have something to talk to Draco, we'll follow you in soon. Akeno looks at her mother and looks at me. I nod my head, and she smiles at me, after which she runs into her father's arms. Kurika, Reincarnated, why don't you come in too? Barakil seemed to know something that Shuri wanted to talk to me about. Reincarnated followed him without hesitation, but Kurika seemed to doubt whether to follow him or not. Come on, this seems like a big deal. After telling him that, Kurika doesn't hesitate anymore and follows Barakil, Akeno, and Reincarnated into the shrine. The only ones left on the outside are Shuri and me. She lets out a sigh as she sits on the wall of the shrine. I followed her actions and sat next to her, barely 3 feet away. The current Shuri did not look like the gentle housewife. She still had that tender look in her eyes, but she looked much more tired and sad. I am sorry you had to suffer that embarrassing scene, even you have suffered grievous insults. I know it's very presumptuous of me to say forget it, but I'm saying it for your sake. The gods, we can't do anything in front of the gods. I don't ask you to forgive them, because I don't forgive them, and I don't ask you to forget, because I don't either. Just, don't commit actions against the Heimjima family. I did not respond to Shuri's words. I can't promise that I won't do anything against the Heimjima family. I won't do anything, for now. I'm not stupid, I can't face the gods. Unlike those monks, I don't have anyone that strong behind me. I have Tiamat, but I do not know if she would be willing to face an entire pantheon just to defend me. At the same time, I don't want to depend on her to act freely. That's why I have to become stronger, stronger so that no one can reproach me for my actions. Strong so that situations like this don't happen again. That's good. This incident will be lost in your memory over time. No. You're wrong, Shuri. Suao Heimjima has to die. Shuri was silent as she looked at the sky. She sighed again. I don't know what to say to Shuri right now. Her family situation is complicated, and they're the kind of problems I'm not good at solving. I have a headache just thinking about it. In some ways, it's a relief not to have family in this life. Hey, Draco. Will you look after Akeno for me? Chapter 63-63, Will you look after Akeno for me? Hey, Draco. Will you look after Akeno for me? Hi. It's not that I don't understand what Shuri means, it's just that she's caught me by too much surprise. It was so sudden that I don't know how to react. I mean, if something happens to me, could you take care of Akeno? Shuri seems to know her situation well. Barakil says he'll always protect us, but that's impossible. He's very strong, of that I have no doubt, but that's not the problem. As much as he wants to, he can't be with us 24 hours a day. I don't want him to be with us all the time either. He's already been with us for 14 years because of the threat of Heimjima clan. I know he's happy with us, but I know he misses spending his time with his fellow Grigori. You should see the smile on his face as he talks about you. She knows her situation very well. Shuri knows that Barakil can't be with them forever, and her enemies may seize the moment when Barakil is not at home to attack them. It is a complicated situation, but there was a simple solution. Why don't you move to Grigori? It's a simple, obvious question. Shuri and Akeno would have the protection of all Grigori, they would not have to worry about the Heimjima clan or other alternate dangers. I am confident that Azazel would not remain silent if they attempted to do something against them. Shuri looked at me and smiled. She seemed to know everything that was going on in my mind. We have already considered that option, and we were about to do it a few years ago. But events have occurred within Grigori that have made us rethink that option. In other words, Grigori is not a safe place for Akeno and Shuri. That's what she's trying to tell me. But why wouldn't Grigori be safe for them? Once again, it seems that Shuri knows what I'm thinking. Traitors. Traitors in Grigori. Even I understand how troublesome that can be. There must be some high command to keep Barakil and Azazel from letting you live in fallen angel territory. Shuri nods her head. Several high officials, and one especially powerful one. Satanael, one of Grigori's leaders, was the one who led this rebellion. But he is not the one we are most worried about, but the most dangerous is the group he leads. They are Nephilim's elite, Abyss Team. Abyss Team. The casual words that Azazel said a week before resonate in my mind again. We used to have an elite group, but some internal problems have happened, and we don't have that group anymore. I should have guessed at the time, that the internal problems Azazel was talking about had to do with betrayal. Barakil and Azazel have known Satanael for thousands of years, and are sure that they have left some spies behind in Grigori. That's why we, Akeno and I, are potential hostages with whom they can threaten the person with the most powerful attack in the entire organization. Shuri closed her eyes and sighed again. Satanael, he has only one conflict of interest with Azazel. According to my husband, the two are very similar. They're both scientists interested in sacred gears, but their approach is different. Azazel still takes his role as an observer of humanity seriously, but Satanael is different. Satanael has no attachment to humanity, never had. I don't know if you've ever read the Bible, but Satanael became a fallen angel by refusing to bow down to a human. Satanael. He comes from a different lot than Azazel and Barakil, who came down from heaven by having sex with human women. Satanael comes from a group of angels who despise humans. Azazel investigates the sacred gears created by God just out of curiosity, but Satanael investigates them with the war in mind. That's what I believe. But if so, why has Cockabile not betrayed Grigori? Is he one of the spies? There are not a few fallen angels who seek war with the other factions, but the great majority of them are loyal to Grigori and Azazel. They take their job as observers of humanity seriously, but not all of them are like that. I see. I suppose I should place Cockabile in the group of fallen angels who are loyal to Grigori, but who also seek war. In fact, I think Reincarnated and her buddies could get in there, too. They are loyal to Grigori. In Reincarnated's case, it is extreme fanaticism towards Azazel. However, they still betrayed by acting on their own and disobeying the orders of the High Command. So, will you take care of Akeno for me? Shuri repeats the question again as she looks into my eyes. What about Barakil? I ask her. I, knowing what will happen in the future in case Shuri dies, already know that Barakil will literally abandon his daughter. But why doesn't Shuri trust her husband? I know my husband, and I know my daughter. If anything happens to me when Barakil is not around, Akeno, she would blame it all on Barakil, even if she knows it's not her father's fault, so she can move on. As for Barakil, he, too, would have strong guilt and remorse for his failure to protect me, which would lead him to feel too ashamed to face a desperate Akeno because of her mother's death. This woman. It's kind of scary. What about Grigori? Shuri shakes her head. Even if Azazel was willing to let her into Grigori, Akeno would refuse. She would hate anything to do with fallen angels, even herself. Chapter 64-64, I have no one else to trust. Even if Azazel was willing to let her into Grigori, Akeno would refuse. She would hate anything to do with fallen angels, even herself. Not much is known about Shuri from the original series. But from what I'm seeing, she's a brilliant woman. Being able to predict the actions of the two people closest to them almost exactly is terrifying, and I'm not going to get tired of repeating it. Why would you trust me with your daughter? You only met me today. It doesn't make sense. Why would someone as smart as her leave her daughter in the hands of a stranger? I have no one else to trust. It's a simple phrase, but I can feel all the emotion that Shuri exudes. A young girl, who one day found a wounded man and ended up falling in love with him. But her family did not accept this relationship, and she was expelled from her clan. Akeno, a product of their relationship, is a target to be eliminated by her own family. She has no one she can trust with her daughter in case something terrible happens to her. What Shuri must be feeling on the inside every day knowing all of this, added to the events of recent times. It's got to be terrible. I had already made a decision, even before I met Shuri. But on reflection, and after getting to know Shuri better, my decision has been fortified. I am not going to take care of your daughter. An offspring is a responsibility of its parents, not of strangers. The answer I give Shuri is clear and concise, leaving no room for doubt. Sigh. I didn't expect much, but well. I'm asking you to at least not turn your back on my daughter if she needs your help in the future. Shuri, in a desperate attempt, is trying to tie me to Akeno somehow. I will try. That's the last thing I say to Shuri before I go inside the shrine. Thank you. I hear Shuri's slight appreciation as I go into the shrine. The rest are inside the same room, each in the same place as before. The only difference is that Akeno sits on her father's lap as she embraces him, burying her face in her father's chest. Barakiel looks at me with narrowed eyes. He seems like he wants to find some answers in my face. It's time to train, I say as I dodge Barakiel's gaze. Kurika and Reinare rise at once as they listen to me. It is the custom that I am the most strict person with the schedules, so I usually mark the time that the training begins and ends. Akeno, Dad has to go to work. See you tonight, okay? Barakiel lifts Akeno from his seat so that he can leave and follow us to Nephilim. No. I want Daddy to stay home. I think Akeno is acting like a spoiled child right now. She is holding Barakiel's body tightly, refusing to let go. You should stay here with your family, Barakiel. Akeno may still be scared, so it's better that you stay with her. Even if she's acting like a spoiled brat, it's perfect for my plans. Retaliation may come immediately, and I haven't prepared for it yet, so it would be best if Barakiel stayed home for the day. It's okay. I'm sorry, Reinare. I'm not gonna be able to train you today. No, don't worry. The tears threatened to come out of Reinare's eyes. Don't cry, Reinare. I thought you didn't like my training, but it seems you don't. To make up for this afternoon's workout, we'll double the intensity tomorrow. No need, really. Don't be modest, Reinare. You want us to triple it. We doubled the training. We doubled it. I feel sorry for Reinare. I remember it was she who told me that Barakiel was a serious guy who couldn't understand subliminal messages and advised us not to make strange jokes with him. Now she's the one who's suffering because she didn't follow her own advice. Kurika, Reinare, and I left the shrine. Shuri, Barakiel, and Akeno were at the shrine's door, ready to say goodbye to us. Akeno, can you come here a moment? Akeno looks at me in confusion for a moment and looks at his mother. Shuri seems to have her doubts as well but finally nods to Akeno. She approaches me with a quick step. In terms of height, she is only slightly smaller than Kurika. I suppose she's about 140 centimeters tall, I'm a little taller than her. I put my mouth to Akeno's ear and whisper a question. Yes. We have enough for 4. I see, thank you for responding. No problem. I like you a lot, Draco. Akeno returns to her mother with the same quick step as she had approached me. Hope to see you soon, Kurika, Reinare and Draco. I had a lot of fun. Akeno yells at us as we walk away, and she raises her hand to say goodbye. Maybe it's sooner than you think. I mumble. We're back at Nephilim. There are only 3 of us since Barakiel has stayed behind in his family. You guys can go train, I have to get ready for tomorrow. If I don't, I'll die. It seems Reinare is on the verge of despair. Doubling the intensity of the training has got to be a hell of a thing for her. No, we're not gonna train. No, that's not what we're going to do. We have more important things to do for now. Pack your stuff, Reinare. We're moving out. Chapter 65-65, Barakiel's nightmare. Azazel had called Barakiel to investigate Satanael's group. After so many years, they had finally found clues to their location. Satanael and his students, Abyss Team. Abyss Team, also known as Nephilim Abyss and those who fell into the Abyss, is an organization comprised of individuals with fierce sacred gears. Each and every member of the Abyss Team has brutal sacred gears, which are not as powerful as the Long Inus or even high-tier sacred gears but have some irreversible side effects. What's worse is the personality of these boys and girls who are part of the Abyss Team. Like their sacred gears, their minds seem to be corrupted and deviant. That's why Grigori labeled them as dangerous and united them in a class under the most sensible teacher. Who would have thought that Satanael would betray them? In the end, the place where Grigori's traitors were believed to reside was nothing more than a decoy made by Satanael and his people. When Barakiel returned home, he expected to be greeted once more by his beautiful wife and daughter. He loved those 2 women too much, and they were his most important supporters. Who would have thought that after thousands of years, a human woman would become the pillar of his life? He felt that something strange was happening. Barakiel felt uneasy, and this feeling was heightened when a smell of iron entered his nose. Ah! That scream! The voice from which the scream came was one that he himself had heard day after day for just over a decade. Mama! Same scream again. Now Barakiel had no doubt, that voice came from his daughter Akeno. Barakiel did not hesitate and threw himself into the shrine. He could not believe what was inside it. There were many people inside, but they were all of no importance to Barakiel. The only thing that could enter his vision was the bloody body of his wife, Shuri. Shuri. Barakiel couldn't believe it. He had only been gone from his home for a few hours, how could this have happened? He had promised that he would always protect Shuri and Akeno from danger. But now, Shuri was dead in front of him. Arg! Ah! Barakiel let out all the anger and sadness that was compressed into that scream. He looked around and saw all the people gathered there. They were many, they could be in their 30s, but they were all very weak. In fact, he saw a few bodies covered in blood lying in the hallway, probably the work of Shuri, obviously dead. Shuri's body was covering Akeno's. Barakiel was clear on what he had to do now. Protect his daughter and avenge Shuri. With that thought in mind, Barakiel began sending lightning bolts to the people inside the shrine. These guys were very weak and were instantly eliminated by Barakiel. Once they were all dead, he approached Shuri's inert body. But someone got in his way. Akeno. It was his daughter, Himejima Akeno, who stood between him and his dead wife. Don't you dare come near mommy. She was looking at him with hate. Like she was looking at a monster. It's your fault. It's your fault mom's dead. Weren't you going to protect us forever? Why did mom die? It's your fault. It's because of these dirty wings that they wanted to kill mom. Get out. Die. Shuri. Barakiel opened his eyes. In front of him was the wall of his room, that wall he saw every time he got up in the morning. Shhh, a soft finger landed in his mouth, and another hand dragged him to the bed. Barakiel turned and saw his young wife lying beside him. You idiot, you'll wake up your daughter. Barakiel pinched his cheek and proved that this was real. Yes, this was his wife. She was the same person he had fallen in love with all those years ago. Big man, are you crying? Shuri ran her hand across Barakiel's face, erasing all trace of tears. A nightmare. Barakiel answered honestly. Such was his character, he was direct and never hesitant. That was Barakiel, the lightning of God. Era, aren't you too old to be having nightmares? Shuri said to him with a provocative look. Barakiel was silent, not responding to Shuri. This worried her, fearing that Barakiel had not caught the joke once more. I'm joking. Can I really protect you forever, Shuri? And Akeno. Shuri was about to explain when Barakiel interrupted her. Shuri looked at her husband's worried look, guessing what sort of nightmare her husband had had. As much as she wanted to answer her husband that nothing bad was going to happen to them with him near, Shuri could not. If anything really did happen to them, Barakiel would regret it even more. It's useless to think about that, we each do what we can, and we can't do more than our best. If with our maximum effort we don't achieve the goal, it means it's simply not your destiny to do so. Shuri said as she stroked Barakiel's chest, red marks from the previous night still visible on the cotter's chest. For now, get up. You have to get ready to go to Nephilim, those children are waiting for you. Barakiel nodded and rose from his bed. He followed his normal workday preparation process and completed it to the letter. That's how he was, a serious man. Just as he was preparing to leave, a sound came through the shrine. Knock knock. Confused, expecting no visitors at this hour, Barakiel prepared to open the door. He tensed as he felt several powerful auras, albeit much weaker than his own, but relaxed as he sensed who they really were. What are you doing here? Barakiel asked as he opened the door. Chapter 66-66, We are moving here. What are you doing here? Barakiel asked as he opened the door. In front of him were 4 people. 3 of them, 2 girls and a boy, were his students. They were Reincarnated, Kurika and Draco. The remaining person was a little girl that Barakiel had met before. She was the daughter that Azazel had adopted a few years earlier, Valina. As far as he knew, Valina came from the lineage of Lucifer and also possessed the Divine Dividing, the name of the sacred gear that contained the soul of the vanishing dragon Albion and one of the 13 long Enus. Move in. The only boy present, a young dragon Tiamat had left in Grigori, asked Barakiel. He had his head tilted to one side as he made the face of an idiot. Barakiel did not know why, but he felt the need to strike at that idiot face Draco was showing. As for Reincarnated and Kurika, they did not look much different than normal. Reincarnated had a drowsy face with dark circles that looked like dark circles under her eyes, probably due to lack of sleep. This was not unusual, as she had already appeared like this on the first day of training. Seriously, how could a little training cause so much stress on her? It even got to the point where she couldn't sleep well at night. It was impossible that this little training was the cause of this. No. In fact, that could be the cause of Reincarnated's condition, but for a completely different reason. Barakiel had noticed the day before when Reincarnated had started to cry because they were not going to have training that afternoon. He offered her to train with twice the intensity, even 3 times the intensity, and her response was twice as intense. If the previous training was too hard, she could have told him, and Barakiel would have lowered the intensity a little, just a little. But she shouted excitedly that she wanted to train with double the intensity. It was at this point that Barakiel connected all the dots. Reincarnated had never been lazy, she just couldn't find the motivation to train. That's why she stopped in the middle of her training, to force Barakiel to force her to run to put more tension on her body. That's why she was so excited about wanting to train at twice the intensity. Sigh. They had misunderstood Reincarnated all these years, Barakiel felt a little sorry for her. That's why he was going to give everything to train her from now on, pushing her to the limit in every training session. He had woken up in the morning with this mentality, after sending the nightmare to the back of his mind. But he hadn't expected her to show up in front of his house with the rest of them. Kurika had the same face as always. She looked sleepy, but not for lack of sleep, and most of all annoyed, though Barakiel could not understand why she seemed annoyed every morning. She was glued to Draco, as always. Kurika was always attached to Draco, except when he was training. When Draco started training, she would settle down somewhere and control her Kasha to help the little dragon train. If it was little surprise to find her 3 students on her doorstep, even more surprising was to find Azazel's adopted daughter. What was she doing here, and why was she looking so intently in his direction? Was this meant to be a fight? Barakiel had heard that Valina was a lover of battles, but he didn't expect it to go this far. Honey, who is it at this hour of the morning? Shuri's voice was heard from inside the shrine. Huh? What are you doing here? Shuri was just as surprised as her husband. In front of her were the 3 teenagers who had visited them the day before, along with another unknown girl. We're moving. Draco wasn't asking any more, he was affirming. It was at that moment that Barakiel realized the suitcase each of them was carrying. How could he have overlooked that detail? And, where are you going to move? Shuri already had an idea, but still, she asked. Here, of course. Sigh. Shuri patted her forehead and sighed. She did not know what to do at this point. There were 4 of them, and there were only 4 beds left inside the shrine. This was too much of a coincidence. Akeno. Shuri muttered when she saw her daughter peeking out the door. Shuri noticed. Yesterday, Draco asked her daughter a question, and she answered with number 4. Shuri did not understand what she meant, and Akeno had only told her that it was a secret between her and Draco. Now it all added up. Draco. He had refused to care for Akeno if anything bad happened to her. But he had agreed to help her daughter if she was ever in trouble. So this was his way of helping. Barakiel could not always be at home, but he could go to work in peace if someone else was in his place protecting his family. And it was even better if he could trust them, which he could not do with many of the members of Grigori. And of the few Grigori members he trusted, they had their own jobs to do within the organization. Go ahead, I'll show you to your rooms. Wait, Shuri. I said I'll show you to your rooms. Barakiel took a step back when he saw the determined look on his wife's face. Even if he disagreed, what could he do against his wife? Shuri entered the house, and Akeno followed her as she stuck out her tongue to her father. Draco and his party followed behind. Shuri arranged a different room for each of the guests. And though Kurika complained, she too had to back away from Shuri's steady gaze, accepting her fate of being separated from Draco. Draco, who was the last of the group, said to Shuri before entering her room. I won't take care of Akeno in your place, because I won't let her lose her mother. He entered the room and closed the door before Shuri could say anything. She was stunned for a moment, a tear streaming down her face as she mumbled. Thank you very much. Author note, I'm going to be changing the writing style. Sometimes it's going to be in the first person, and sometimes on the third person, it's going to depend on the situation. Chapter 67 to 67, The Destined Day Arrive. It's been several days since we moved into Barakiel's house. Our days haven't changed much, and if they have, it's for the better. In the end, it's always better to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner prepared by a beautiful woman than those made by yourself. Another thing that has changed for the better is the inclusion of Akeno in our training. Apparently, she had been training with her father since she was little. It was not serious training, but Barakiel had been teaching her to use his holy lighting, which she had inherited from him, and Shuri had taught her basic skills in purifying spirits. It was nothing exaggerated, but she could defend herself against the weaker fantasy beings. I had always wondered how Akeno had been able to survive on her own for more than a year, but with the skills her parents had taught her, it all made sense. Due to obvious limitations of the place, Kurika and I decided to suspend archery training. There is no need to draw unnecessary attention, especially since we want to attract Barakiel's enemies so that we can kill them. Because of this, my training is summarized in sitting in the lotus position and practicing senjutsu. Barakiel is now training Reincarnated and Akeno. Little Akeno could not bear to see her father giving attention to a girl who only seemed a few years older than she. She felt her position threatened, so she decided to force her father to train her. Valina, for her part, continued to leave early in the morning and return late at night. There were even days when she didn't return at night. I can't help but sigh when I remember what it took to get Valina out of the apartment and into the shrine. But bringing her is necessary to avoid any extraordinary events. It wouldn't be unusual for an ally of the chaos to show up, just as it did when Chiron and Kurika's event occurred. The day of destiny has come. Barakiel received a call from Azazel and had to go back on a mission. He seemed to hesitate about accepting the task or not but finally decided to go. I was put on alert at the same time that Barakiel returned to Grigori. This situation was the same as the one I know. Barakiel leaves Shuri and Akeno alone, and his enemies killed Shuri before Barakiel can return. My job here is to prevent that from happening, to gain fate points and to gain experience. Now I'm training my senjutsu for 3 reasons. The first is that training my archery can become too flashy and can potentially scare off assassins because of my high accuracy range. The second is that I don't want to show my true form due to similar reasons as the first reason. This form is something that only Azazel, Barakiel, Valina, Shuri, and Akeno know about. The third is that I'm communicating with the trees around the shrine, waiting to be warned of the enemy's arrival. At the same time, I'm looking for any negative energy in the vicinity. Boy, there are 30 suspicious people in the forest. An ancient voice speaks in my head. This one comes from the head tree, which is over 100 years old. I can feel them. Kurika is beside me, also alert for possible enemies, she detects them. I've detected them too. It's about 30 dark auras. I can distinguish 2 different groups. The first one has a dark aura, but also a sacred one. It is an aura with which I have been in contact lately, the aura of the fallen angels. So these are Grigori's traitors. The second group is another aura I have been in touch with before. It is very similar to Kurika's, but it is a little different. It's the aura that comes from a pure-blood devil. The strange thing is that I cannot sense any human aura, which means that the Heimjima clan will not be directly involved. I wonder why that is. Call Reincarnated and tell Shuri and Akeno to stay inside the house. Those guys don't look like they're very strong, but there's no telling what might be waiting for us. Stay with them just in case. Kurika nodded and left the room in the direction of where Reincarnated, Akeno, and Shuri were. I got up and left the shrine. The enemies were still inside the forest, so I pulled Gandiva out and prepared to fire. The first attack is surprise, and it's always the most effective. None of the assassins is prepared for a sudden attack, so I'll try to make the most of it. Which one is the leader? As far as I can see, there are 2 clear leaders. Their forces are far superior to those of the other assassins. One is a devil, and the other is a fallen angel race, fallen angel power level, 4 wings LV, 20/40 HP, 150/150 MP, 140/140 strength, 140 defense, 105 magic, 140 agility, 120 race, devil power level, mid-class devil LV, 20/40 HP, 150/150 MP, 140/140 strength, 140 defense, 105 magic, 140 agility, 120. The statistics of the 2 are better than mine in several respects, although we are more or less evenly matched. But I'm confident I can kill them with a single arrow each. With my arrow creation, LV8, I have no doubt that I will be able to pierce your brains with a single arrow. Your 150 HP is nothing against a fatal blow. Since I want to ensure the success of the shots, I wait for them to enter the 300-meter range and swoosh! Swoosh! I shoot 2 arrows almost consecutively, with an interval of 0.1 seconds difference. And in less than another second, I hear the system notifications. 440 experience points have been obtained. Because of the effects of title skill Walking Egg. Another 440 experience points were obtained. The level of Evil Child Dragon raised from 32 to 36. 440 experience points have been obtained. Because of the effects of title skill Walking Egg. Another 440 experience points were obtained. The level of Evil Child Dragon raised from 36 to 39. Chapter 68 to 68, Executing the Assassins. These are Draco's stats on level 39 Draco race, Evil Child Dragon status, normal LV, 39/40 HP, 164/164 MP, 158/160 strength, 171 defense, 134 magic, 169 agility, 110 rank, D+ special skills, Dragon Scales, LV6 Sage, LV3 Flight, LV3 Darkness Attribute, LV-Senjutsu, LV5 accuracy, LV5 defense skills, physical resistance, LV4 fall resistance, LV4 hunger resistance, LV4 poison resistance, LV4 magic resistance, LV3 darkness resistance, LV3 pain resistance, LV3 fire resistance, LV2 normal skills, roll, LV2 inspect status, LV3 breath of darkness, LV3 dark fang, LV2 dragon punch, LV4 numbing darkness claws, LV3 anti-illusion eyes, LV4 art of human transformation, LV5 arrow creation, LV8 toki, LV3 stealth, LV3 title skills, dragon king's son, LV walking egg, LV infighter, LV3 harmful insects killer, LV2 path of evil, LV3 spirit relief, LV5 tiny hero, LV3 evil dragon, LV devil killer, LV1 the one who is loved by nature, LV archer, LV. Well, I've already reached level 39, so I only have one level left to evolve. I'm pretty excited, and I'm wondering what options I'm going to be given to evolve. Will it be an evil dragon again? Or a heavenly dragon? Well, I still have to go up a level to find out, and I have 28 prey in front of me. I guess it's time to glamour experience. While Draco was muttering, the group of killers had already noticed the instant death of the four-winged fallen angel and the middle-class devil. The whole group became alarmed and frightened. The subgroup leaders have been killed. The subgroup leaders have been killed. Run! One of the fallen angels screamed as he turned around and began to run. The raven-winged bastard is right. Run for your lives! One of the devils screamed as he followed in the footsteps of the fallen angel, running for his life. They all went into chaos as they lost the people who were leading them. It was as if a person had lost his head, but his body was still functioning. Running? That's useless. Gandiva in hand, Draco recreated an arrow and fired it at the first target he marked, a low-class devil race, devil power level, low-class LV, 10 25ths HP, 45 45ths MP, 30 30ths strength, 30 defense, 25 magic, 35 agility, 30 swoosh. Draco released the arrow he had loaded, and it shot out at a speed that the senses of a low-class devil or a two-wings fallen angel cannot follow. Just as Draco expected, the arrow went through the center of the devil's forehead. Time for a short explanation. Okay, I used to award experience points randomly, and now I've decided to regulate it a little bit. In the first stage of power, 2 wings, lower class devil, each level will give 10 more experience points to Draco. I mean, low class devil LV1, 10 EXP low class devil LV10, 100 EXP low class devil LV25, 250 EXP in the second stage. 4 wings, middle class devil, each level will give 10 experience points starting with 250 EXP mid-class devil LV1, 250 EXP mid-class devil LV20, 440 EXP mid-class devil LV40, 640 EXP. In the third stage, 6 wings, high-class devil, each level will give 20 experience points starting with 630 EXP high-class devil LV1, 640 EXP high-class devil LV40, 1420 EXP high-class devil LV75, 2120 EXP. In the fourth stage, 8 wings, ultimate class devil, each level will give 40 experience points starting with 2110 EXP ultimate class LV1, 2120 EXP ultimate class LV60, 4480 EXP ultimate class LV125, 7080 EXP. In the fifth stage, Seraph, Cotter, Low Satan/High Ultimate, each level will give 60 experience points starting with 7070 EXP Seraph LV1, 7080 EXP Seraph LV100, 13020 EXP Seraph LV200, 19020 EXP. In the sixth stage, Archangel, Governor General, High Satan, each level will give 100 EXP points starting with 19,000 EXP Archangel LV1, 19,000 EXP Archangel LV111, 30,000 EXP Archangel LV250, 43,900 EXP. End of the explanation. 100 experience points have been obtained. Because of the effects of title skill Walking Egg. Another 100 experience points were obtained. Without much thought, Draco reloads and fires another arrow. 100 experience points have been obtained. Because of the effects of title skill Walking Egg. Another 100 experience points were obtained. Another 100 experience points have been obtained. Because of the effects of title skill Walking Egg. Another 100 experience points were obtained. Another 100 experience points have been obtained. Because of the effects of title skill Walking Egg. Another 100 experience points were obtained. Draco kept shooting arrows, wiping out any and all fallen devils and angels that tried to escape. Hide behind the trees, cried a fallen angel. He did that, and he hid behind a big tree. He was confident that the arrows could not pierce such a thick trunk. At that, Draco only smiled. It was not a bad idea to hide behind a thick tree to protect yourself from arrows, but... Can you squeeze me in where his head is? Draco asked. Of course. The same old voice as before answered. A hole 2 inches in diameter opened up, leaving the hair of the fallen angel visible. Usually, it would be difficult to hit a target this small, but Draco had no problem doing so. Swoosh! 100 experience points have been obtained. Because of the effects of title skill Walking Egg. Another 100 experience points were obtained. Draco slowly killed them, until none of the attackers was left alive. Title skill Fallen Angel Killer, LV1 acquired. The level of title skill Devil Killer raised from 1 to 2. Several messages appeared in Draco's mind, but the most important one was this. The level of Evil Child Dragon raised from 39 to 40. Evil Child Dragon has reached its max level. Finally, it was time to evolve once again. Just as Draco was about to observe his next evolutions, another person arrived. And to think that all those fools have been killed. A bunch of useless garbage, even those who call themselves sub-leaders are not capable of doing something as simple as executing a group of women and children. A man came out of a magic circle, which caused Draco to be put on alert. He didn't need to use status inspection to know this guy was much stronger than the rest race, devil, pure blood, power level, high class devil LV, 1575 HP, 250/250 MP, 245/245 strength, 240 defense, 150 magic, 195 agility, 170 Chapter 69 to 69, the third evolution race, devil, pure blood, power level, high class devil LV, 1575 HP, 250/250 MP, 245/245 strength, 240 defense, 150 magic, 195 agility, 170 He's strong, much stronger than me. There's no way I can take him on in a 1vs1. Maybe I should use that? No, I shouldn't reveal my trump cards so soon. Besides, I don't even know if I can kill him with that, although I probably can. But I shouldn't waste my trump card if I haven't 100% confidence in killing him. On the other hand, I've never tried either of my noble phantasm. I don't know how much MP they consume, a severe fault on my part. So, what should I do now? Kurika can fight him easily, should I lure him to her? Yes, I think that's the best I can do for now. I backed off slowly, lengthening the distance between the devil and me. I have to say you surprised me, it's not often you see a dragon using a bow. Besides, that bow seems to be pretty good. Tell me, boy, what bow is that? The devil's eyes show immeasurable greed, I can see it. Unlike Tiamat, he does not seem to discover Gandiva's true identity. Still, he can discern that it is a very high-quality bow. Hey, sage, can that devil use Gandiva? No, only the user chosen by the heavenly bow can use it. In case a person not selected by the bow wears it, he will act in self-defense and use the flames of the god who created him, Agni, against that person. So it's like this. I just had a fascinating idea. Mr. Devil, may I ask your name? I asked him. To take a position inferior to the opponent and make him grow, that's something to take in my favor at this time. The devil looked down on me once again. He snorted and said, an inferior lizard like you, a dog of the raven wings, does not deserve to know my name. But at least you can know my incredible last name, a last name that will make you tremble when you hear it. Whatever you say. Sage, tell me my possible developments while this idiot entertains himself. Alright, future artificial dragon rank C, evil dragon rank B, holy dragon rank B, dark dragon king rank Nephilim dragon rank B, present evil child dragon rank D plus past baby dragon rank D, dragon's egg rank F. There are 5 evolution options that I can choose. Show me the descriptions of all the possible evolutions, from lower to higher range. Dark Dragon Keen, rank - low class humanoid dragon. Instead of a monster, it's classified as a human-dragon hybrid. His body is covered with black scales I think this is trash. The only advantage of this way is that I can maintain my semi-human form without having to spend MP. More than an advantage, I see it as a disadvantage. I can assume that my strength will be halved, just like when I use my human transformation. My name is Mammon, the Prince of Greed. Everything that others have belongs to me in my own right. The 4 original Satans are bastards, the original Mammon should have been part of that group. My family is not inferior in lineage, we are not inferior to anything. The devil roared, clearly outraged. Of course, the great Mammon deserves everything. Stupid idiot. The more you talk, the better for me. Artificial dragon, range C-dragon with 6 arms. A mask with a shell covers his face, preventing attacks on the head. Although its status is low, it's a rare dragon that can handle weapons freely. Oh, this one is interesting. I could use several noble phantasm at once if I choose this evolution. That's an idea that appeals to me quite a bit. Evil Dragon, Rank B-, the evil dragon that spreads disaster. Wherever he lands he will become a sea of blood while sleeping on a mountain of corpses, a dangerous battle maniac. His mind is almost occupied with the thought of battle strong opponents. A broken dragon, it's feared by all the factions of the world due to its high potential and extremely savage brutality. It is the object of annihilation for all the factions. I expected something like this when I saw this evolution, so I was quite surprised. By the way, going from being a C-rank monster to a B-rank monster must give me an exciting boost in strength. But still, it's not worth becoming everyone's enemy for that. Besides, I don't want to become a battle maniac. Holy Dragon, Rank B-, Light Attribute Dragon. A pacifist dragon, tries to avoid battle as much as possible. He has very high intelligence, and is skilled in white magic and light magic, gain resistance to the attribute of darkness, and any magic related to darkness. You lose your dark attribute, but get the light attribute. It's the counterpart of the evil dragon, I guess. Being a pacifist or being a battle maniac, are those the only two options I have? I'm not interested in this option at the moment, but neither I am on the evil dragons. For me, artificial dragon is much more interesting, especially the possibility of having a large number of noble phantasms at the same time. If I choose the holy dragon, will my hair turn white? I've always liked that hair color, it looks so cool. Nephilim Dragon, Rank B. The Nephilim appeared on the earth when the sons of God joined the daughters of men, and these gave him sons. These were the heroes of old. Famous men. Nephilim are the most powerful human beings, the pinnacle of their race, who were eradicated by the gods and the devils in the universal flood, fearing that one day these humans would become powerful enough to kill them. Nephilim is the closest being to perfection, having a perfect balance between goodness and sacred, something they got from their fathers, and evil and sin, something they got from their mothers. He is a being closer to perfection than the infinite, because it will never become perfect, and dreams, because they do not always show what one desires. The human Nephilim had the potential to overcome the gods, but the potential of a dragon Nephilim is unknown. Will it overcome any known or unknown existence? Chapter 70-70, Nephilim Dragon. You keep the powers of evil dragon, and you also win those of a holy dragon. No side effects due to evolution. Once this evolution is chosen, there is no turning back. I think I'm pretty clear on what my next move is going to be. Nephilim Dragon. It's just that the description Sage gave me is spectacular. I keep my evil dragon powers, and I also gain holy dragon powers. Even if I can't turn back, what more can I ask for? Artificial dragon. It's a very attractive choice, I can't deny it. But even if I can use many noble phantasm at the same time, that evolution has to reach a limit. I repeat that this is my own thought, that using a noble phantasm X range, having chosen Nephilim Dragon and having reached the pinnacle, is much more powerful than using 6 times the same noble phantasm but from a lower range. It is complicated for me to be so lucky as to get 6x ranked noble phantasm direct damage from the gacha, having reached the pinnacle of artificial dragon. What's more, I have a problem ahead of me that I can't ignore. I'm sure that by taking a B rank path of evolution, I'll gain much more power than by choosing a C rank. It's just logical. Well, it's time to get this guy to take the bait. Mammon-sama, do you want this bow? It's a bow created by the gods, something only someone as powerful as Mammon-sama can use. I am showing him my most sincere smile, although I think that it is not very easy to distinguish in my dragon form. Of course, I want it. This is not a bow for a little lizard like you to use, hand it over. He makes a hand gesture for me to hand it over. Okay, if that's what you really want. I take the bow and throw it with all my strength at about 45 degrees, looking for Mammon to move as far as possible. I seem to have quite a lot of strength, that must be about 300 meters away. The devil opens his eyes wide and gives me a vicious look before running into the bow. Be careful and don't get burned. A reminder is never wrong, you have to be a good person, or a good dragon in this case, from time to time. Come on Sage, I choose to evolve into a Nephilim dragon. The moment I decided that I felt the heat running through my body. The heat destroyed my body from the inside out, rebuilding it into a new one. The status, the body, became a stronger one. I roared on instinct as I finished evolving. While I was evolving, Mammon was running for the bow. He finally found it in the forest undergrowth. At last, a heavenly bow. Such a weapon must be mine. Mammon grabbed Gandiva, but something happened that he didn't expect. A flame was lit in the bow, and it passed through his hand to the rest of his body, burning him mercilessly. Mammon threw the bow decisively, frightened by what had just happened. He felt that the bow could have killed him. What the fuck is this? How can that bow accept that lower dragon before it accepts me? Can you repeat those words? Mammon was grumbling when he heard a voice that was both light and dark. He turned around to lose all the color in his face. The little dragon he thought inferior and weak was gone, now there was a huge dragon, about 20 feet tall, black and white. The scales were black all over its body except on the inside of its legs, arms, tail, neck and belly, where it was white. The wings were a pure shining white color. They looked like a sacred object, and that was making Mammon very uncomfortable. Sage spoke to me again when I was done evolving. Evil Child Dragon has evolved into Nephilim Dragon Special Skill Holy Attribute, LV-acquired Special Skill Presence Detection, LV2 acquired Special Skill Automatic HP Recovery, LV3 acquired. I seem to have gained 2 interesting skills. I suppose that Presence Detection, LV2 I can use it in conjunction with my Senjutsu and multiply the effects when looking for someone's presence. Also, since it's a special skill, it acts unconsciously so it can warn me of possible enemies. As for automatic HP recovery, this will be very useful in battles against many enemies or that become very long. This skill can give me the victory in combat against someone with a similar power level as mine. I think it's going to be useful against this devil. Level of special skill Flight was increased from 3 to 5. Level of special skill Dragon's Scale was increased from 6 to 7. Resistance skill Holy Resistance, LV1 acquired title skill Dragon's King Sun, LV-all resistance level Bellow LV5 get increased 1 level. My special skills have taken a big leap. After all, until now, I was just a child dragon. Level of normal skill Breath of Drawness was increased from 3 to 5. Level of normal skill Dark Fang was increased from 2 to 4. Level of normal skill Numbing Darkness Claws was increased from 3 to 5. Level of normal skill Art of Human Transformation was increased from 5 to 7. The skills that I've worked on to raise my level all this year have taken a tremendous leap in quality. It's ironic that a few seconds evolution can do more than a year's training. Normal skill Holy Breath, LV1 acquired normal skill Holy Fang, LV1 acquired normal skill Holy Healing Claws, LV1 acquired level of normal skill Holy Breath was increased from 1 to 5. Level of normal skill Holy Fang was increased from 1 to 4. Level of normal skill Holy Healing Claws was increased from 1 to 5. I think this couldn't be any other way. If I have the abilities with the Darkness attribute, it's logical that I have them with the Holy attribute. Level of title skill Path of Evil was increased from 3 to 5. Title skill Tiny Hero, LV3 was changed into Hero, LV3 an inevitable change, I think. Title skill Evil King, LV-acquired. Title skill Holy King, LV-acquired. This is a bit contradictory, isn't it? Chapter 71 to 71, Killing a Devil Race, Nephilim Dragon Status, Normal LV, 175th HP, 210/210 MP, 200/200 Strength, 210 Defense, 190 Magic, 210 Agility, 150. This is my current status. I am still weaker than the devil in terms of brute strength and agility, but I outperform him in defense and magic. He also has more HP and MP, but that's not important because, race, devil, pure blood, power level, high class devil LV, 15/75 HP, 135/250 MP, 200/245 Strength, 240 Defense, 150 Magic, 195 Agility, 170. It seems that Gandiva has done considerable damage to that devil. He's taken so much HP from it that I'm even sorry for him. What the fuck is this? How can that bow accept that lower dragon before it accepts me? Huh? Okay, I take it back. I don't feel sorry for this devil anymore. I think that comment hurt a little bit, so I'm gonna kill him. How much experience will this guy give me? Can you repeat those words? Yeah, I feel pretty cool after saying those words. That feeling is reinforced when I see the guy turning pale. I still don't know how I look in this form, but I must look pretty intimidating for this guy to react like this. Come to think of it, this guy's got to look just like Reincarnated. I mean, he was unable to detect my dragon aura because of stealth, LV3. It seems that stealth, LV3 is no longer enough to hide my aura from the high-class powerhouse, and that's a problem. Not too bad, though. I guess I'll have to ask Tiamat to keep training me. Who are you? Are you someone close to that little lizard? If so, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to offend him, it's just that he killed my whole squad and I had to at least stand up for them, you know? That's why I didn't mean it. In fact, I meant to walk away after scaring him a little bit. I'm throwing him a roar to shut him up since he's so annoying. The devil takes a step back on his own. It seems my roar is a little effective. So you won't let me go, you stupid dragon. Let Mammon's descendant teach you what true power is. The devil points a hand at me, and a magic circle appears above it. I do not have time to observe the magic circle, as it disappears at the same time as a massive ball of demonic energy is shot towards me. That devil had put all his power into that magic attack. Boom. Arg, that hurts. I guess that's a bad thing about having such a big body, and I can't trigger attacks easily. I don't know how big I am, but this guy looks like a bug next to me. Well, with all my post-evolutionary upgrades, How much HP did that attack take away from me? HP 170/210 40 HP points. And how much MP has it cost him? MP 160/245 Okay, not bad. If we keep this up, there's no doubt I'll be the one to win this fight. Wait, there's something about my status that's caught my eye. HP 173/210 1 second later. HP 176/210 You're telling me I'm getting back 3 horsepower per second? How crazy is that? Well, you could say I've already won this fight. You tickled me without my permission. What do you think is the price to pay? I'm telling the devil. You should be proud that I attacked you. The devil answers, proud of himself. Do you think your attack has done me much harm? I'm not even bleeding. That's not the right answer. I'll try holy breath, it should be quite effective against the devils. Die. After I yell that, I activate holy breath. I channel my holy power into my throat and spit it out similar to the breath of darkness. Shit. A ray, my breath, of light is shot towards the devil. He seems to sense the danger of my attack, so he rushes to avoid it. When my ray vanishes, I can see that the devil is still alive. It seems that he has not been able to avoid my attack at all, because his right arm and right leg have been disintegrated. HP 35/245 Oh my fucking god. That attack just took 100 HP, which is a lot. I've taken so much HP from him probably because the devils are weak against the holy attribute and because his defense is lower than my magic power. I would have done much less damage to an opponent who had more defense and was not a devil, that is logical. For now, I'm not going to let him recover, and I'm going to finish him off with a holy fang. My fangs shine with sacred light, and I bite the head of the devil, killing him instantly. Well, let's says that this devil's blood is not of my tastes. 910 experience points have been obtained. Because of the effects of title skill Walking Egg. Another 910 experience points were obtained. Whoa, that's a lot of experience. The level of Nephilim Dragon raised from 1 to 21. OMG, let's see my new status. Draco race, Nephilim Dragon status, normal LV, 21/75 HP, 260/290 MP, 165/260 strength, 300 defense, 250 magic, 300 agility, 200 rank, B special skills, Dragon Scales, LV6 Sage, LV3 Flight, LV3 Darkness Attribute, LV-Holy Attribute, LV-Senjutsu, LV5 Accuracy, LV5 Presence Detection, LV2 Automatic HP Recovery, LV3 Resistance Skills, Physical Resistance, LV5 Fall Resistance, LV5 Hunger Resistance, LV5 Poison Resistance, LV5 Magic Resistance, LV4 Darkness Resistance, LV4 Pain Resistance, LV4 Fire Resistance, LV3 Holy Resistance, LV2 Normal Skills, Roll, LV2 Inspect Status, LV3 Breath of Darkness, LV5 Dark Fang, LV4 Dragon Punch, LV4 Numbing Darkness Claws, LV5 Anti-Illusion Eyes, LV4 Art of Human Transformation, LV7 Arrow Creation, LV8 Toki, LV3 Stealth, LV3 Holy Breath, LV5 Holy Fang, LV4 Holy Healing Claws, LV5 Title Skills. Dragon King's Son, LV Walking Egg, LV Infighter, LV3 Harmful Insects Killer, LV2 Path of Evil, LV5 Spirit Relief, LV5 Hero, LV3 Evil Dragon, LV Devil Killer, LV2 Fallen Angel Killer, LV1 The One Who is Loved by Nature, LV Archer, LV Evil King, LV-Holy King, LV-Chapter 72-72, Family Drama. Killing a high-class devil gave me 1820 experience points which led Maine to climb the first 20 levels of strokes. This is crazy. Huh? I can feel another presence, and it's a little more powerful than the devil. Is this presence detection, LV2? Shit. It's coming from inside the shrine. I have to hurry, there are Akeno and Shuri. They are the real target of the killers. I thought I was done with everyone. But if you think about it, it makes sense. The presence I'm detecting has the same key as the fallen angels, so I guess he's one of them. There were two groups, one of the fallen angels and one of the devils. Each with a subleader and a leader, so it stands to reason that there is still a leader of the fallen angel group. I can't go in to help right now just because I'm too big, my height is higher than the shrine. I can use art of human transformation, but my help would be practically useless. Strength, 150 defense, 125 magic, 150 agility, 200 dash 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 dash, and using Toki would be like this. Strength, 150 plus 45 equals 195 defense, 125 plus 37.5 equals 162.5 magic, 150 plus 45 equals 195 agility, 200 plus 60 equals 260 dash 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 dash. Unlike in my dragon form, my agility is most outstanding in my human form. Using Toki, I'm much faster than in my dragon form. Someday I should try using Toki in my dragon form. With those statistics in my human form, I could hardly fight the previous devil, and I would surely lose. Considering that the key I am sensing is so much more powerful, I have no chance of doing anything. Perhaps it is even a nuisance to Kurika, who is fighting it. But it doesn't make sense. Kurika should be able to overwhelm him with her magic. Kurika's stats are at the level of the devil I've killed except in agility and magic, where she has the level of an ultimate class. That's why Kurika shouldn't have as much trouble finishing off a fallen angel of that level. Unless... Yeah, I get it. First of all, Kurika isn't a pure yokai, since she's a reincarnated devil. The holy attribute of the fallen angel is very harmful to her, so she must be careful with that. On the other hand, she must protect Shuri, Akeno, and Reincarnated. From what I have seen these last few days, Shuri can defend herself from a group of low-class devils and could even kill a mid-class devil. But so far, she can't do much more. Let's remember that her strength is the purification of spirits and that she hasn't practiced her skills for over 10 years. Having Barakil as a husband, a man with a strength comparable to the original Satan's can make you very relaxed, even knowing that there is danger. Akeno is very young, but she has considerable power. She could more or less defend herself against a small group of low-class devils, but she can do no more. She can only use her holy lighting twice a day, and yet that attack of hers is still very weak. Reincarnated, with Barakil's training, has improved quite a bit. But she is still a two-winged fallen angel, although I think she is close to ascending to all 4 wings. I deduce that this fallen angel has 6 wings, so she has overwhelming power in front of these 3 girls. Only Kurika can cope. What can I do to help Kurika? Of course, I can. Come to think of it, Kurika doesn't need my help to defeat that fallen angel. She needs to ease the burden of the other 3 women, and I can do that perfectly. Sage, transform me into a human. Alright, this time I didn't even feel pain when I transformed, which is a relief. Gandiva under my call, the bow flies to me. When I pick it up, I instantly put it in the fate system. Okay, now I just have to get in there and get the 3 women out. I feel a little bit uncomfortable, but I don't know why it is. Running inside the house, I realize I've grown. I don't know how much, though. Kurika and the rest were in the backyard the last time I saw them, so I guess they're still like that. I just have to follow Key's trail in the air to get there, though upon arrival at the site, I can see the reason why Kurika was unable to defeat the fallen angel. Kurika is wrapping a barrier around her and the others. Dozens of light lances are trying to press against her from various angles. A middle-aged fallen angel is flying over a few feet inside the courtyard, smiling mockingly as she crosses her arms. 3 pairs of wings are to blame for the levitation of this one. Come on, my niece. Why haven't you killed those women yet? Cries the fallen angel. I don't understand what's going on. Whose niece? I am not your niece. I will never listen to those who caused my parents' death. This seems like a tasteless family drama, though no wonder it was Reincarnated who yelled at him again. I am surprised, I will not deny it, but I doubt Kurika's uncle is a fallen angel, much less Shuri. Besides, I think all first-generation angels are brothers, but they've never been called that. I mean, Akeno has never called Azazel an uncle, nor has he addressed her as his niece in any of the 21 volumes of high school DxD that I have read. Besides, this guy doesn't seem like a first-generation fallen angel. Chapter 73-73, Family Reunion, Kurika's POV, up to Chapter 113 on Patreon. Link, https://www.patreon.com/greetsage_master1pd. I made a slight change on the power levels, take a look at the auxiliary chapter and give me your opinion. Going back to when Draco started slaughtering the killers. Kurika ran to the inner courtyard, where Shuri was with Akeno and Reincarnated. According to the plan she and Draco had created, it had been Draco rather than her as she lay lazily using his arm as a pillow. The young dragon was to take charge of the assassins. At the same time, she protected the rest of the inhabitants of the shrine. Though she did not feel comfortable with that plan, as she preferred to get blood on her hands before Draco did, she knew that Draco needed that to become stronger. She did not know why the young dragon was so obsessed with gaining strength, but she would not ask him either. Everyone has their secrets, it was enough to trust him, and for him to trust her. The assassins arrived shortly after Barakil left the shrine, which was very suspicious. It seemed that there were indeed traitors within Grigori, just as Shuri had told Draco a week before. Just as they had planned, Draco pulled Gandiva out of wherever he kept the bow and went outside the shrine. Meanwhile, Kurika headed for the inner courtyard, where she was to protect Barakil's family and the ever-problematic Reincarnated. Kurika was slightly concerned about Draco because she could sense two keys that had a similar intensity to the young dragon. They should be the leaders of this assassination mission, so they should have some hidden abilities. Of course, all such concerns faded as she felt those two auras fade. There were only two occasions when an aura vanished suddenly, or at least two that Kurika knew of. The first was when an expert knew how to hide his aura, making it disappear in an instant. This might well be the case on this occasion, as they were some 300 meters away and might not expect two users of senjutsu capable of sensing auras from more than 300 meters away. The second was when the person in question died, was killed, had his life stolen, you can call it what you like. That was the option Kurika wanted to believe, and the most likely at this point. Kurika knew how terrifying Draco's aim could be. Not for nothing had she been with him all these months. Draco was so good that he did not miss a shot at moving targets that were faster than the human eye could detect at less than 500 yards. From a certain point of view, that was terrifying. Kurika confirmed the death of the two assassins as the aura in Draco's body grew more intense. She had never mentioned it to anyone before, but the aura Draco radiated was black and dark and smelled of blood as well. Kurika knew why this was so, for Draco had achieved that level of strength through killing and killing. Needless to say, what happened next? The rest of the assassins were nothing more than potato chips, simple sacks of flesh that moved chaotically and slowly. There was no way they could escape while within Draco's range. Kurika felt it when all the assassins were killed. Draco had reached a tipping point, though she did not know what it was. Draco's usually chaotic aura had stabilized as if a well had filled completely. Look what we have here, a cute little kitten, a shrine maiden and two nasty hybrids, two disgusting mistakes of my race. Kurika felt goosebumps. A grown man, his physical appearance seemed to hover between 35 and 40, with 3 pairs of raven wings on his back and a mischievous smile on his face. There was no doubt, this guy was also part of the group of killers. What had made Kurika's skin crawl was the fact that she had not been able to feel his presence until he was in the same courtyard. What was more, there was another key of the same level of power as the man in front of them. She wanted to go help Draco, but she could not leave Shuri and the others alone. Draco trusted her, and she trusted Draco. Kurika was certain that Draco could come out of it, her feline intuition told her so. Uncle Suriel. What are you doing here? Kurika turned to face the person who had spoken. She was surprised to see that it was Reincarnated who had spoken and that she was retreating. It was not uncommon to see Reincarnated frightened, as was common during her training with Barakil. But this was different, she was not only scared, but she was also terrified. Reincarnated had never shown a similar expression before, or Kurika had never seen anything like it. She seemed traumatized. Suriel. Shuri seemed to react to that name as well. She had a look of hate that Kurika had never thought he could see in a woman as gentle as Shuri, she was even emitting intent to kill. It seemed that this man was familiar to both girls. Reincarnated had even called him uncle. Are they even related? Uncle? Dirty-blooded scum like you dare to call me uncle. The man responds disparagingly to Reincarnated, giving her a vicious look. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Reincarnated withdraws, afraid of the look the man was giving her. I never would have thought I'd be so lucky. Not only will I be able to kill a mistake like Lord Barakil's daughter, but I will also be able to end my dead brother's mistake. 2 for 1, it seems the rubbish is on sale. Chapter 74-74 Kurika kept on the alert. Though she was worried about Draco, she was sure he could deal with the devil, even for a short time. But Kurika was convinced that these 3 girls could do nothing against this fallen angel. It would be instant death. Besides, it seemed Reincarnated had a complicated history with this man. Problems with a family member directly related to blood, that was always a complicated thing to deal with. And it seems like it's not a regular problem. This man, Shuri had called him Suriel, didn't seem to think his niece was a living thing, treating her directly like dirt. This seemed to be because she was a hybrid just like Akeno, whom he was also treating like trash. Wait. Reincarnated was a hybrid? She had never said anything about this, and Barakil and Shuri had kept it from her, too. It did not appear that the couple had kept it to themselves because they did not know, as Shuri had not reacted at all to the words of this fallen angel. What's going on here? Kurika had to ask. She's a cat, and you know what they say about cats. He's Suriel, a former member of Grigori. He's on Grigori's wanted list, a criminal wanted by all organizations. As to the reason for this, Shuri seemed to hesitate. She looked up at Reincarnated, who was paralyzed without moving. The young fallen angel's breathing was quickening greatly, and she barely seemed to be able to stand for long. Shuri finally sighed, she could not hide this for long. Besides, this might be the best time for Reincarnated to step forward and overcome her trauma. It was these situations, the least expected, that could perform miracles. He is accused of killing his older brother, his wife, and abusing physically and emotionally his niece. That is his crime. Kurika shuddered at Shuri's words. After all Kurika had heard in the past few minutes, she understood perfectly who Shuri was referring to when she spoke of Suriel's niece. Boob. Reincarnated was no longer able to stand, falling to the ground with one blow. Pathetic, Suriel mumbled. Reincarnated did not even dare raise her head, bending it as far as she could. Akeno was very frightened as well, she was hiding behind Shuri. She was small, but she understood that the man was addressing her when he was insulting the hybrids. Though surprised to learn that Reincarnated was like her, Akeno was too afraid to think about it too much. Sorry, human whore, but there's something you're wrong about. I never killed my brother or that filthy human scum. And if abusing my niece is how you consider training a person with some potential, then I can't deny what I did. Suriel says. You think I'm going to believe the words of a criminal? Your presence here and your motives, which are quite obvious, are more than proof that you are a criminal. You, Suriel, are evil. Besides, you were the only person at the scene of your brother's murder at the time of the murder. All the evidence is on your person, Suriel. Shuri says to him, serious face and evident hatred. Shuri did not even bother to hide the hatred she felt for Suriel. You're wrong, I wasn't the only person in that place. There was one more person in that house that day. It seemed the world had come to a standstill for Shuri. What Suriel said was true, there was one more person that day. But she was just a little girl, she wasn't even 8 years old at the time. Though Shuri could not believe it, she could not help but look at the girl sitting on the floor. Reincarnated was the only survivor of the fire that day. That fire that everyone thought Suriel had set. Say it, Reincarnated. Tell this human how you burned your parents alive. Say it. Suriel was screaming and gesticulating like a madman. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Reincarnated murmured, it seemed her spirit had been torn from her body. Yes, you were. I saw it. Friedel, your father, and I are sons of the seraphim Uriel, which makes you his granddaughter. Uriel is similar to Barakiel in a sense. If the latter is known as lighting of God, the former is known as fire of God. It's ironic that neither Friedel nor I inherited his sacred fire, but that a filthy hybrid like you did. But not only that, you had to awaken a sacred gear of the highest order. I didn't do it. Shut up now. I didn't do it, I didn't do it. You did it. But nobody believed me when I said it. Even that bastard Azazel kicked me out of the organization. All because of you. Because of a fucking hybrid. Because of a mistake that should never have been born. Your power should be mine. Only I deserve Uriel's power. Kurika had no doubts, this guy was totally crazy. She could not bear to see the state Reincarnated was in, she seemed to be on the verge of breaking down mentally, and was going to interrupt the conversation. But there was something that interrupted her, something that filled her with joy. Kurika had been aware of Draco's situation the entire time. As much as she had to protect Shuri and company, she would not hesitate to come to Draco's aid if he found himself in a critical situation. Currently, Draco's aura was increasing by leaps and bounds. Draco's size was increasing as well, he seemed to be transforming. Kurika knew what was happening. Draco was evolving. Chapter 75-75, I Want to Live. The dragon's roar echoed in the ears of all present. Is that Draco? Shuri muttered. Kurika was unable to hide the smile on her face. But someone else did not seem happy with this outcome. Tisk. That damned devil is useless, why hasn't he killed that little dragon? And to think that a mere child would complicate our mission. Well, I'm not going to waste any more time, and I'm going to kill you now. As such, the fallen angel created a lance of light in his hand. He did not hesitate for a moment to hurl the spear of light at Shuri, his first target. He was already preparing another spear of light when he felt his connection to the spear of light had been severed. His senses of alarm warned him, and he quickly dodged to one side. A sort of black circle brushed past him. To Suriel's surprise, he could tell that these circles were so dangerous that they could easily cut through his skin. He, as an experienced fallen angel, could tell what these circles were after observing them for a brief moment. Kasha! How fucking troublesome! Hey, Nikomata, why don't you go fuck yourself? You're not part of Grigori, you don't have to defend them. Save me a problem, kid, and leave this place. Suriel had nothing against this Nikomata, his mission was only to kill Shuri, Akeno, and Reincarnated. Usually, he would not let the Nikomata out. Still, the invariance of her and the dragon on the outside left his wrists bound with mithril rope. Kurika only smiled at Suriel's question. The man should at least ask politely, no? Especially if you are requesting a bodyguard to stop covering for her employer, even though Kurika is doing this for free. It's a tempting offer Naya. What should I do? What should I do? This fallen angel-san seems strong and dangerous, but Draco told me that I should take care of these girls. But I don't want to lose my life either. I don't know what to do, I don't know what to do. Kurika knew what she was doing right now. As much as she liked to annoy people, she was doing it with a purpose in mind. Maybe I have to ask more people's opinion. For example, Himejima Akeno-chan. Kurika pointed to the little Akeno, who was shaking as she hid behind her mother. Yes, she asked hesitantly. What should I do? Should I risk my life for people I have known for only a few weeks? Or should I go and help the man I am in love with? What do you think, Akeno? What would you do if you were in my place? Kurika was asking Akeno, because it was useless to ask Reincarnated because of her weak mental state, and because asking Shuri would be foolish. Akeno was the most innocent person in this place, so Suriel shouldn't raise his guard a bit. Kurika was not only doing this to taunt Suriel, but it also was but to buy time for Draco. She could sense that the lifespan of the devil had been drastically reduced, although she was not quite sure why. But one thing was clear, Draco was going to win against that devil. I don't know, I don't know. I just want to live. I don't want to die, Kurika-nisama. First, it was the strange men the other day, and now it's this bad man who hurt Reincarnated who wants to kill me too. Why can't I live? Akeno's words softened Kurika's heart. They had brought back memories of the past, and she had willingly participated in inhuman experiments just so that she and Chiron could survive. Kurika had felt despair, probably the same as Akeno was feeling at the moment. Kurika reached out to little Akeno and stroked the little girl's head. Do not worry, Kurika-nisama and Draco will take care of all the bad guys. You don't have to worry about anything, okay? Akeno looked into Kurika's eyes, and the Nico Shao could see that, though still a bit frightened, Akeno had some hope in her pure purple eyes. Yes. That's when the earth shook. A ray of light passed through the window, frightening everyone in the inner courtyard of the shrine. That's sacred light. Shuri had begun to speak, trying to guess the source of that ray of light. The one who responded was Suriel, for that sacred light was very similar to the one he had, although a bit different. If that dragon was capable of using the holy attribute, the devil with the name Mammon was going to have a lot of trouble. In fact, Suriel was already telling Mammon how he died in combat. Not only was the devil facing a dragon, but the dragon had control over the sacred attribute. It is common knowledge that the nemesis of the devils is the sacred attribute, and there is no need to mention the terrifying creatures that dragons are. That's when Suriel realized. After so many years of life and missions both in Grigori and in his new organization, Suriel had made a fatal mistake. He had underestimated the enemy. From the first moment, he thought this was going to be an easy and simple mission. All he had to do was kill a woman with a bit of skill in eradicating spirits and her daughter. For that simple mission, the first group of 30 were more than enough. But these unknown variables had to come into play. That little dragon that with a bow had eliminated the two groups, fallen angels and devils, before they could even reach 100 meters away. A dragon with a bow, that was just too incredible. To deal with that variable, the upper-class devil Mammon had been displaced to neutralize it. At the very least, the devil had to entertain the dragon while Suriel had to finish off the rest of the targets. Chapter 76-76, Kasha vs Holy Fire Spears. But Suriel would never have expected to find another variable in the form of Nikomata. Not only that, but the Nikomata seemed to be much stronger than that dragon. She had already proven herself a fearsome opponent with that Kasha she had used. Suriel feared that she was even more powerful than he was. Of course, he had an ace up his sleeve. If he didn't, he would have abandoned this mission by now. But even if he had a secret weapon, he preferred not to have to show it. So he had allowed Kurika to withdraw and not interfere with his actions. The Nico Shao had not yet given him an answer, and he had been waiting foolishly for one. Suriel had not realized this until he saw the lightning. There was no doubt, the enemy had played with them. Mammon was going to die sooner or later, and the dragon was going to come to the aid of the girls in no time. Suriel, who believed he had at least a few hours to kill his target since it had been reported that Barakil would take quite some time to arrive from the mission, now had to hurry to finish all this because of the possible threat posed by these two variables. It was time to go all out, wiping out all the enemies. Revealing all the trump cards he had in his hand. Raising both hands, two spears of light appeared above them. Unlike the previous spear, these spears were not yellow, but reddish in color. These spears gave off heat, making it clear that these were no ordinary light spears. Suriel felt his pride rise as he saw the surprised faces of Kurika and Shuri, the only two who could understand what was happening. Surprised? Though my fire is less than the heavenly fire of my father, Uriel, it is still mighty. Suriel laughed as he threw both spears of light, one toward Kurika and the other toward Shuri. Suriel doubted that he could kill the Nico Xiao with a single spear of light, but he had to at least keep her at bay while killing his true targets. As long as he killed Barakil's wife and daughter, he could leave with his mission accomplished. He already had a smile on his face, thinking his mission had been accomplished. What? Suriel felt that the connection to both spears had been severed. He understood if Kurika could finish with a single spear of light. Still, he was certain Shuri would not be able to defend against it. Unless... You think you're the only one who can create more than one weapon? It seems you're dumber than I thought. Naya. Two black wheels floated around Kurika. These were her kasha, she had used them to neutralize Suriel's attack. Suriel frowned, he had underestimated the Nico Xiao again. Is that so? I wonder, how many kasha can you create? 4 spears of light appeared behind Suriel's back. He attacked aiming at the 4 girls. He didn't know how many kasha Kurika could create, so he was beginning to test the girls' limits. He wasn't surprised when he saw 2 more black wheels. The 4 kasha finishing off the 4 spears of light. Suriel didn't stop his attack, creating 8 light spears. Kurika frowned and pulled out the remaining 4 kasha. This was getting worrying. Could Suriel create more spears of light? Suriel marveled at the sweat on Kurika's forehead. It seemed that the Nico Xiao could control no more than 8 kasha at once. If that was so, then this mission was already over. He decided to go all out this time, without giving Kurika a chance to defend himself. A spear. 2 spears. 4 spears. 8 spears. 16 spears. 32 spears of light floated around Suriel. These were moving around the inner courtyard of the shrine, ready to attack their target. Shuri's face paled, and she covered her daughter instinctively. Kurika bit her lower lip, this was becoming very difficult. Kurika sighed, and all the kasha were gone. Do you give up? I am sorry, but I will not give you the chance to escape. Suriel looked at Kurika with contempt. A half-smile appeared on Kurika's face, puzzling Suriel. She raised a hand and drew numerous runes in the air, these were a dark color. Yujutsu. Shuri recognized what Kurika was doing, and so did Suriel. He gave the order to attack immediately, praying that the Nico Xiao would not have enough time to finish what she was doing. Black prison. A black, but at the same time transparent, barrier covered the group of girls before the light lances could enter a range of 5 meters away. The light lances collided with the barrier and disappeared. Suriel knew this wasn't very good. He continued to create spears of light and shoot them at the barrier, hoping to destroy it as soon as possible. To his despair, none of the spears could break through the barrier. He was racking his brain, looking for a possible solution to this desperate situation. He had to finish this mission if an unimaginable punishment would come to him as a result of failing the task. He might well kill himself before he could report his failed mission. A light bulb went off in his head when he remembered who was among that group of women. His dear niece would listen to him if he asked you for a favor, wouldn't she? Reincarnated, you have to kill those women. If you do, you can come with your dear uncle to a place where they will accept you with open arms. You'll come back to me, the only family you have left. Yeah, Reincarnated could kill the targets. He knew she had a latent power that could take him out in seconds. Now that the Nico Xiao was busy maintaining the barrier, there was nothing to stop Reincarnated from killing Shuri and Akeno. Shut up, shut up. Reincarnated kept talking incoherently. Chapter 77-77, A Calamity. This revelation of Reincarnated's past is now over. Come on, my niece. Why haven't you killed those women yet, cries the fallen angel. I don't understand what's going on, who's whose niece? I am not your niece. I will never listen to those who caused my parents' death. This seems like a tasteless family drama, though no wonder it was Reincarnated who yelled at him again. I am surprised, I will not deny it, but I doubt Kurika's uncle is a fallen angel, much less Shuri. Besides, I think all first-generation angels are brothers, but they've never been called that. I mean, Akeno has never called Azazel an uncle, nor has he addressed her as his niece in any of the 21 volumes of high school DxD that I have read. Besides, this guy doesn't seem like a first-generation fallen angel. Now, what can I do to help the girls? Earlier, I had thought to help Kurika by getting the rest of them out of the inner courtyard, taking them to a safe place so that I could leave the Nico Xiao unhindered to finish off the fallen angel. But now that I can better analyze the situation, I find it very difficult for Shuri and the others to break out of the barrier Kurika created. Cracks are beginning to appear in Kurika's barrier, although it is being repaired at a reasonably high rate. Even so, I don't think it will take long for it to collapse. Once the barrier no longer protects the girls, I don't believe the fallen angel won't kill his targets. There's no other way, I'll have to take care of it personally. I'll use status inspection on him, to get a better idea of his abilities. Race, Fallen Angel Power Level, 6 Wings LV, 25/75 HP, 280/280 MP, 150/270 Strength, 260 Defense, 180 Magic, 220 Agility, 200 Skills, Light Flame Spear Flight. He's strong, at least stronger than the devil I've faced before. Still, he's weaker than me in my true form. All that experience received from killing the devil has made me go up a massive amount of levels, which translates into a noticeable increase in my strength. But this is not a place where I can use all that strength, because no space can contain me in my true form and I could end up causing damage to the girls. Which leaves me with two options. I can try to get the fallen angel out of the shrine, so I can fight him with all my strength. If I can accomplish that, I can consider the battle resolved. If I can't get the fallen angel out of the sanctuary, I'm left with only the option of fighting him in my human form. Which would be shit, since fighting in a closed space, enclosed place like this is advantageous to him and disadvantageous to me. With all those spears that the fallen angel is using at the same time, I calculate that there are more than 30. With the little space I have, it will be tough for me to avoid his attacks, much more complicated to get close to him. With my superior speed, I suppose I can get close to him and dodge many of those spears, but I will not come out unharmed from a torrential spear attack. On the other hand, those spears don't seem to be ordinary spears. In fact, the system had given them a special name. Light Flame Spear. It is not an ordinary spear if even the system has given it a special name, so I have to be even more careful. Luckily, my evolution to Nephilim Dragon has erased my vulnerability to the light attacks of fallen angels and angels, so these spears of light will not be as deadly to me. That doesn't mean they're effective, just that I've gained resistance to that attribute. If before the attacks of light attribute made me an x2 of damage, now it makes me 1/2 of the damage it should make me. Wait, I still have a choice. I think this may be the time when I make use of my beloved Noble Phantasm for the first time. Gandiva. It's an area Noble Phantasm, similar to a missile blast, and I have no doubt I can smash Kurika's barrier with it, which would end up hurting Shuri and the rest. That's why the use of Gandiva in this situation is completely out of the question. On the other hand, Phoebus Catastrophe is a Noble Phantasm that suits me perfectly in this situation. A torrent of arrows, a calamity, with which I could shoot down all the enemy's spears and impale him with the rest. Plus, this Noble Phantasm allows me to control where the arrows will fall, so there's no danger of harming the girls. Well, I've made up my mind. It's time to use my Noble Phantasm for the first time. With all this, I summon Gandiva back into my hand. There's no way I can use this Noble Phantasm without using my most precious possession. Now, I beseech you, Apollon and Artemis, bless this bow and these arrows. Who's there? The fallen angel becomes aware of my presence, something I see as normal. As much as I was hiding before, I had to show myself to launch this attack. Who is that man? Why does he look so familiar? The fallen angel is not the only one who notices my presence, since the girls do too. I devote this calamity to you. 2 magic arrows in the bow, pointing to the sky. Now all I have to do is sing the last part of the Noble Phantasm chant. The words that give this one power, which made it famous for its legend. The protection of the gods Apollon and Artemis, which in turn is a calamity for my enemies. Phoebus Catastrophe. Chapter 78-78, Phoebus Catastrophe. Phoebus Catastrophe, complaint message on the arrow. Atalante's Noble Phantasm, one of Artemis' most famous hunters. Famous for her participation in the hunting of the Caledonian boar. She sends a letter of complaint attached to an arrow to ask for the divine protection of the sun god Apollo, deity of the bow and arrow, and the moon goddess Artemis, deity of the hunt, with the Tor Apollos, bow of heaven she received from Artemis, her protective deity. This Noble Phantasm is associated with the episode in which Artemis and Apollo shot down all the children of the fertile woman Niobe after she boasted that she was superior to the mother of both gods, the also goddess Leto, because Leto had fewer children. Seeking divine protection, Atalante desires a calamity as compensation, so she equates her protection to a calamity for the enemy. Instead of the bow or arrows acting as a Noble Phantasm, it is a mass technique of aiming and shooting arrows with the bow. I lack the Tor Apollos, but I have a bow that is not at all inferior to this one. Gandiva aiming 2 arrows at the sky, representing a call to the gods as they begin to shine, and when released, they head at speed great enough to pierce the clouds while leaving a trail of light. Who are you? The fallen angel ceases his assault on the barrier for a few moments. Does it seem that arriving so soon has been unexpected for him? Your worst nightmare. I'm trying to look cool, although I don't know if I'll ever make it. Actually, I've always wanted to do this. The fallen angel stares at me, wanting to dig into the depths of my soul. I see, you're the dragon that was fighting Mammon. If you're here, it means he's already dead. Sigh, it looks like this mission is going to be a failure. There's no point in staying here if I'm only going to die. It looks like I'm going to have to defect from the new organization as well. The fallen angel turns around without hesitation, trying to leave the place. I'm sorry, leaving here is no longer a possibility for you. My words seem to have caught the attention of the fallen angel, who slows down his flight and turns around. What do you mean? He asks. I don't answer his question, but I do point my finger to heaven. The inner courtyard of the shrine is not enclosed by a roof, so you can see the sky without any problems. The fallen angel follows my finger and looks up at the ceiling. His face turns pale at once. The 2 arrows that I had sent to heaven had pierced the clouds, leaving a trail of light. A little later, a faint light that illuminated the sky appeared, accompanied by a sound similar to rain. But it was not a deluge of water, it was a rainfall of arrows of light that fell towards the fallen angel like a downpour. Since the noble phantasm allows me to establish the range of the rain, I control the arrows so that a small part of them will finish off the spears that the fallen angel had thrown at me, in a desperate attempt to save his neck. The rest of them were concentrated on the figure of the fallen angel. A burst of light enveloped the inner courtyard of the shrine. When it disappeared, no trace of the fallen angel remained. Meanwhile, in my mind, 1110 experience points have been obtained. Because of the effects of tidal skill walking egg. Another 1110 experience points were obtained. The level of Nephilim Dragon raised from 21 to 30. Draco Race, Nephilim Dragon Status, Normal LV, 30/75 HP, 326/326 MP, 40/290 Strength, 332 Defense, 284 Magic, 340 Agility, 225 Is this over yet? I guess so, all threats have been eradicated. Now, where are my fate points? You have successfully changed a person's fate. 1. Fate point obtained. You have successfully changed a person's fate. 1. Fate point obtained. You have successfully changed a person's fate. 1. Fate point obtained. What? I got 3 fate points? I understand getting 2 of them because I saved Shuri and Akeno, but that 3rd point, where did it come from? Sage, do you know anything about this? Characteristic skill Sage, LV3 is unable to explain. How nostalgic, it's been a long time since I've had such a response from Sage. Don't bother asking the level system those questions, it has no control over the fate system. But he's the one who gave me the notice, old man. Of course, that's because of a little change I made back then. Isn't it nice to get this kind of notification? I suppose so. Draco? Is that you? A voice I know very well speaks to me from behind. I turn to face this person, who is none other than Kurika. I smile at her and put a hand on her head, stroking the back of her ears. She unconsciously lets out a faint groan. One thing I have learned this year with her is that Kurika, or Nikomatis in general, are sensitive in the area behind their ears, and are even more sensitive at the base of their tails. Silly, who else would I be? Now that I realize that, it seems like I've grown up a lot. Before, my height was around Kurika's, but now I am much taller than her. She is now as tall as my chest, so I guess my height is over 6 feet. You've become stronger, taller, more robust, more handsome. You've evolved. Kurika mutters as she runs her fingers across my chest, she seems to be intoxicated. She frowned and relaxed it for a few moments afterwards. A wide smile on her face. Let's buy you some new clothes. Author notes. I have started playing as Elaine, do you have any tips to give me? Chapter 79-79, A Hero, Her Hero. Azazel had called Barakil to investigate Satanale's group. After so many years, they had finally found clues to their location. Satanale and his students, the team of the Abyss. Abyss Team, also known as Nephilim Abyss and those who fell into the Abyss, is an organization composed of individuals with fierce sacred gears. Each and every member of the Abyss Team has brutal sacred gears, which are not as powerful as the Long Inus or even the high-level sacred gears but have some irreversible side effects. What is worse is the personality of these boys and girls who are part of the Abyss Team. Like their sacred gears, their minds seem to be corrupted and deviated. That's why Grigori labeled them as dangerous and teamed them up with the most sensible teacher. Who would have thought that Satanale would betray them? In the end, the place where Grigori's traitors were believed to reside was nothing more than a decoy made by Satanale and his people. Barakil felt a small sense of déjà vu. As a child, it was a déjà vu that came from his worst nightmares. Barakil hurried home, fearing that the same thing would happen as in the nightmares. Because he was sure, this time, it was not a nightmare. This was nothing more than pure reality. The first thing he felt when he arrived near his house was the smell of blood. This was something that had already changed from his nightmare. In the dream, he did not smell anything until he entered the sanctuary. Guided by the smell of blood, Barakiel stepped into the forest at high speed, his 5 pairs of wings wide open. What entered his sight were the bodies of some 30 people of 2 different races, devils and fallen angels. Barakiel clenched his teeth and fists, with colossal wrath coursing through his body. He understood the reason for the devils to appear in this place. Still, he was unable to understand the reason why the fallen angels were also here. Barakiel might think that the fallen angels had died protecting his wife, but that would only be a useless lie. It was like covering a 10-meter gap with a 2-inch band-aid. In fact, they had all died the same way. Arrow wounds. Though there were no arrows anywhere, Barakiel knew they had died from them. And there was only one person who could be such a marksman with a bow. Draco. Barakiel felt some relief and most of all, hope. Draco and Kurika were not at home during his nightmare, but it was clear as day that they were. Barakiel could trust that they would protect his family. Still, he could not help but feel anxious. He had to see them, his wife and daughter, with his own eyes, or he could not rest easy. Shuri and Akeno were everything to Barakiel, he could not live without them. It was at that moment, just before Barakiel arrived outside the shrine. Something told Barakiel to look up to the heavens, and so he did. 2 arrows shot out at high speed and were lost in the clouds. After that, the sky lit up, and a rain of arrows descended. Barakiel paled. The arrows were falling into his house. And though individually they were only slightly powerful, by the standards of a man with a Cotter power level, so many arrows with that level of power could cause considerable damage to one such as himself. It was not something that any of those currently residing in his house could bear. Shuri! Akeno! Barakiel shouted as he entered the shrine. He ran as fast as he could, entering directly into the inner courtyard. Shuri! Akeno! He screamed as soon as he arrived. Dad! A little girl ran and jumped into her father's arms. She was none other than Akeno, who had regained her joy from the despair of what had happened only moments before. The rain of arrows had impaled the fallen angel completely, ending his life. That shower of arrows, they were like a miracle from God to her. A miracle meant to save their lives, hers, her mother, and her 2 older friends/sisters. And he who had created that miracle was in the same room as her, being embraced by the big cat sister. He is her hero, the hero of Akeno Himejima. 6 months after the events in Japan. Europe, Romania. 2 people got off a plane, 2 women. The smallest one seemed to be a little over 130. Her hair was white, and her eyes were golden. She had a feline aura. If you looked at her a little more, you could see well-defined muscles all over her body. It was obvious that they had been obtained through training. She was very young and seemed to be younger than she really was. You would think that the girl would not be more than 10 years old, but in reality, she was already approaching 13. She was wearing a white and blue oriental yukata. The other woman was taller than her, but she wasn't exactly the definition of a tall woman. Her hair color was blonde, and her eyes were emerald green. She was less than 160 centimeters tall, and, like the little girl, she had well-marked body muscles. She was young, or so it seemed. Her age should be in her early 20s, 22 at the most. Her dress was much more revealing than that of the little girl, wearing a crimson piece of clothing that barely covered her breasts and back. The 3-hour journey has taken forever, Chiron. Yes, teacher. But it's gone much faster than the 12-hour flight from Japan to London. Good. After spending 6 months with my father's descendants, let's go get the vampires. Yes, teacher. Sigh. Chiron sighed as she followed her teacher, Mordred, who seemed particularly energetic in her talk of vampires. When was she coming home? The days in the woods were much better than training with Mordred. I miss you, Kurakani-san. Draco Nii-transition chapter, time skip in the next chapter. The start of the next volume/arc is coming. Chapter 80-80, Dumper of the Holy Grail, 1, Anything that you recognize is not mine. This is a side story of 4 chapters about Mordred and Chiron-chan, damn, that was spicy. 2 people had snuck into the vampire party. Unlike everyone who had attended the party, who had done so dressed as medieval nobles, these 2 people had their appearances hidden in layers. So that's the girl Master was talking about. The 5th king. The speaker, the taller of the 2, did not hide the contempt contained in her words when she said 5th king. I'm not going to lie, she's a cutie. She must be your sister's age, Chiron. Still, a pretty face isn't enough to be a king. It's obvious she's nothing but a puppet for that filthy vampire. The person next to her, Chiron, nods her head. Sephiroth Graal. The holy grail of this world. So it is that child who has it. Mordred muttered to herself. Draco Nii said it's her, so it has to be her. There's no way Draco Nii's wrong. Mordred raised her eyebrows and looked at Chiron, her playful gaze fixed on little Nekoxiao's sincere eyes. You seem to trust your older brother very much. You haven't seen him or your sister in 6 months, do you miss them? Mordred asked Chiron. The little cat nodded slightly. I miss them very much, but it was my own decision to follow you, teacher. Kurika-Nisama is very strong, and so is Draco Nii. I have to work very hard to be able to fight by their side in the future. Chiron clenched her fists as she spoke, her determination well appreciated by her teacher. After 6 months of training in England, Mordred was increasingly proud of her first and only disciple. She trained seriously, not skipping any of the training and always giving her all. Of course, Mordred put limitations on the girl's training. She was only 11 years old. The training was, of course, tailored to her age and physical ability. Mordred was not an insensitive person, and she was not going to force Chiron to have a hell of a workout. Still, the training Chiron had undergone during this time had been very effective. Her hand-to-hand combat was amazing, and she had impressive explosive strength even by Mordred's standards. The problem was that she could not help the little girl with magic, Mana Burst being the only spell she could teach the little cat, and she could not help her senjutsu training either for obvious reasons. They had arrived in Romania after receiving a message from Draco. He had informed them that Grigori had found the location of the Sephiroth Graal, the holy grail of this world. Sephiroth Graal, one of the 13 Longinus. According to Draco, Grigori did not appear to wish to interfere in vampire territory. They had confirmed that the bearer of this sacred gear was none other than Valerie Teeps, a dumper born from the union of the 4th king of Teeps and one of his humans' concubines. She had been about to be executed for saving another dumper, who possessed a peculiar sacred gear called Forbidden Balar View that was capable of stopping time, but the Holy Grail manifested itself to save her life. The vampires of the Teeps faction had already lost a powerful weapon to fight against the Carmilla, so they were not going to kill a powerful weapon like one of the 13 Longinus. After waking up her sacred gear, Valerie disappeared for a while. She only reappeared after the 4th king of Teeps mysteriously disappeared. The surprise came when she proclaimed herself the 5th king of Teeps, and more surprising was that everyone accepted them as if it was natural that the events took place in such a way. But Mordred understood this when she saw what had happened before. This girl, Valerie Teeps, was nothing more than a puppet for her brother Marius, the real ruler. The reason Mordred and Chiron were there was that Draco had informed them of this, thinking that Mordred would be curious about the Holy Grail. He had told them beforehand that this Holy Grail did not have the same function as the Holy Grail of Fuyuki or that of any other war in the world from which Mordred came. The reality was that Draco wanted to keep Mordred busy for a while longer since he did not yet want to go to the world of Type Moon. He just felt that it wasn't time to go yet, that he still had to do something else. For that reason, he sent this information to Mordred. Just as Draco thought, Mordred was attracted to the idea and had Arthur Pendragon, the current heir to the Pendragon house, buy 2 flight tickets to Romania for the next day. They had already arrived a week before, but they had been gathering information and looking for the place where the vampires resided. After the umpteenth torture of Mordred, one of the vampires confessed that they were going to have a private party where the new king would participate. Thus, Chiron and Mordred had come to this place and had witnessed what had happened between Valerie and Marius. Neither of them had liked it, and they had felt a lot of satisfaction when Valerie hit Marius' cheek. They had both found what they had done with the dumper afterwards repulsive, however. They both had bad experiences with being locked in cells and experienced with them. Mordred for her childhood under the care of Morgan Le Fay, the original one, and Chiron for the time she spent in the neighbor's house. "Teacher, we're going to save her, aren't we?" Chiron asked. Her little body was slightly shaking. She had her head down, so she couldn't see the expression that Mordred had at that moment. And that expression, it was very frightening. The vampires of the Teeps faction were about to suffer the wrath of the Night of Treachery. Chapter 81-81, Dumper of the Holy Grail, 2, Chiron, let's come up with a plan. Mordred told her apprentice. Yes. Chiron was thrilled to think they were going to a rescue plan. This looked like the films of secret agents. Chiron had seen quite a few of these with her friend Le Fay, whom she had met in England, and she had quickly become a fan of them. Chiron, you take care of rescuing the fake queen while I cause trouble. Okay. Any illusion of Chiron disappeared as quickly as she arrived. Sigh. What else could she expect from her teacher? It was obvious that Mordred didn't think much and only threw herself forward into battle, overwhelming her enemies with brute force. Chiron did not dislike that at all, for it was the same style she had learned to fight. And let's not lie to ourselves, the adrenaline you get from close combat is far greater than the thrill you get from coming up with a secret escape plan. The strategy this time was simple, Mordred was going to make a lot of noise. Okay, time to work. Chiron masked her presence and headed for where the guard had taken Valerie. When she had gotten far enough away from Mordred, she started her game. Mordred kicked the table and sent it flying, hitting a few vampires along the way. What the hell? Marius went into a state of shock for a moment. When he recovered, he called a couple of guards who were standing next to him. He ignored the screams of the guests. Guards! Activate the alarm! Before he could even blink, both guards were on the ground, their hearts impaled by a great sword. Everyone forgot to breathe for a moment. Those armors are crap. Obviously, mine is much better. A knight dressed in what appeared to be medieval armor with a helmet protruding two horns stood in front of the two murdered vampires. Uproar! What is the meaning of this? Are we being attacked? Impossible. We are not prepared to shed more blood after the coup with Teeps. Marius, for some reason, was facing the knight who had fallen silent after mocking the armor. Seeing him so quiet was making him shudder inside, feeling the powerful aura this knight was emitting. What does this mean? Who are you? The knight came out of his stupor when he heard Marius cry. We'll talk more about these experience points later, master, now a fucking vampire is bothering me. Mordred looked at Marius coolly as she said goodbye to Draco, with whom she was having a mental conversation. Their master-servant connection was so powerful that they could dialogue even from as far away as Japan and Romania. Now, Master has told me that I cannot reveal my identity at any cost, as I can attract unnecessary trouble. Mordred said as she pulled her sword from the chest of one of the guards. Just know that you're all fucked up, you fucking bloodsuckers. The mayor of Teeps glared daggers. Well, what are you waiting for? He snapped at the soldiers. Slay him. At first, they were uncertain. But soon after the screams broke out, the men rushed forward. Others stayed behind to shoot shadows at the intruder from a safe distance while defending the trembling visitors. More shouting. More screaming. More running. Mordred dodged attacks and continued to plunge his sword into the hearts of the vampires. It seemed that she, instead of using a sword, was using a spear. I'll deal with you later. Marius knew that message was meant for him. The knight was planning to let him see him kill each and every one of his guards, and then kill him. But he wasn't willing to die here. Guards! Protect me while I escape. He ran at the moment of giving the order, taking advantage of the moment when Mordred was busy with the guards to escape from it. The loud knock on Marius' door was his way of showing the fear he was feeling. He placed as much furniture as he could in front of the door, in a futile attempt to make the knight waste more time passing through the door. Marius felt himself die when the door shook, and a few cracks appeared. The screams kept coming one after the other, but Marius no longer cared. He turned into a flock of bats and escaped from the place. Mordred yawned from her seat at the broken table. Her eyes moved around the room, turning a deaf ear to the pleading cries of the surviving vampires. She glanced down at the floor, smiling in satisfaction at the sight of the bodies of all the guards who had followed Marius' orders. The only survivors left were the noble vampires, who were kneeling and asking Mordred for forgiveness for any sin they had committed against her. That was quick. Once again, Mordred yawned. So, what are these experience points, master? Mordred had been surprised since she killed the first two guards, as some sort of message had appeared in her mind. The message read as follows. Master has received 200 experience points. Every guard she killed caused her to receive a similar message. Draco had started to explain a bit, but Marius had decided to meddle in master-servant's conversation, so Mordred had to cut the conversation short momentarily to get rid of all the annoying bats. You know my strength increases every time I kill an enemy, don't you? That's because I get experience points that help me level up. When I get to a certain level, I can evolve and increase my strength one more step. Does that mean that by killing those damn bloodsuckers they serve to improve Master's strength? Yes. A smile appeared on Mordred's face. If the Master got stronger, that meant she would be stronger too. With such a powerful master-servant couple, there was no way they would lose the great war they would fight in the future. Putting that aside, how's Chiron doing? Oh, she should be rescuing the Holy Grail girl. It shouldn't take more than a few minutes to finish. She has become strong. Chapter 82-82, Dumper of the Holy Grail, 3, The cold air made Chiron shiver as she walked down the dungeon's stairs. She had had to knock out several guards she had encountered along the way. In the absence of torches, Chiron felt as if she were watching the twilight through her night vision. One of the uses of senjutsu that Kurika had taught her in that year of training had been the ability to have night vision. When she reached the top of the stairs, she found herself in a crowd of cells. She stood in front of one of them, where a blonde vampire was watching her fiercely and cautiously. Who are you? The vampire asked. His voice was charged with poison and hate. You first. Chiron hid any emotion inside her body, something Mordred had taught her. She did not have to let a stranger catch anything in a conversation or interrogation, so she would always be able to gain the upper hand in such exchanges. I am the Lord of the House of Vilady. I will ask you again, who are you? It's none of your business. Chiron shrugged. She had not intended to speak her name at all. In fact, She had received specific instructions not to reveal her name or identity to anyone, even wearing her face covered so that no one could record her image. What do you want then? The vampire asked. Valerie Teeps, where is she? Chiron went straight to the point. She wanted to stay in this place no longer than necessary. Everything about the vampires disgusted her, they were even worse than the rumors said. Ha ha ha, so she has her eyes on the Holy Grail. I don't know how the information about that girl got into your ears or those of your organization, but I don't care. She was taken from here a few minutes ago. If you don't hurry, you won't be able to find her for quite some time. That Marius is very clever, and he has the support of someone very powerful. Chiron nodded and left the scene immediately, heading for the spot where the vampire was pointing. A fierce kick was enough to open the doors. A guard with a long spear made it inside first, his eyes scanning the library and his spear ready to pierce anything that lunges at him with bared fangs or sharp claws. He looked over his shoulder. The room is clear, Mayor Marius. Marius moved inside, pushing an empty bag to the guard's chest, almost making him trip over. You know what to do, he said after picking a strange-looking gem. I have to speak to someone. The guard looked up from the sack. What should I put inside? Everything, was his mayor's response. Marius activated the stone. Euclid. We're under attack. A very powerful knight, with a helmet from which horns come out, appeared out of nowhere and has killed all of my guards. Marius cursed after receiving no answer. I have already sent the Sephiroth Grawl to a carriage. You know the coordinates, we will continue to talk there. He threw the pearl against the wall and held out the urge to throw all the books off the shelves. He had lost the castle of Teeps, that was a fact. The Teeps was not prepared for another coup, even if months were to pass, their defenses were as weak as a withered tree. He needed to leave with Valerie. As long as he had the Holy Grail, losing his home wouldn't bother him at all. Marius looked up when a sudden tremor came after the howl in the corridors, thankful that the doors were locked when the gigantic beasts passed away from them. He definitely knew what those were, their aroma was more than enough to make him puke. Werewolves, Marius whispered with a shaky breath, resuming his work. Not truly werewolves anymore, but they are aberrations nonetheless. I have seen but one in my childhood near the many infamous laboratories funded by the House of Teeps. It is a memory that I hide even from myself. Indeed, any vampire, let it be Carmilla or Teeps faction, would sweat bullets at the acknowledgement of such things. Except for Valerie, for an odd reason, she categorizes such creatures as cute on her list. That and boys wearing skirts. He gritted his teeth and ignored the soldier's odd look. There's no time for fooling around. While he wished to see the knight smashed, obliterated, nothing left to bury by the Teeps' infamous creation. He knows how vital this project he's been working with Euclid is essential for their progress. Chiron had informed Mordred of the discovery, so they both ran out of the place. Go to the hotel where we're staying. You're not fast enough to catch up with the girl. If what the vampire said was true, the girl should be at least 100 yards away. Mordred decided that Chiron was not necessary to continue the mission. Rather, she was totally useless from now on. Chiron nodded, knowing her limits, and stepped aside. Mordred wanted to get it over with and get the hell out of this place, something Chiron agreed with. Mordred jumped onto the roof of a building and continued to jump from building to building, looking for Valerie. I found you. Mordred was internally surprised when she saw the huge creature in front of the dumper. Valerie was sitting on the ground, one hand on her heart, in a clear state of shock. Well, anyone would be when they saw the grotesque creature standing in front of her. Mordred was also a little bit in shock. She'd heard about these creatures and how they were the natural enemies of vampires. But the one she was seeing didn't look at all like what they described in the fantasy books. Is that a werewolf? Chapter 83-83, Dumper of the Holy Grail, 4, Valerie was in shock. The world's common sense seemed to have disappeared, or what she considered common sense. She was trying to look away from the abomination in front of her. This thing had suddenly appeared from the sky. She didn't understand anything that was happening. Get up! The guard accompanying her screamed as he lifted her off the ground. Lord Marius has already left. We have to go now. Where dash? She tried to talk. Shut up! He ordered, without even looking at her. We're just wasting our time. He was silenced before he could speak. An object, what appeared to be a sword, was thrown at him and pierced his stomach, killing him instantly. The dead body fell on top of Valerie, crushing her beneath it. Valerie hit her head on the ground, which was not exactly soft. For a few seconds, she looked at the moon and tried to reach it. Then, black waves began to assault her. The adrenaline that once burned like a fire had faded away to an icy numbness. Her eyesight was blurred, but not because the tears were welling up. Everything became fuzzy. The only thing she could hear was her weak heartbeat. Her breath came in ragged, shallow gasps. The only thing that is making her active is the blood oozing from the guard in her forehead, her vampiric side slowly demanding for the last dinner. This is it. She managed to pronounce something. The despair and suffering of what she passed from the beginning to end were finally over. Is this how I escape from this world? Valerie wasn't naive to the darkness of the real world. No more sleeping in horrible dungeons. No more racist comments. No more experiments made by her brother. No more dead people talking to her. And all because she's a dumper born with a long anus. She would be able to leave all the pain behind. She closes her eyes and waited. Seconds pass as she lay there, then, she heard someone weakly calling her name out. She doesn't know who it was. The voice was androgynous, which brought back memories of her childhood friend, but still unknown to her. Interesting enough, the voice has a superb Romanian accent, greater than hers. In her defense, she had never touched a book since childhood, only learning a few words when people opened their mouths. Hey, someone flicked her forehead. Her voice clearer now. The horrendous smell of garlic invading her nostrils. You're still alive, yet. The blonde girl struggled to flutter her eyes out. When she did, she came face to face with someone she hadn't seen before. It was a foreigner woman and a stunning one. She was looking at her with a smirk on her face. Glad you're still living. She openly laughed and slapped her knee, ignoring the fact that there's an impaled corpse behind her and another one in a crater. Valerie felt her red blood orbs heavier than before. Tired, huh? Mordred said with a hum. It's fine. Get some rest, little girl. Mordred continued to speak even when Valerie had lost consciousness. Because from now on you're going to have a new life. Mordred took Valerie carefully. She turned to see a large group of vampires and werewolves, making their way to them. I'd like to play with you guys for a while, but I have other things to do. Bye. With Valerie carried on his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, Mordred ran out of the place. She was so fast that she left the chasing party behind without any trouble. Mordred arrived at the hotel where Chiron was waiting. This, of course, after making more than 15 different turns and only heading to the site after confirming that no one was in the area. She knocked on the door of the room they had rented, but no one answered. It's me, Chiron, Mordred said. Password. A childish voice answered. The knight and the dragon are working together for the cat princess. Password correct. The childish voice, which belonged to Chiron, answered and opened the door. She was dressed in nice white pajamas with black dots that matched her hair. She held back from yawning, looking as if she had just woken up. Your teacher was risking her life to rescue the dumper of the Holy Grail, and you're here sleeping. Aren't you ashamed? But those guys were so weak, the teacher could take care of them all with one hand. Huh? Mordred wanted to upset Chiron a little, but the innocent girl's response momentarily surprised her. With that short answer, Chiron was revealing all the confidence she had in Mordred. Having someone who trusts you. This was a new feeling for Mordred, one she had never experienced before. Throughout her life, she had always sought to be praised by her father. To that end, she always threw herself into the thick of things, the vital position on the battlefield, to make way for Arthur's troops and thus achieve victory. And she always achieved that victory, she always managed to get that detail that made her father achieve the final victory. To achieve that, she didn't care about the casualties on the battlefield. In fact, the name of her squad was unofficially called the Suicide Squad. This was because 90% of the soldiers assigned to Mordred's squad fell in combat by following their leader's suicide strategies, and the other 10% were those fleeing the battlefield. Back then, no one trusted her. But now, here was someone who trusted her and her strength. Chiron trusted Mordred so much that she had gone to sleep with a clear conscience, knowing that nothing bad would happen to her teacher. Mordred smiled. A sincere, innocent smile. If she could look in the mirror herself, she would be surprised to see that smile on his face. That smile soon disappeared and was replaced by her usual mischievous, playful smile. She stroked Chiron's white hair with her free hand and laughed lightly. Haha, don't sleep anymore, little cat. Let's give the dumper a little bath and get out of this damn vampire country. Chiron blushed when she heard Mordred talking about the bathroom. Shall we go for a bath, together? Mordred raised an eyebrow. Of course, didn't you say you wanted your tits to grow as big as Kurika and Tiamat's? Well, I have gathered some information and come up with a suitable method. Also, I have accepted my side as a woman, thanks to Tiamat and Draco, and I have realized that I lack in those areas as well. So it's decided, you and I, teacher and pupil, are going to help each other grow our tits. Ha 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 ha. Chiron's blush deepened until it reached her ears. BKA. Chapter 84 to 84, 6 months. I have just realized that I haven't published this chapter before. This one goes after the chapter Dumper of the Holy Grail, 4, and before the chapter Fate Points. New home - servant Mordred has killed, 200 experience points have been obtained. Servant Mordred has killed, 200 experience points have been obtained. Servant Mordred has killed, 200 experience points have been obtained. Servant Mordred has killed, 200 experience points have been obtained. Servant Mordred has killed, 200 experience points have been obtained. Servant Mordred has killed, 200 experience points have been obtained. Servant Mordred has killed, 200 experience points have been obtained. Servant Mordred has killed, 200 experience points have been obtained. Servant Mordred has killed, 200 experience points have been obtained. Servant Mordred has killed, 200 experience points have been obtained. The level of Nephilim Dragon raised from 30 to 36. Draco Race, Nephilim Dragon Status, Normal LV, 3675 HP, 344/344 MP, 308/308 Strength, 350 Defense, 300 Magic, 350 Agility, 250 Rank, B Special Skills, Dragon Scales, LV6 Sage, LV3 Flight, LV5 Darkness Attribute, LV-Holy Attribute, LV-Senjutsu, LV5 Accuracy, LV5 Presence Detection, LV2 Automatic HP Recovery, LV3 Resistance Skills, Physical Resistance, LV5 Fall Resistance, LV5 Hunger Resistance, LV5 Poison Resistance, LV5 Magic Resistance, LV4 Darkness Resistance, LV4 Pain Resistance, LV4 Fire Resistance, LV3 Holy Resistance, LV2 Normal Skills, Inspect Status, LV3 Breath of Darkness, LV5 Dark Fang, LV4 Dragon Punch, LV4 Numbing Darkness Claws, LV5 Anti-Illusion Eyes, LV4 Art of Human Transformation, LV7 Arrow Creation, LV8 Toki, LV3 Stealth, LV3 Holy Breath, LV5 Holy Fang, LV4 Holy Healing Claws, LV5 Tidal Skills, Dragon King's Son, LV Walking Egg, LV In Fighter, LV5 Harmful Insects Killer, LV2 Path of Evil, LV5 Spirit Relief, LV5 Hero, LV4 Evil Dragon, LV Devil Killer, LV2 Fallen Angel Killer, LV1 The One Who is Loved by Nature, LV Archer, LV Evil King, LV-Holy King, LV-6 months have passed since the incident with Akeno and Shuri. Nothing special has happened, except that I've raised the levels of a few skills. Of the special skills, I've only been able to raise one level of Senjutsu while the rest of the skills remain the same. It seems that most of the skills that belong to this set can only be raised as you evolve. Of the resistance skills, I have not been able to raise any skills. I could have forced myself to do so, but I honestly didn't see the need. I know this may sound stupid, but I'm not a masochist. I realized that the skill is gone, probably because I can't roll with my real body anymore. It is a skill that I have practically never used, so it is not significant to lose this skill. As for the rest of normal skills, arrow creation has been raised to level 9. This is something I was quite happy about when I raised it, as it is one of the skills that I use the most. Toki has also been upgraded to level 4. Another skill I use a lot, and I'm going to continue to use it in the future. At level 3, my stats were up by 30%, but now at level 4, my stats are up by 40%. Logical, isn't it? Another normal skills that I've upgraded is stealth. I don't know how far I can hide my presence, but I'm sure I'm not even close to Tiamat level. At least Azazel is still detecting my presence no matter how hard I try to hide it from him. I guess I'll have to keep training in the future. The rest of normal skills are the same, I haven't been able to level them up at all. Oh, I forgot. I got a new normal skill, and I've upgraded it quite a bit. This skill is Close Combat, which I've raised to level 4. This skill I got after training these 6 months with Barakil. I don't know what the difference is between Close Combat and In Fighter, but it's not something I have to think about too much. It's not even worth asking Sage about this. Speaking of In Fighter, this is the only title skill that has been upgraded. In fact, it's the second highest leveled skill, having gone up 2 levels. After this review of the improvements in my status, let's talk about what has surprised me the most in the last 6 months. In fact, it was a fact that happened recently, just a few weeks ago. I am talking precisely about the event involving Mordred and Chiron in Romania. The rescue of the bearer of one of the original 13 Longinus, Valerie Teeps, and the Sephiroth Grawl. I took advantage of the rumors that Azazel had heard about the vampires of the Teeps faction, that they had a member who possessed the Longinus Sephiroth Grawl. Knowing that Mordred was going to be interested in the Holy Grail, I told him that information and asked him to investigate it. Mordred did not disappoint me at all, and brought me several pleasant surprises. The first one was the 2,000 experience points obtained by the vampires she had eliminated in Romania. It's good to know that I also get experience from the living beings she kills, although it's a shame that the effect of Walking Egg doesn't work with the experience points I get from Mordred. I would have gotten 2,000 more experience points if that were the case. But that wasn't the only thing that surprised me, and it definitely wasn't the best surprise. If I can get experience points from Mordred's actions, why wouldn't I be able to get fate points? Exactly. That's what I got. A lot of fate points. Your servant has successfully changed a person's fate. 1. Fate point obtained. Your servant has successfully changed a person's fate. 1. Fate point obtained. Your servant has successfully changed a person's fate. 1. Fate point obtained. Your servant has successfully changed a person's fate. 1. Fate point obtained. Your servant has successfully changed a person's fate. 1. Fate point obtained. Your servant has successfully changed a person's fate. 1. Fate point obtained. Your servant has successfully changed a person's fate. 1. Fate point obtained. Exactly. Rescuing Valerie from the Teeps family has given me nothing more, and nothing less than 7 fate points. Chapter 85 to 85, Fate Points, New Home. Now I have 10 fate points. The question is, what do I spend my fate points on? The first possibility is to summon more servants, but that is not something I see as necessary at this time. Right now, I'm in a neutral, conflict-free time. Invoking Mordred was unnecessary at the time, but now it has turned out to be a beneficial investment. But right now I have no need for more investments like Mordred's. I would rather spend the fate points on turning people I trust into servants than on summoning a random one that could eventually become my undoing. The first person that comes to mind is Kurika. If there is anyone I trust who I would like to support me as a servant, it is her, without a doubt. But it's not yet time to make her a servant. The time to make the first journey between worlds is coming, and I know which world I will go to. This is none other than Fate/0. I suppose you're wondering how I'm going to leave this world for the Type Moon world. I'll tell you even if you don't mind, hehe. As it turns out, I need to spend 1 fate point per person for every trip I make from one world to another. In other words, to go to Type Moon and back I'll need to spend 2 fate points. It should cost me 4 fate points to take Mordred with me to the Type Moon world, but since she's part of my system, she counts technically as part of my own being. I know it sounds strange and disturbing from a certain point, but it's reality. The reason I don't want to make Kurika my servant right now is that there's a chance we'll lose the war, and she can die there. We're talking about our enemies being the likes of King of Heroes Gilgamesh, King of Conquerors Iskandar and King of Knights Arthur Pendragon. There is no problem if Mordred or I die there because we don't have any family left. But, Kurika still has Chiron, and Chiron depends a lot on Kurika. I've indeed become strong, but I'm nowhere near fighting those monsters. Neither would Mordred, but because of my superiority as master then the odds are even. I will consider making her a servant once the war is over, that's all. I've also thought about getting some noble phantasm. In fact, I think I'll try to get 1 or 2. That would leave me with no less than 6 fate points left. I'd like to try the so-called fate skills and try my luck. I don't know what exactly they do, but I find it interesting. That's what I'm going to spend a fate point on, although depending on what I get, I'll choose to spend a few more fate points. The remaining 4 or 5 fate points I'm going to save for when I'm in Type Moon. There are interesting people and powerful servants there that I would like to follow me into the world of DxD. Right now, I am in the underworld, more specifically in the territory of the fallen angels, in a house that can practically be called a hotel. It reminds me of the Hyuda residence in the light novels. It's a big 6-story house with 3 big basements. First floor includes guest rooms, the living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and Japanese-styled rooms, washitsu. Second floor includes my room, which I share with Kurika and Rainare, and Akeno's rooms. For some reason, there are doors in my room that connect to the other 2 rooms. And for some other reason, my bed is similar to a king's bed, it can hold up to 16 people inside. 16 people, do you know what that is? It's fucking bullshit. Third floor includes Shuri's and Barakiel's room, a study, and a storeroom. Fourth floor includes some rooms that haven't been occupied, although they'll probably be occupied by Mordred, Chiron, and Valerie when they come. Fifth floor, more unoccupied rooms. Sixth floor, it's an empty room, nothing inside yet. Rooftop, the rooftop is a communal garden decorated with flower plots, and there is a small vegetable farm planted. There is also a table and chairs to drink tea. First basement floor includes a movie theater, training rooms, changing rooms, and a large indoor bath which has a refrigerator filled with 3 different flavors of milk, fruit milk, regular milk, and coffee milk. A hidden room on this floor also becomes a room. The second hidden room also contains an assortment of baths of various sizes, but are noticeably larger than the first and are decorated gorgeously with ornate patterns, tropical plants, and dragon statues pouring water into the bath. Second basement floor includes a heated indoor swimming pool. Third basement floor, a mostly vacant floor that is generally used for storage. It also includes a library. All floors in the house are accessible via an elevator, something that I appreciate very much. There appear to be hidden rooms in residence due to the designer of the house having a fondness for hidden rooms. With my skill art of human transformation at level 7, I spend 1 MP point every 5 minutes transformed. This means that to spend 100% of my MP, I need to be in my human form for more than 25 hours straight without a break. This is basically impossible since apart from recovering MP naturally without doing anything, I recover MP at a considerably high amount when I meditate through senjutsu and when I sleep. In short, I can now afford to maintain human form consistently. Although, as I say, I find it a little uncomfortable to maintain human form for so long. I feel as if my most basic instincts are asking me to keep my true form. That's why I often choose to take my true form, which is that of a Western dragon over 20 feet tall and sleep outdoors. Kurika gets upset when I do this, she says she can't sleep without hugging me, so I only do it once or twice a week. As you may have noticed, these chapters are very informative and little history development. This is because this is the beginning of Volume 3, something similar happened with the introduction of Reincarnated and Valina when we started Volume 2. Well, I hope you will be patient as the action will be back soon. Also, what do you prefer, uploading daily chapter, or uploading 7 chapters on Sunday? Chapter 86 to 86, Governor General want to see you. The face I'm looking at seems to be that of a teenager, no older than about 16 to 17 years old. His hair is platinum, although his bangs vary between different shades of black and white. The face would be that of a normal boy who likes to dye his hair, but 4 characteristics make this boy stand out. The first is the pair of eyes, each one a different color. The right eye has a white pupil, while the rest is a dark black color. In contrast, the left eye has the same dark black pupil, and the rest of it is a white color. The pupil was like that of a snake, this was the same in both eyes. The second one is the teeth. Although most of these are the same or very similar to those of any human, there are a couple of them that are very different. These are the fangs, which practically stick out. They are not as exaggerated as a vampire's, but they are quite intimidating. The third is the ears. These were quite curious, as they appear to be elf ears. These ears are not as long as those of the elves, but they are still pointed and a little longer than normal. The fourth and last one was the pair of horns that protruded from its forehead. 2 horns, one on the left and one on the right. They were not very large and barely protruded more than 2 inches. Still, it was impossible not to notice those horns. The body of the boy to whom that face belonged was a little over 5,9 feet high. This person is none other than myself. Yes, this boy is me. This is my human form after evolving into a Nephilim dragon 6 months ago. I'm looking in the mirror right now. Yeah, I'm looking in the mirror. I've been admiring myself for more than 5 minutes now. I feel like Cristiano Ronaldo, I can't stop looking at myself in the mirror. No one can blame me here. Who would have told me a year and a half ago that I would stop being an ordinary human and become a handsome dragon? No one. Oh, looks like someone's coming. My use of senjutsu is already at an advanced level, so I can feel when a presence approaches my room. If I'm not mistaken, she should be. TOC go ahead, Reincarnated. The door opens, and a young beauty enters the room. She is none other than Reincarnated, one of the girls living in this extravagant mansion. Good morning, Draco. I had already finished dressing before Reincarnated entered the room, which is the possible cause of the disappointment that is clearly visible on her face. The pile of newsprint in her hands is not out of my sight. Do you need anything? Ah, yes. Governor General Azazel Sama says he wants to see you. He could have come here, it's not like he doesn't know where I live. Ito. Azazel Sama is very busy lately, especially since the disaster that has occurred in the human world. Reincarnated's words caught my attention. Actually, I've been out of touch with what's going on in the human world for a long time. In fact, I don't think I've looked for any information about the current situation in the human world since I was reincarnated. Well, it's not like the information is critical to me anyway. What disaster? A ship carrying a group of students from a Japanese high school mysteriously sank 2 months ago. There was quite a stir in the news, but since you only train and stroke Kurika's ears, I'm sure you haven't heard about it. It seems Reincarnated is envious of a certain Nico Xiao. No, this can't be. I have to keep everyone happy if I want the boat to stay on. Draco. Reincarnated screams in surprise when I take her in my arms, true to the carrying the princess style. She tries to let go of me, but there's no way she can do it with the great difference in our strength. I drop her on my bed, and she tries to get off right away. Of course, I don't let her get away with it, and I hold her tightly with both hands. Once this is done, I put both of Reincarnated's wrists together and placed them over her head. That way, I'm preventing her from moving her upper body. To prevent Reincarnated from moving the lower throne, I place my knee in a position where I am practically touching her pussy. With my free hand, I slowly caress Reincarnated's cheek. Reincarnated's face is beautiful, she is very pretty. In fact, Reincarnated would not lose even to Kurika or Akeno in terms of beauty. It seems a certain raven is jealous of a kitten. Perhaps the raven needs the dragon's attention. Reincarnated's cheeks blush, resulting in an even more beautiful face than usual. This kind of reaction in women is the best God could give to men. My eyes are fixed on hers, which are electric purple. She is the one who loses in the duel of looks, looking away from my eyes while nodding shamefully. I let out a victory smile. Looks like you've been training hard this morning. Another practice session with Barakil and Akeno. Reinare nods again. Okay, I'm gonna give you a little massage to help you cope with the burdens of training, okay? Once again, Reinare nods. Chapter 87-87, The Special Massage Cream. 1. Reinare accepted my massage offer without hesitation. One that she accepted, I placed her face down on the bed and proceeded to undress her. She was wearing Grigori's uniform, the one women wear. It's a blue uniform, similar to the one they wear in manga and anime. It makes sense, since this is a world of light novels, and also adapted to anime and manga. Nephilim's women's uniform consists of the dark blue jacket, common to both boys and girls, skirt of the same color, white socks, and dark slippers. What I'm going to do is a leg massage, which is what Reinare needs most. The most essential thing in Barakil's training is endurance. According to him, you can lose a fight, but you can survive if you have the stamina to escape. If you don't have the stamina to escape, you're dead. To do that, all I have to do is remove the clothes that cover Reinare's legs. In this case, the shoes, socks, and the skirt. First, shoes and socks. I don't think about it much, and I remove both clothes easily thanks to Reinare's non-interference. What's left of this is a pair of white, delicate, soft feet. Now, all that's left is to lift the skirt. The only thing covering Reinare's pussy and ass is nothing but black panties. Pretty seductive, if you ask me. For now, this is enough. The legs, that area of the body we use to get up, to bend down, to walk, to run, etc. They participate in almost all our activities and, although they are extremely resistant, they also get tired. Even we dragons get tired, what to say about the legs of a fallen angel? Even if Reinare has improved a lot these last 6 months. And when I want to say a lot, I say I'm very surprised by the big improvement in her stats. Status inspection Reinare race, fallen angel, 4 wings, status, normal LV, 10/40 HP, 120/120 MP, 100/100 strength, 90 defense, 60 magic, 110 agility, 70 skills, light-based weapons magic, memory alteration flight holy flame, sealed. Reinare has virtually doubled many of her statistics in a short 6-month period. All this, thanks to Barakil-sensei's hellish training. In fact, I dare say she'd be even stronger if she weren't so lazy and tried to skip a lot of the training. Still, even with this great improvement, I am 3 times stronger than she is. Let's go back to the leg massage. The legs are kind of like a reservoir of blood. Because most of the time the legs are below the level of our heart, it becomes more difficult for blood to return from the legs to the heart, and this is why we start to feel tired and is also the reason why the feet swell when we walk long distances. To reverse this fact, the massage I will be performing will require me to do my upward maneuvers. This way, the blood will circulate, and I will undo the feeling of load on Reinare's legs. Even though the leg muscles are very large and full of muscle fibers, there is no need for a very intense massage, to the point of generating pain. This is because a painful stimulus is an increase in tension, and that is not my goal. What I have to do in this case is to increase the intensity of the massage progressively. I open a drawer on the bedside table and take out a special cream. This is not the first time I have used this cream, as there is a certain Nico Xiao who is addicted to me giving her a weekly, and even daily, massage. This is a special cream that Grigori has developed. In fact, its creator is none other than Azazel himself. Who knows what the leader of the fallen angels was thinking of when he thought of creating a massage cream? What exactly does the cream do? Nothing special. Exactly, it doesn't do anything that any other cream doesn't do. Apparently, this is a special cream created from rare materials from Asgard and other mythological lands. Some remarkable materials, or so Azazel has called them, including ambrosia from the Greek pantheon, amrita from the Indian pantheon, ether from the Nordic pantheon. I was going to refuse, but a certain Nico Xiao was not up to the task. And of course, Azazel wasn't going to give away something created by such precious materials. Third-person POV. A few weeks earlier, Draco was sitting on the roof, practicing senjutsu as usual. Like every time he practiced senjutsu, he cut off his connection to all his senses, leaving only the energies of nature and himself. Practicing senjutsu was always a pleasure for Draco, especially since he evolved into Nephilim dragon. Now that he was a perfect blend of light and dark, he no longer had to worry about evil energies. Before, when Draco was an evil child dragon, he had the same problem as any other race, except the yukais, when trying to practice senjutsu. What causes madness when practicing senjutsu is the union of natural energy and evil energy, so the two energies cannot coexist within the same organism. But Draco didn't have that problem anymore. That's because a Nephilim dragon is now a being that shouldn't exist, bringing together two opposing attributes, holy attribute and dark attribute. The natural energies and the evil energies coexist within Draco just as the holy and dark attributes do. Normally no one would go up to the roof while Draco is training, as even though he would not mind at all, no one wants to interfere with the dragon's training. After so many months with Draco, the obsession he has with training is more than known. It seems that the boy was preparing for a future war, something unthinkable in these times of relative peace. But today was different. Today someone had shown up on the roof. Naturally, Draco felt that presence at the moment he or she stepped in the roof. In other words, Draco felt the energies that were emanating from that presence. Still, Draco did not move from the spot and continued his training. He had already made it clear that he would not stop a senjutsu training unless it was an emergency, and this time was not one of them. The presence did not seem to bother him at all, and he just waited patiently for Draco to finish his training. After a few hours, Draco exhaled and spoke as he opened his eyes. And to think that so much evil could exist within such pure holy energy, Azazel. A member of the strongest race, a dragon, formed by the mixture of two opposing attributes, which should never be able to go together, is not the one that should be surprised, Draco. Chapter 88-88, The Special Massage Cream, 2, Draco opened his eyes and looked at the man in front of him calmly. What do you want? He asked calmly. Azazel grimaced. Draco-chan, you don't have to be so cold to me. I just wanted to stop by and say hello to a good friend of mine. Can't I do that minimum? Draco raised an eyebrow. He did not believe anything that came out of Azazel's mouth. Tiamat had advised him before reaching Grigori never to believe Azazel's words 100%. At first, Draco did not understand why she had told him that, but he was beginning to believe more and more in Tiamat's words. Azazel was a good leader, no one could deny that. He is also obsessed with sacred gears, no one can deny that. He is also a recognized pacifist, as a war would be fatal to the fallen angels, no one can deny that. But that doesn't take away from the fact that Azazel is evil by nature. He was an angel before he fell, a high-ranking one. In fact, Grigori's leaders were the ones who ruled in the fifth heaven before they were expelled from the heavenly realms by Yahweh. That is, they were only inferior in authority to the Seraphim and Archangel Michael. However, their powers were not at all inferior to these. Why did the Seraphim have more authority than the Azazel and the other residents of the fifth heaven? Because God knew the evil nature that resided within them. Perhaps God saw the same thing that Draco had seen, the immense amount of evil that resided within Azazel. Being a first-generation angel, and one of the most powerful, the heavenly/holy/sacred power that Azazel contained in his body rivaled the most powerful Seraphim, Michael. But along with that sacred power, there was an enormous evil and malice, which could only be detected if you were extremely sensitive to this sort of thing just as Draco is when he becomes one with nature. Azazel was an evil creature, extremely evil. But that didn't mean that his actions were evil. It's a strange concept, and it's hard to explain. I don't think a busy person like you, Grigori's Governor-General, has time to go visit someone like me just to say hello. Am I wrong? Was Azazel here to say hello? He would never do that. He is a busy man. If he wasn't busy with his duties as governor, he'd lock himself in the studio at Sacred Gears. And when he wasn't there, Valina would look for him to train. Valina hadn't changed a bit in the last 6 months, and she was still looking for strength in an almost desperate way. Draco would like to say something to Valina, but he found it difficult. Mainly because he was the same as her, a dragon, Valina could be considered half a dragon thanks to the divine dividing, that was looking for strength, and much more strength. No, you're not wrong. In fact, I came here to thank you. Draco raised the other eyebrow. He obviously did not expect this from Azazel. You saved the life of the wife of one of my best friends, not to mention brother, his daughter, and the daughter of another of my best friends, even though he is already dead. That's why you have my personal thanks. Draco frowned. Just that. Azazel shrugged. It's not like I'm committing any atrocities by coming to thank you, you know. Draco never looked away from Azazel, searching for the true intentions of the leader of the fallen angels. It's been several months since that event, so why now? I was busy. Azazel was very relaxed. It seemed that he had really come to thank Draco for what happened at Barakiel's residence in Japan. He was aware of what happened at that event, obviously he was going to know about it, and had acted on it. Azazel was the one who had the house/hotel built where Draco and the others currently resided. Barakiel could no longer maintain his stance of staying in the human world because of the possible existence of traitors in Grigori, a stance that Azazel considered stupid from the first moment. Well, it's not like Barakiel was the smartest of the Grigori leaders. Why don't we go down? Kurika can make us some tea or something. Draco stood up and gestured to Azazel. The Nikoshao, is fine. Azazel nodded and followed Draco into the building. They took the elevator that connected the many floors of the house and went down to the first floor. Draconaaa. The first thing they saw as they left the elevator was the embarrassing position in which Kurika was sleeping. She was lying on the couch, one leg up and the other stretched out horizontally. Her hair was disheveled and threatened to get into her mouth, which was open with a little drool coming out of it. Her pajamas were unkempt, leaving the flat belly of the cat girl visible. Give me a moment, Azazel. You can go sit at the table. Draco was calm, scenes like these were part of his daily life. She had always been lazy, and it did not seem that that would change in the short term. Draco's expressionless, indifferent eyes grew soft as she looked at the young Nico Xiao. She had such a peaceful face, so graceful and so beautiful. Draco didn't want that face to change, he didn't want to endanger her at any time. That's why he didn't want to make her his servant and have her participate with him in the Holy Grail War. The Holy Grail War is a war that only those who have a reason to fight it have to fight, the rest should stay out of it. Mordred was clear about what she wanted, and so was Draco. Mordred wanted to repeat the same test that crowned her father, and Draco wanted the experience of killing the masters and servants. Draco's soft eyes didn't change, but his smile turned evil. Wake up, you useless cat. He grabbed one of Kurika's legs and muttered a few words. This caused Kurika's sleep to be disturbed, and she slowly opened one eye, completely confused as to what was happening. Nyat! Draco did not give the cat time to wake up on her own and pulled the leg he had taken before. Nay! Kurika fell suddenly to the ground. That is how Draco forced Kurika to wake from her deep sleep. What are you doing, Nyat? Kurika shouted at Draco as she rose from the floor. She put one hand behind her back to ease the pain of the blow. We have guests. The softness disappeared from Draco's eyes the moment Kurika awoke. He indicated the presence of Azazel by pointing his head in his direction. Azazel-sama. Kurika bowed to him the moment he realized who he was. She felt that Azazel had done much for them, giving them this perfect home. Kurika loved everything about the house, especially the fact that Azazel gave her a room to share with Draco and the pool. Kurika was in love with the climatic pool. Hi, Kurika. What are you doing here, Azazel-sama? I just came to thank you for your help with Barakil. I heard that thanks to your barrier they all survived until Draco's arrival, you have my sincere thanks. Don't thank us. We would have helped Shuri, little Akeno and Reincarnated even if they were not related to Grigori. Shuri is like a mother to me, and Reincarnated and Akeno are my good friends. I couldn't watch while they were in danger. I see. Azazel nodded. Draco took a seat in front of him. Tea? Or do you prefer coffee? Draco asked Azazel. Black tea is fine. Draco looked at Kurika, and she nodded. Kurika did not take long to prepare the tea, but Azazel realized something at that moment. She was holding her hand behind her back regularly, it seemed that Kurika had a bad back. That fall seems to have hurt you quite a bit, Kurika, Azazel told her when she came back with the tea. No, it's not that. The pains in the back have been going on for a while, I think they are sequels of that fight. But it's no big deal, they can hardly be considered a nuisance. Kurika said slightly as she shrugged and sat in the chair next to Draco. Azazel frowned and went into a thoughtful mode. I think I recently invented a special cream made from mythological materials such as Asclepius panacea, Nordic erythrum, and a few others. It has a special effect on the skin, making the wrinkles disappear and the person who takes it stays very young even after centuries. But its main objective is to cure muscular discomfort, regardless of the degree of pain. Kurika's eyes shone with every word that came out of Azazel's mouth. To say that she was tempted was an understatement. Draco, on the other hand, was frowning. This cream seemed to be very precious, and he was sure Azazel would not give it away for free. But one look at Kurika's face made him sigh. Could you give us some of that cream? Draco asked weakly. I'm sorry, but I have very little of this cream. The materials are scarce and hard to come by, I remember when I had to suffer a whole night in Aphrodite's chambers to get some Isur. Azazel's face said that he had suffered much to obtain these materials. I owe you a favor, whatever you want. In return, I want all the cream you have available and all that you will make in the future. Azazel smiled and didn't hesitate to say, it's a deal. There is a change to Mordred's stats. I'm going to adjust all of the servants' stats to the ones that they have on Fate Grand Order Mordred race, human/servant, homunculus, status, normal LV, 1/80th HP, 2,153/2,153 MP. Strength, 1811 defense, 1131 magic, 905 agility, 905 chapter 89 to 89, Kurika is angry. Returning to the present, Draco's POV and that's how I got the cream. And now I owe Azazel a favor. He said he'd be back when he needed my help, and it's been another few months since that day. Now that Reincarnated has said that Azazel is calling me, I'm sure it has something to do with that favor I owe him. If we add this to the news of the shipwreck and the disappearance of the students' bodies, it looks like I'm going to have my hands full with this complicated business for a while. But first I have to finish Raineray's massage. Someone will say that it's useless to use this cream on a person like Raineray. Sigh. If you knew what this cream was really worth. Honestly, I feel deceived. Well, the massage is not very complicated. You start with the feet and work your way up to the end of the leg or the coccyx. It's said fast, but the massage takes over 30 minutes. The massage continues without any complications, leaving aside Raineray's continuous moans of pleasure. Seriously, it's not like we're the only ones living in this house. At least, Shuri is accompanying Akeno while she is training with Barakil, and Kurika will be sleeping as usual. Get dressed, let's go see Azazel, I told Raineray once I finished the massage. Yes, She got out of bed, her face still flushed from the intensity of the massage, and put on the bottom of Nephilim's uniform. A shipwreck with more than 200 people missing, I don't understand how Azazel could come to think that this was an accident that had nothing to do with the supernatural. I mean, it's obvious that this was related to the supernatural world. We both took the elevator down to the first floor, prepared to leave the site and head for Azazel's offices. But there's one obstacle that stands in our way when we get out of the elevator. Yes, it's the person we expected to be sleeping on the couch. Looks like you guys had a lot of fun up there, Naya. Kurika was standing there looking at Raineray and me, who had just got out of the elevator. She's got her eyes narrowed, and her face is solemn. Draco has been kind to me, and I've enjoyed it very much. Even though I have trouble moving my legs now, the feeling is totally different than before the session. Sigh. Draco's hands are wonderful, a unique sensation. I don't know why, but the words Raineray used are going to cause me trouble. I'm lying, I'm sure Raineray's words are gonna cause me problems. Just look at Kurika's eyebrow, which is trembling, and any part of her face. She's pissed. Draco nyat. After all the time we've spent together you decide to fuck Raineray before me. You're wrong, we weren't fucking. I have to defend myself before this gets out of hand. But it seems that Kurika didn't buy that, and she seems like on the verge of crying. I told you we haven't fucked. Raineray, you tell her. I'm gesturing Raineray to explain herself better. It's true. As much as I would have liked to, I know Draco can't have sex with someone as inferior as me. Now Raineray is making a sad face. But unlike Kurika, I doubt this sadness is real. We're talking about the fallen angel with 1,000 faces, you never know if what she's showing on the outside is her true thoughts. I hit her head with my fist. I have to shut her up before she keeps talking nonsense. Shut that mouth, you idiot. Ouch. She bends over while holding her head. The fist went with a bit of force, it wasn't a simple joke. Kurika, I was giving her a leg massage. You know how Barakil's workouts are. Raineray's legs were too tight, so I unloaded them a bit. Kurika visibly relaxes when I explain the situation. Draco is right, that cream works wonders. And Raineray opens her mouth again. Cream? It's not the cream Azazel gave me. She's not talking about that god-level cream, are you, Draco? You're wrong, that's my cream. I'm the one who owes Azazel a favor, not you. With my index finger, I tap Kurika's forehead. Cut the crap, because of your god-level cream I have to go see Azazel. I'm sure he has some complicated problem and wants me to help him solve it. Kurika pouted. It's okay, I forgive you for now. But tonight you're going to have to pamper me a lot to get over the anger. Sigh. What a pain in the ass. Come on, Raineray. With Kurika's permission, Raineray and I left the house and went to Grigori's headquarters. So the accident is related to this Utsusimi agency, and you say they have the students missing in the incident. Raineray and I are in Azazel's office. The subject in question is sitting in his gamer chair, right in front of us. Yes, the agency is comprised of exiled members of the 5 major clans of Japan. I frowned unconsciously. This is a problem of those self-centered clans, why does Grigori have to stick his nose into this? Azazel sighs. He puts aside his playful attitude and gets serious for the first time since I've known him. He rests his elbows on the table and leans forward. I don't give a shit what happens to these assholes, but there's a lot more at stake than that. I'm sure there's at least one organization behind them, and I think they're supported by another group. Besides, they're behind something very dangerous, and they may get something they don't expect, but which is much more dangerous if we don't act quickly. And that is. I ask you, totally curious what can make a person like Azazel get serious. They're behind 4 of the top sacred gears, who don't quite make it to the level of a Long Inus, and the other element I'm talking about is none other than one of the 13 Long Inus. Chapter 90-90, Absolute Demise. Utsusimi Agency, 4 sacred gears of the highest level and a Long Inus. Looks like Azazel's favor is gonna be well paid. And what is this organization that supports the exiles? What is their level of power? What exactly do I have to do? That's my question. I have to have as much information as possible to be able to complete this mission successfully, without failure and without casualties. I don't think I'm the best person to tell you about that group. It says Azazel. He then takes his phone and dials a number. We are waiting for you. I'm coming. A female voice, very sweet, responds to Azazel. Not long after, she arrived. Opening the door, a strange-looking blonde girl enters Azazel's office. Also, the reason she looked strange was that she was dressed in a cape and a pointy hat. Although she looked strange, she was dressed like a witch's cosplay. I found myself surprisingly fascinated by her elegant appearance and her beautiful figure. She was young, not older than Kurika. Another reason I am surprised is that I recognize her. I recognize her and the cold aura she unconsciously exudes. She is one of the porters of one of the 13 Long Inus. More specifically, she is the bearer of Absolute Demise. Demise Girl and Ice Princess are the nicknames for which she is known. Her power in the future is immense, being able to face numerous Grim Reapers of the highest level without any problem. She also awakens her balance breaker at some point in the future, and this one has the name of Absolute Demise, Assoliato Argento Mondo. Anyway, she is a fascinating girl. Both her potential and her looks, as expected from DxD, are at the top. She is Lavinia, and one of your allies. She has been sent here by Grauzauberer because some stray magicians have joined the Utsasimi agency. Also, there is another group of magicians who are supporting them from the shadows. Wizards of Oz. The first time Lavinia speaks is to interrupt Azazel. She lets out the name of the organization, which draws my attention, with obvious complex emotions. That's right, a group called Wizards of Oz is supporting the agency. We don't know what their objective really is, but you can't let your guard down with them. Wizards of Oz, what an interesting name. I guess they based their name on the famous children's story. And the other group? The one you're not sure about. Azazel looks down momentarily because of my question. Abyss Team. I think Satanale has his hands in all this. I see, that complicates things quite a bit. Azazel nodded. But you don't have to worry about that right now. You just have to go and deliver 3 eggs, and then support Lavinia and these other 3 guys in dealing with the agency problem. Valina is going to be supporting you, and in case Satanale himself shows up I will act or Barricule. Sigh. Okay. But I'm curious, why only 3 eggs? Aren't there 5 people involved? Yes, but unfortunately 2 of them have already been captured by the enemy. There is no trace of them in the whole country, or in the neighboring countries. One day they were at home, and the next day they disappeared with their families. There is no doubt that they have already been captured. I see. What's the point of the agency? What do they want with these sacred gears? I think this is my last question. You know that the 5 clans of Japan have as their main force the 5 sacred beasts that were given by the Shinto gods. The 4 sacred gears the agency seeks are called the 4 fiends, which are the counterpart of the 5 sacred beasts. The agency's goal is to bring down the clans with the help of these sacred gears. I nodded. Okay, that's it. When do I start working? Whenever you want. Take this before you go. Azazel takes out a folder and hands it to me. I open it and find 3 papers. Each one has the profile of 3 students from the same school. I recognize one of the 3 names. The user of one of the 13 Long Inus. The only one of the 13 who is considered a god, albeit a false one. Inuyagami of the Black Blade. Canis Lycon. Accused Tobio, better known as /Dog. This mission is very interesting, very interesting. If I can make contact with Tobio, it would bring the number of Long Inus holders I have known since my arrival in Grigori to 3. Besides, I have met Akeno, the heiress of Grigori's most powerful attack, and Reincarnated, the heiress of the most powerful fire and a person who is going to affect a lot the future developments of DxD. In a way, I think Tiamat's decision to send me here is practically the best one he could have made. On the other hand, Mordred has already made contact with the Pendragon brothers and has already rescued Valerie, the user of another Long Inus. According to her, Arthur Pendragon was going to buy the nearest flight from Romania to Japan. But there has been one problem, and that is that Romania has declared a state of high alert and has closed all its borders. Probably the Teeps family, or even Rizevim, have something to do with this. If Rizevim is in charge of all this, I think Mordred might have a problem. Although he is not as strong as Surtsk's Lucifer in his true form or Ajoka Beelzebub with his Kankara formula, he is still a super devil with a demonic power superior to the original Miss. That's why I've ordered him to act carefully. If traveling by plane is dangerous, then she only has to create a teleportation circle. This is going to take much longer, obviously, which is why I don't expect her to arrive for another week or so. For now, let's get on with the mission. The first name of the 3 belongs to a girl. Natsum Minagawa. Come on, Reincarnated, we have work to do. Yes. I got up, and Reincarnated followed me. Before I left, I turned and headed for the other girl in the room. Reincarnated hadn't spoken at all this time, but the other girl had only said 2 words. Are you coming with us, Lavinia? Lavinia seemed to hesitate a bit but ended up nodding her head.